Chapter 1404. Inside the Army Destroyer Sky Tent, Yin Chuan, Miao, and the Butterfly Queen sighed as they watched Yao Tianshang's heart-wrenching cries. Zhu was a formidable person, but he was born at the wrong time. He was unlucky and could do nothing about it. Yin Chuan sighed. Miao, Miao nodded. Yao Tianshang, the dead, cannot be revived. He is you. If you live, he lives. Just bury Zhu. Yin Chuan advised. Yao Tianshang hugged Zhu and cried for a while before he finally nodded. Bury him into Zhun. Yin Chuan said. No, I have a place to bury him. Yao Tianshang wiped his tears. As he spoke, Yao Tianshang suddenly opened his mouth and sucked in Zhu's corpse. Swish! He swallowed Zhu's corpse in one gulp. Meow, he ate Zhu! Meow exclaimed. The Butterfly Queen was also surprised. The two ladies couldn't understand what was happening. Wasn't he devastated just now? Why did he eat Zhu in the blink of an eye? I just buried Zhu in my stomach. Yao Tianshang said bitterly. Meow, Meow still couldn't accept it. Yin Chuan nodded. Yao Tianshang, I need a letter from you. Yin Chuan said suddenly. N. Yao Tianshang looked at Yin Chuan in confusion. The Three Emperor Holy Court has collapsed, but there are still many capable officials. For example, Wang Zhu and the others. Instead of being buried with the Three Emperor Holy Court, why don't we let them come to Dezhun? We can give them an explanation. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yao Tianshang looked at Yin Chuan with a bitter expression. He had mixed feelings, but he nodded in the end. Yao Tianshang quickly took out a piece of silk and wrote on it. Finally, he stamped it with his seal. Heaven Emperor. Yao Tianshang sent out the letter. All right. Now let's go quickly. I think it won't be long before someone comes. Yin Chuan said. And everyone nodded. Swish. They quickly left the place. Central Weave, above Three Emperor City. Boom. The Sea of Providence suddenly collapsed. Countless streaks of providence quickly spread throughout the world. The Sea of Providence collapsed, and the Three Emperor Holy Court was destroyed. In other words, Zhu was dead. Saint King. Oh my God, why? Saint King. Long live the Holy King. Countless officials of the Three Emperor Holy Hall knelt on the ground and cried. With the death of the Sage King, the Three Emperors Holy Court was erased from this world. Saint King. The officials who were loyal to Zhu cried and wailed. Countless officials who had followed Zhu from the sealed realm were even more sorrowful. Amidst the grief, there were also those who rebelled. The officials who had quietly left earlier returned once again. Zhu is already dead. Prepare to welcome great Emperor Ziwei with me. One of the officials shouted. Traitor! Spider King immediately shouted. Ha! The winner takes all. Rebels and traitors? Everyone, a wise man, submits to circumstances. Great Emperor Ziwei has entered the Central Weave. If you don't want to die, follow me to welcome him. Bastard! Boom! The entire Three Emperors city fell into a great riot. Some people who wanted to curry favor with Great Emperor Ziwei, and some people who were loyal to Zhu were fighting each other. Above the starry sky, 8 powerhouses were guarding Tanlang. They looked at the chaos in the Three Emperors city below with disdain. Then they looked at the army-destroying sky tent in the distance. Another 10 days passed, and another golden beam of light came rushing over. It was 5 figures. The leader was dressed in a white robe. He was extremely elegant and exuded a strong aura of righteousness. The 4 subordinates behind him were also very elegant. When the 8 powerhouses saw him, they immediately said respectfully, Greetings, Civil Star. The leader, Civil Star, looked at Tanlang and asked, How is Star Lord Tanlang? I'm not dead yet. Tanlang, who was recuperating, said bitterly. Let me see. Civil Star stepped forward. I'm really fine. How about you go and see how Pujuan is doing? It's been 10 days, and he hasn't returned. I'm worried that something might have happened. Tanlang said weakly. Civil Star nodded and said, You guys go to the army-destroying sky tent immediately. I'll guard here. Yes, the 8 powerhouses replied. Whoosh! The 8 powerhouses rushed out. After a while, the 8 powerhouses returned. Reporting, Civil Star, Star-Lord Tanlang. Star-Lord Pajuan is missing. He is not in the army-destroying sky tent. It's empty. An expert said anxiously. What? Civil Star's face darkened. Pajuan is in trouble? Tanlang's face also changed. Civil Star looked up at the starry sky and pinched his fingers slightly. Pajuan is still alive. He should have been caught. Caught? Pajuan is at the level 15 heavens. Even if he is at the early stage of the level 15 heavens, he is still at the level 15 heavens. Who could catch him silently? Other great emperors? Tanlang asked in a low voice. He is at the early stage of the level 15 heavens, and you are at the middle stage of the level 15 heavens. If you want to catch him, you must be at least at the late stage of the level 15 heavens. I remember that 10 days ago, the sky was full of stars. It was very similar to the move Yin Chuan used to deal with the Golden Emperor. Civil Star said in a low voice. Impossible. How low is Yin Chuan's cultivation? Back then, when we were not awakened, the rumors were exaggerated. The stars in the sky might not have been triggered by Yin Chuan. Most importantly, Yin Chuan does not have the ability to do so. Tanlang said with certainty. Civil Star frowned and nodded, speculating about the heroes in the world. Fortunately, Pajuan is still alive. The other party has caught Pajuan and will definitely negotiate with the Lord. We just need to wait, Tanlang said in a low voice. In the Three Emperors' city, in the great chaos, the entire Three Emperors' city fell apart quickly. In Wang Zhu's residence, Wang Zhu played his zither and looked sad. Since the beginning, Wang Zhu had followed Yao Tianshang and Zhu to travel the world and fought experts along the way. With a zither, he attacked everywhere in the sealed world. But now, there is a sense of desolation in the sound of the zither. Holy King, why are you dead? Wang Zhu teared up as he played the zither. Whoosh! A black shadow charged straight at him. How dare you? Suddenly, a large number of subordinates rushed out. Wang Zhu, I have news of Yao Tianshang. The black shadow shouted. Ding! The sound of the zither stopped. Move aside, let him come over. Wang Zhu shouted. The subordinates quickly separated. A man quickly flew over. Wang Zhu, this is a serious matter, please. The man said seriously. All of you leave. Wang Zhu shouted. Yes. The subordinates quickly left. I am the Great Zhun Heavenly Court's East Depot Qian, who in the Central Territory. The man said seriously. Wang Zhu nodded. Wang Zhu already knew about spies from the various factions. The Three Emperors' Holy Court also had spies in Great Zhun. Therefore, he did not think much of it. You said you have news of the Demon Emperor? Wang Zhu asked. Yes, this is the order that Yao Tianshang asked me to pass to you. He wants you to lead the Three Emperors' Holy Court to Great Zhun's Heavenly Court. The Qianhu said seriously. The Demon Emperor's order? Wang Zhu snatched the order. He looked at it carefully. Soon, Wang Zhu was sure that the order was real. There were a few markings on it that only Wang Zhu could recognize. Ha ha ha, the Lord is still alive. He's still alive? Wang Zhu laughed loudly. I have the order. Please hurry. The Qianhu said again. Good. Wang Zhu cried tears of joy. Netherworld, Outer East Continent, Great Qin City. In front of the central palace, zombie Yin Chuan coldly looked outside the city with his subordinates. Outside the city, there were 20 figures standing in the air. Waves of ferocious auras rushed towards the Great Qin City. The leader was an azure-robed man who coldly looked at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan also looked at him coldly. Beside Yin Chuan stood Hua Qiliang, Yao Tianshang, and the butterfly queen who had been teleported back. Yin Chuan, the azure-robed man, said in a deep voice. Impudent! Who are you? Jin Dayu shouted. The azure-robed man sneered and said, I am the Horn Residence Tribe's Hornwood Dragon under Great Emperor Qinglong. Great Emperor Qinglong? Yin Chuan's face darkened. Yin Chuan opened his mouth. Jin Dayu stood behind him and did not interrupt. It's good that you know. The Hornwood Dragon said in a deep voice. Oh, you came here to invade my Great Qin City. Yin Chuan said in a cold voice. Invade? Ha, what a joke. You think you're worthy of being invaded? Umph. I came here today to tell you something. The Hornwood Dragon said in a deep voice. Oh, Yin Chuan said coldly. The outer east continent of the netherworld used to be Great Emperor Qinglong's residence. The hornwood dragon shouted. So what? Yin Chuan said indifferently. The wood dragon glared at Yin Chuan. This Yin Chuan is really ignorant. So what? This is Great Emperor Qinglong's residence. The Great Emperor is benevolent. He asked me to tell you to leave the outer east continent of the netherworld immediately. This is not a place for you to stay. The hornwood dragon shouted. A cold light flashed in Yin Chuan's eyes. Are you sure Great Emperor Qinglong said this himself? Of course. Great Emperor White Tiger of the West ordered the Great Qing Heavenly Court to migrate. I am Great Emperor Qinglong. The hornwood dragon continued. What if I don't leave? Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Don't leave? Ha ha ha. You can stay if you want to destroy the great Jin nation. The hornwood dragon shouted. Ridiculous. Yin Chuan said in a cold voice. The hornwood dragon was speechless. Did I hear it wrong? How could Yin Chuan have lost his mind and said such words? What did you say? Do you know how powerful Great Emperor Qinglong is? The hornwood dragon shouted. However, Yin Chuan did not want to bother with him anymore. Instead, he ordered, take them all. Yes. Hua Qi Liang shouted loudly and rushed out. Yao Tianshang nodded and also rushed out. Not long ago, he was teleported here by the sky-burying coffin. His heart was still filled with grief. Zhu Ji's death made Yao Tianshang hate the people of the Second Era. Boom! The two fierce people rushed out. On the other side, Miao rushed out as if she wanted to see the world in chaos. Butterfly Queen took a look and stepped out as well. Jin Diyu, Bai Qi, and the others who had been deprived of the star power and whose cultivation had skyrocketed also rushed out. Bastards, do you know who I am? You are courting death. Boom! The fierce fighting power of the great Jin nation erupted in an instant. Chapter 1405. Yang Realm, outside Xianying City, in a forbidden area of Dezhun. The massive heavenly cycle star formation was operating frantically. Rumble, stellar power, surged into Yin Chuan. Stop! Yin Chuan, stop! My lord will not let you off. My lord will not let you off. Roar! Defeating armies roared. But why would Yin Chuan care about him? Why should he show mercy when he wanted to kill him back then? After an entire day, defeating armies had become so thin that he was just skin and bones. The defeating army star in the sky had also dimmed. Almost all of its stellar power had been seized by Yin Chuan. Boom! With a loud bang, the void around Yin Chuan shook violently. Phew, 12 heavens! Yin Chuan exclaimed. Defeating armies was no longer as unstoppable as before. He was completely crippled. Take him away, Yin Chuan ordered. Yes, his subordinates answered. Yin Chuan sensed his own body, and a look of satisfaction flashed in his eyes. He waved his hand, and countless small stars appeared in his palm. This time, Yin Chuan did not mobilize the power of the stars in the sky. Instead, he only connected to a group of stars. The power he used was not huge. At this moment, there were two more large stars surrounding the countless smaller stars. Yin Chuan looked for the positions of the stars in the sky according to the coordinates in his palm. The defeating army's star. As expected, I have mastered another defeating army star. Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with satisfaction. Celestial Emperor. Lu Gang rushed over from afar. What's wrong? Yin Chuan looked at Lu Gang. Celestial Emperor, news just came. The powerhouse of the Second Era, corresponding to Planet Trek, went to provoke the Emperor and was killed by the Emperor. Lu Gang said respectfully. Planet Trek? Yin Chuan looked at another large star that had appeared. It corresponded to Planet Trek. Understand. You may leave. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. Lu Gang retreated. Yin Chuan looked at the sky full of stars, frowning as he analyzed. Universe in the palm. Is he trying to seize control of the stars? No one was in control of the shallow star layer, so it was easy to control. However, in the deep star layer, every star corresponded to every cultivator, so they had absolute control. However, if their control was weakened, like Pajun just now, then the universe in a palm could take advantage of the situation and seize his control. Also, if the people of the second epoch died, their control would also weaken during their reincarnation. Could the universe in the palm be taken advantage of? So the corresponding star of a person whose body and soul were destroyed is an ownerless star? Yin Chuan's eyes gradually narrowed. Increase the power of the universe in the palm. As long as I defeat one of them, my power will increase by a bit. Or, if the other party surrenders and lets go of their rejection of me, I will be able to control them. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. That's good too. There are hundreds of experts under Emperor Qing Long of the underworld. These people can not only be used to strengthen the generals of Dezhun, but also to strengthen the universe in the palm. Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with determination. Underworld. Outside the great Qin city. The battle started, and it was chaotic for a time. Zombie Yin Chuan stood in the plaza in front of the central palace, not saying a word or participating. This was because his subordinates were enough for the battle before him. Although the people sent by Emperor Qing Long were all from the second epoch, they were only at the 13th heaven. Among them, only Jiao Mujiao was at the 14th heaven. Yao Tianshang, Hua Qiliang, Butterfly Queen, and Miao were all at the 14th heaven. Bai Qi, Jin Diyu, and the others had been deprived of their astral powers, and their strength had skyrocketed. Their battles were also extremely fierce. Most importantly, a few days ago, Hua Qiliang had been going around capturing experts of the second epoch. Some people were unwilling to submit to Dezhun, so what awaited them was being deprived of their astral powers. However, there were also people who were willing to join Dezhun. Dezhun's strength naturally became stronger. At this moment, 20 experts were not enough for Dezhun's subordinates to capture. Emperor Qing Long had sent experts to expel Dezhun. Naturally, the news quickly spread to the sensitive people in the world. Inner South Continent. Tiangang, a transcender, sat in a large hall, drinking tea as he listened to his subordinates report. Master, the great Qin city spies use their life cards to send news. The people brought by Jiao Mujiao are fighting with Dezhun's subordinates. A subordinate reported respectfully. Good. Ha ha ha. Now that Yin Chuan and Emperor Qing Long are fighting, I don't need to do anything. Send the order to continuously report the battle situation. Tiangang laughed. Yes. Not long after, the subordinate came again. How is it? Has the great Qin city been razed to the ground? Tiangang asked as he sipped his tea. No. Of the people sent by Emperor Qing Long, 2 died, 12 were captured, and 6 escaped. However, Dezhun's experts are chasing after them. It seems that they won't be able to escape. The subordinate said. What? Tiangang's eyes widened. From start to finish, Yin Chuan hasn't done anything, the subordinate said carefully. Impossible, Tiangang said in disbelief. Tiangang put down his teacup and rushed out of the hall, looking towards the northeast. With Tiangang's eyesight, he could naturally see the great Qin city. From afar, the group of experts were chained to their shoulders and kneeling in front of Yin Chuan in front of the central palace. In the distance, there were battles everywhere. Those who were escaping were quickly captured. In the distance, Yin Chuan waved his hand, and all the envoys sent by Emperor Qing Long were taken away. How can this be? How did Dezhun's strength suddenly increase by so much? Tiangang frowned. At this moment, the black-robed Snake Emperor walked over. The Snake Emperor's eyes shone with a poisonous light. Master, this is a good thing, the Snake Emperor said with a smile. Oh, Emperor Qing Long's people have been captured by Yin Chuan. This enmity has been formed, the Snake Emperor said with a smile. However, this enmity isn't enough. If Yin Chuan can't defeat Emperor Qing Long in the future and chooses to retreat, then there will be no show to watch. Master, do you want them to fight to the death? The Snake Emperor said with a smile. That's right. Tiangang nodded. The 4 emperors of the underworld each have hundreds of subordinates, much more than Emperor Ziwei. However, why is Big Dipper number 1? It's because the subordinates of the underworld emperors are all a mob, the Snake Emperor said. And a mob means that their strength isn't too strong. Naturally, they can't be compared to Emperor Ziwei's subordinates. Another thing about a mob is that they don't have enough discipline. Many of them are loyal to their friends. Today, 20 of them were captured and killed by Dejun. They must have good brothers. We should bewitch them to seek revenge, not inform Emperor Qinglong. The Snake Emperor said in a deep voice, "Oh, if 100 or 200 of Emperor Qinglong's subordinates die in Yin Chuan's hands, will Emperor Qinglong still accept Yin Chuan's compromise?" The Snake Emperor sneered. "Haha, that's right. At that time, he will definitely fight to the death with Yin Chuan." Tian Gang nodded. "That's right, Master," the Snake Emperor said with a smile. Good, good, good. Then I'll invite Emperor Qinglong and send him away. You'll be in charge of bringing Emperor Qinglong's subordinates to Dejun. Let Emperor Qinglong and Yin Chuan fight to the death." Tian Gang said solemnly. "Master is wise. This subordinate will definitely do this well," the Snake Emperor said with a smile. Tian Gang nodded in satisfaction. Great Qin City. Zombie Yin Chuan looked at Hua, Qiliang, Yao Tianshang, and the others. Next, there might be a large wave of experts from the 7 mansions of the East coming. Capture as many as they come. Kill those that you can't capture. Yes, send all the people we just captured to the Yang Realm's great heavenly cycle star formation. All the nation's beasts will enter. The rest will receive stellar energy from those who have made great contributions. Yin Chuan ordered. Yes. Chapter 1406. Netherworld, Outer South Continent. In a place filled with volcanoes, there was a huge crater in the center. Amidst the surging lava, hundreds of experts stood around, looking at the huge crater in front of them respectfully. Among them were the elders of the Miao family. Everyone had a solemn expression. Boom! There was a sudden explosion in the lava. A cry was heard, and a huge fire-shaped object rushed out of the lava. It was a huge rosefinch. Rosefinch soared into the sky, and the world was filled with red light. At this moment, a man walked out of the lava. He was wearing a red robe, and his eyes were filled with majesty. Greetings, great Emperor Rosefinch. Everyone outside the crater said respectfully. Great Emperor Rosefinch was Miao Rulai. However, Great Emperor Rosefinch's expression was much more reserved and serious than Miao Rulai. Great Emperor Rosefinch looked up at the flaming rosefinch flying in the sky and waved his hand. Buzz! The flaming rosefinch's figure paused. Rosefinch's celestial realm. Open. Great Emperor Rosefinch shouted. Rosefinch let out a long cry and rushed into the clouds. Boom! It crashed into a huge cloud. That cloud was instantly dyed red, and it quickly spread in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the endless surroundings were covered by red clouds. For a moment, countless living beings and undead in the outer South Continent felt a strange feeling. It was an indescribable feeling. Suddenly, a voice sounded in their hearts. All living beings and undead in the outer South Continent of the Netherworld, listen up. From today onwards, the outer South Continent will become Rosefinch's celestial realm. From now on, only I can command it. My name is Great Emperor Rosefinch. Boom! Countless Xiozha were at a loss. Outer South Continent, Rosefinch's celestial realm, Great Emperor Rosefinch. The spies of all the major forces in the world quickly spread the news in all directions. The mortal realm around the southeast continent. The Golden Sovereign stood in front of a huge golden palace and squinted his eyes. Emperor Rosefinch, you've finally come out. Underworld, Great Qin City. Zombie Yin Chuan, Chili Hua, and the others stood in front of the central palace, looking to the south. Desolation Flower, what did you see? Yin Chuan asked solemnly. Rosefinch's heaven realm has opened, but it's not complete yet. We still need to wait for Great Emperor Rosefinch to completely rule over the outer South Continent. Mournful Transformation said solemnly. The Heaven Sovereign has the karmic rank of habitual Qi and the karmic rank of heaven and earth. What he opens up is the Celestial Court, which is the strongest dynasty under the way of heaven. However, the karmic rank of Great Emperor opens up a higher level world, which is called the Heaven Realm. The heavenly realm was different from the Luck dynasty. What accumulated was not luck, but providence. The great emperor is the master of the heaven realm. Mournful transformation explained. Providence? Yin Chuan asked solemnly. Above the great Zhen's sea of providence, there were rings of light behind the head of Yin Chuan's divine statue. They were formed by the condensation of providence. Yes, providence is very special. It is a whole formed by luck, merit, fortune, and the path of fortune. Our great Zhen's heavenly court does not have much of it now. Compared to the great emperors, it should be inferior. Mournful transformation said. Although it was very tactful, Yin Chuan understood that it was not inferior but far from it. He only had so much providence. However, there is the primordial dragon vein in the mortal realm. That is a treasure of heaven and earth that gathers providence. Mournful transformation said. Yes, the rose-finch heaven realm. Then will there be the purple micro-heaven realm, the longevity heaven realm, the white tiger heaven realm? Yin Chuan asked solemnly. Yes, in the second epoch, they each established their own heaven realm. Within the heaven realm, all forces listen to their orders. Luck, merit, fortune, and the path of fortune are all under their control. In their respective heaven realm, the strength of the great emperors will be greatly increased. Mournful transformation explained. Yin Chuan nodded solemnly. Look at the outer south continent now. What is it like? Yin Chuan asked. The outer south continent is fiery red. Among the clouds, there are countless rose-finch. Mournful transformation explained. Understand. Yin Chuan nodded. Report. A guard's report came from afar. Speak. Yin Chuan looked over. Reporting to the Celestial Emperor, there is a report from the front lines. About 50 peerless experts have charged into the Great Qin Empire's territory and are heading towards the Great Qin city. The guard reported respectfully. Great Emperor Qing Long's men. Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. Celestial Emperor, I will go and prepare. Mournful transformation took his leave. Yes, Yin Chuan nodded. Mournful transformation quickly left, preparing to welcome the incoming group of experts. Great Emperor Qing Long's new group of experts headed towards the Great Qin city. All the major factions in the underworld were observing. The Snake Emperor stood in front of the Big Dipper Palace with his hands behind his back. A faint light flashed in his eyes. His subordinates kept sending him messages through their life tablets. They've gone, the Snake Emperor asked in a deep voice. A subordinate replied respectfully, yes, a total of 50 experts. They are about to reach the Great Qin city. Yes, the Snake Emperor nodded in satisfaction. Swish! Suddenly, a black shadow appeared in front of the Big Dipper Palace. The black shadow was none other than the Nether King. The Nether King revealed an evil smile and said, Snake Emperor, it seems like you arranged for Great Emperor Qin Long's men. Greetings, Lord Nether King. That's right, it's the Lord's order. The Snake Emperor said respectfully. Big Dipper's idea? Where is Big Dipper? The Nether King asked in a deep voice. The Lord and Great Emperor Qin Long are heading towards the end of time and space. The Snake Emperor said, the end of time and space. The depths of the starry sky, the edge of heaven and earth? The Nether King raised his eyebrows. Yes. The Nether King rolled his eyes and suddenly laughed. This is your idea, right? What did you say? I don't understand. The Snake Emperor shook his head. You want Yin Chuan and Great Emperor Qin Long to become enemies? The Nether King stared at the Snake Emperor and said. The Snake Emperor raised his eyebrows. Lord Nether King, you must be joking. How would I dare? It's the Lord's idea. Ha ha ha, don't lie to me. In terms of viciousness, Big Dipper is far from you. The Nether King shook his head. The Snake Emperor frowned. Lord Nether King, what do you mean? Could it be that you and Yin Chuan are still? How dare you? The Nether King glared. The Snake Emperor stopped talking. The Nether King gradually laughed. Ha ha, you want to frame me? Hee hee, all snakes are evil indeed. I'm just here to tell you not to play with fire and get burned. Play with fire and get burned? Please enlighten me. The Snake Emperor said in a deep voice. If many of great Emperor Qinglong's men die, not only will he hate Yin Chuan, but he will also hate you. The Nether King said in a deep voice. Haha, you don't have to worry about that. The Snake Emperor shook his head. The Nether King narrowed his eyes and stared at the Snake Emperor for a while. Finally, he laughed coldly, waved his sleeves, and left. Outer South Continent. Rosefinch's heavenly realm. Countless palaces rose from the ground. In front of a huge Rosefinch palace, Great Emperor Rosefinch looked towards the northeast, towards the Great Qin city. Great Emperor Rosefinch's current life, Tathagata Miao, had a conflict with the Great Qin city, and it was the only place where he had suffered a great loss. Therefore, Great Emperor Rosefinch paid great attention to the Great Qin city. Are those Great Emperor Qinglong's men? They were captured? Great Emperor Rosefinch's face sank. Someone behind him asked curiously, My lord, what's wrong? Great Jun's development is too fast, and the growth of his soldiers is too terrifying. In the past, they could only resist 4 13th heaven experts. Now, there are 50 13th heaven experts, and 2 of them are 14th heaven experts. Yet, they can't do anything to the Great Qin city? Great Emperor Rosefinch said in a deep voice. What? How can this be? The person behind him cried out in shock. Where is Great Emperor Qinglong? He doesn't care? Great Emperor Rosefinch said in a deep voice. My lord, this is Great Emperor Qinglong's matter. We don't have to interfere, right? Don't have to interfere? Heh, I just can't stand Yin Chuan's arrogance. Great Emperor Rosefinch said in a deep voice. Let's wait and see. Quickly take control of all the territories in the outer southern continent. I want Rosefinch's celestial realm to be impregnable, so you don't have to interfere. Great Qin City? If necessary, I will make a trip there. Great Emperor Rosefinch said in a deep voice. Yes. Yang Realm, Xianyang City. Upper Study. Yin Chuan sat behind a desk, and a group of important officials stood respectfully on both sides. Yifeng stepped forward. Celestial Emperor, I just received news that Lu Gang and I have finally confirmed the location of the last sky-burying coffin after careful interrogation. Yifeng said solemnly. The last sky-burying coffin? Yin Chuan's expression brightened. This is the result of various clues and testimonies from various places. Celestial Emperor, please check carefully. Yifeng handed over a memorial. Yin Chuan immediately took it and read it carefully. According to the clues, the last sky-burying coffin is near us, in the hands of the monolith race. Yifeng said in a serious voice. The monolith race? Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. Yes, when they obtained the sky-burying coffin, the monolith race used it to perform a strange ceremony. Then, they brought it back to their race, and there was no more news about it. Yifeng nodded. No matter what ceremony it was, no matter what use it had, this coffin is mine. We must take it back. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. Yifeng, you will draft it and state the reason. Just say that I am willing to exchange ancestral immortal artifacts, ancestral immortal pills, or other treasures for it. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Celestial Emperor, now that our strength has increased, there is no need to be polite to the monolith race. They will be a disaster for us sooner or later if they camp behind our backs. Yifeng frowned. Yin Chuan shook his head. The monolith race is not simple. Wait a little longer. Do as I say. Go. Yes. Although Yifeng did not understand, he still nodded. Several days later, in a huge palace of the monolith race, the patriarch of the monolith race and a group of elders looked at the messenger sent by the Great Jin race. Patriarch Monolith, this is a letter from the Celestial Emperor. Please take a look. The messenger smiled. The patriarch of the monolith race took the letter and read it for a while. His eyes gradually narrowed. The sky-burying coffin? The patriarch of the monolith race said in a deep voice. Yes, it originally belonged to the Celestial Emperor. The Celestial Emperor is benevolent and is willing to exchange treasures for it. I hope that the patriarch of the monolith race will agree. The messenger smiled. The patriarch of the monolith race looked at the elders, whose faces darkened. I am very sorry, but we have never seen the sky burying coffin. You have come to the wrong place. The patriarch of the monolith race said in a deep voice. Chapter 1407. Capital Heaven Divine Wraith Formation. Following a loud shout, Dejun's group of supreme beasts and the three imperial swords formed a massive formation with black aura, trapping the invaders within. Jean Diyu's divine emperor bell rang, and the sound of chaos rushed towards the experts. Bai Qi and Yao Tianshang acted, and the experts were captured one after another. This was already the third wave of attacks by Emperor Qinglong's subordinates. Unfortunately, the number of people each time was not much higher than the previous time. Moreover, the experts that were captured were immediately brought to the world of the living and robbed of their astral powers. More and more Dejun experts appeared. One side grew while the other weakened. In an instant, the Dejun became even stronger. At the end of space-time, in the depths of the starry sky, a place even deeper than the deep star layer. In this place, time and space were distorted because this was the edge of the world. On an oval-shaped planet, a green-robed man gave off a jade-green light. Wherever he stepped on, the surroundings would become lush and verdant, and countless plants would grow madly. The man faced Tiangang. "Tiangang, where is it?" the man asked. Tiangang smiled and said, "Emperor Qinglong, aren't you worried that I'm lying to you?" The man shook his head and said, "In the first epoch, there was only the first epoch. In the second epoch, the great evil world was created. We searched through almost all of the first epoch's treasures here. If it were anyone else, I definitely wouldn't believe that they had first epoch's treasures, but you were different. You came from the great evil world, a world that's separated from the second epoch. It's not impossible for the great evil world to have first epoch's treasures." Tiangang nodded and said, "That's right. I obtained an item to transcend. I called you here today to let you observe because I have a request." "Oh, let's look at the item first." Tiangang smiled and stalled for time. Yang Realm, Xining City, Upper Study Room. Heavenly Emperor, the messenger has been sent back. The Rock Tribe's leader, Pan Geng, said firmly that he has never seen the heaven-burying coffin before. Yifeng said, "Never seen it before?" Yin Xuan's eyes turned cold. "Yes. Write another letter. Send another messenger with the same content." Yin Xuan said, "Yes. Underworld, Inner South Continent. Outside the Big Dipper Hall. More than 100 men and women stood in the square outside the Big Dipper Palace, looking at the Snake Emperor. "How's my brother?" "Bastard, how dare you? Didn't you say that you would wait for us to go together?" "Just 60 people?" The crowd was in an uproar. "Shut up." A loud shout resounded in all directions. There were 3 leaders in this group of people. One of them wore a golden robe and had a huge dragon horn on his head. As for the other 2, one had a tiger head and the other had a rabbit head. The 3 of them had gloomy expressions, and the others followed their lead. "Snake Emperor, what's going on?" the one-horned man asked in a deep voice. "Golden Dragon Kong, Room Sun Rabbit, and Tail Fire Tiger. It's all my fault. I wasn't able to stop them. When they heard what happened to the others, they all went to avenge their brothers." However, Dejun was too sinister. He had been hiding his strength all this time. "Your brothers and sisters were all captured by Yin Xuan." The Snake Emperor sighed. "What? All of them? How is that possible? They are all at the 13th heaven." Everyone immediately cried out. "Shut up," the one-horned golden dragon shouted. Everyone immediately shut up and looked at the Snake Emperor. Dejun has 2 major battle formations. One is the Great Heaven Divine Fiendish Formation, which is set up by a group of Yao Beast Primes. "Have you heard of it before?" the Snake Emperor asked. "The Great Heaven Divine Fiendish Formation? So that's how it is. It was already famous in the second epoch. What about the other one?" Room Sun Rabbit asked with a frown. "The second one is called the 3 Emperors Sword Formation." "The 3 Emperors Sword Formation? I have never heard of it before." Everyone shook their heads. "Everyone, I think we should wait for Emperor Qinglong to return before coming up with another plan. This Dejun is too strange," the Snake Emperor advised. Everyone wanted to refute, but did not know what to say. After all, When everyone recovered their memories, no one thought highly of the major factions in the world. Aside from Kong Huang Tian, were the other factions considered factions? But now, Yin Xuan had overturned everyone's understanding time and time again. It's a pity that Yin Xuan has captured those people. I wonder if he will torture them during this period of time. Among them, there are a few female heroes who are outstanding beauties. I wonder, Sai. The Snake Emperor sighed. At this point, many of the people in the crowd became furious. No, I have to save Sanyang. I have to save Big Brother. He's still alive now. But what if something unexpected happens? I want to go too. There are more than 100 of us. Do we have to be afraid of him? No matter how strong Yin Chuan is, there is a limit. Sanyang and the others will definitely be defeated one by one. As long as we stay together, who can do anything to us? Everyone shouted hot-bloodedly. The three leaders could not suppress it for a while. The Snake Emperor spoke at the right time. Indeed, according to my subordinate's report, they were indeed eager for revenge and did not fly together. They rushed over one after another and were surrounded and captured. What? Is that true? My lord, let's go together and raze the great Qin city to the ground. Yes, my lord, the world is so big. We have never been afraid of anyone. If we retreat this time, the Lord's face will be lost by us. Everyone shouted at the same time. Golden Dragon Kong, Room Ri 2, and Tail Fire Tiger finally nodded. Let's go. Golden Dragon Kong shouted. Good. Under the satisfied gaze of the Snake Emperor, more than 100 people rushed into the sky and flew towards the south. Heh, a group of boorish men indeed. Do things according to the code of brotherhood? Heh, the Snake Emperor sneered. After flying out of the sight of the Snake Emperor, everyone stopped at the top of a mountain. My lord, why did we stop? Everyone shouted. Yes, Big Brother Kong, why did we stop? Room Ri 2 said in a deep voice. Golden Dragon Kong shook his head and said, I have a feeling that this matter is strange. Strange? What's strange about it? Let's destroy the great Qin Empire first. Amidst everyone shouting, Golden Dragon Kong shook his head and said, Great Shun, I will not forget this enmity. How can I not care about the safety of my brothers? However, I am worried that there will be accidents. How is that possible? Everyone shouted. Golden Dragon Kong shook his head. Just in case, I have an idea. Golden Dragon Kong said in a deep voice. Oh, Xianyang City, the great Qin city, is the place where the power of Great Zhun gathers. Yin Chuan's relatives are all there. If we don't raze it to the ground, we won't be able to do anything to Yin Chuan. However, there is a place that I don't know if you have forgotten. Golden Dragon Kong said in a deep voice. Oh, Yang Realm, Ju Palace. Golden Dragon Kong said in a deep voice. Palace Master Ju? That's right. Palace Master Ju is Yin Chuan's wife. As long as we take her down, no matter what the outcome is, we will definitely be able to use her to exchange for our brothers. Even if an accident happens in the great Qin city this time, with Palace Master Ju, I will be able to exchange for everyone, Golden Dragon Kong said in a deep voice. That's right. Everyone immediately agreed. You guys head to the great Qin city, and I will bring a few people to the Yang Realm's Ju Palace. Golden Dragon Kong said in a deep voice. All right, everyone shouted in response, and quickly split into two groups. One group headed east and headed straight for the great Qin city, while the other group headed south, preparing to head to the Yang Realm from the southern outer continent and reach Ju Palace. Underworld, Rosefinch Heaven Realm, in front of the Rosefinch Palace. Great Emperor Rosefinch looked into the distance. A bunch of idiots. Great Emperor Rosefinch said in a deep voice. Then, he looked at the Heavenly Dipper Palace. Tian Gang sent Great Emperor Qing Long away. It seems that his goal is to create enmity between Yin Chuan and Great Emperor Qing Long. Great Emperor Rosefinch's eyes narrowed as he quickly analyzed. So that's the case. That's good too. That group of people has split up. A group of people is heading toward the Rosefinch Heaven Realm. Could it be Palace Master Ju? Ha ha ha. So, they're going to find her? Although it's a bit despicable, it's not a bad idea. Not bad. Great Emperor Rosefinch laughed. Great Emperor, news has come from the front lines. The Golden Dragon Kong has brought 10 subordinates and entered the Rosefinch Heaven Realm. A subordinate came to report. Got it. Pass down the order. When the Golden Dragon Kong is borrowing the Yellow Springs path, no one is to stop him. Great Emperor Rosefinch said in a deep voice. Yes. Yang Realm, Xianyang City. Celestial Emperor Panging has refused again, Yifeng said with a frown. Yin Chuan's eyes turned cold. You want to take my heaven-burying coffin? Umph. Send another messenger with the same content. Go again, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes, Yifeng replied. Also, the great heavenly cycle star formation, speed up. There's another attack coming. Once the star power is taken, immediately enter the great Qin city of the underworld and prepare for battle. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes, Yifeng replied. Underworld, great Qin city. Many experts were waiting in front of the central palace. Zombie Yin Chuan's face suddenly darkened. Celestial Emperor, what happened? Mournful Flower asked in confusion. It's all because of that Panging. That bastard wants to take my heaven-burying coffin, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. The monolith race is a race that suddenly appeared in the middle and later stages of the second epoch and has continued to this day. However, the strange thing is that since the beginning of the second epoch, they have been content to stay in their corner and have never participated in the struggles of the world. Your subject's understanding of the monolith race is also very limited, Mournful Flower said in a deep voice. Understand, I have never underestimated him. In fact, I have tried my best to avoid clashing with him. However, I must take back the heaven-burying coffin, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Then, when this attack is over and all the star power is taken, you will follow me to the monolith race. Let's see what kind of foundation this group of stubborn rocks has that they dare to lie through their teeth. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. Chapter 1408. When the Golden Dragon Kong and his 10 subordinates arrived at the Yellow Springs Road in the outer southern continent, Room Sun Rabbit and Tail Fire Tiger had already arrived at the Great Qin City with more than 100 experts. There were a total of 120 people, and their auras were overbearing. They charged towards the Great Qin City with an unstoppable momentum. Boom! The Great Qin City's formation was fully activated. In the Great Qin City, in front of the Central Palace, there were many officials and experts. Yin Chuan stood at the front, and behind him, Qiliang Hua and Gue Guzi stood on his left and right. Heaven Emperor, Room Sun Rabbit, and Tail Fire Tiger are at the 14th heaven. The others are only at the 13th heaven. Qiliang Hua said with a cold smile. 120 people? We can barely take them, but there will be casualties. Gue Guzi said in a low voice. Tell Silver Gue Guzi to come out. After this battle, the outer eastern continent will have a firm foothold. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Yes, Gue Guzi replied. Not far away, the doors of the Earth Pavilion opened, and Silver Gue Guzi stepped out. Outside the Great Qin City, everyone stared at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan, where's my brother? Why are we wasting time with them? Let's destroy the Great Qin City and find him ourselves. Great Qin City? Not much. Gue Guzi waved his hand. Roar! The ground around them churned, and the earth dragon veins were quickly controlled. At this moment, Ein Hentian suddenly flew into the sky. When Ein Hentian flew out, the experts opposite him looked at him with disdain. This was because many people recognized Ein Hentian. What was his cultivation level? The current Ein Hentian was no longer the Ein Hentian of the past. After absorbing the astral energy and strengthening himself, Ein Hentian's cultivation level had reached the 12th heaven. Ein Hentian's strength might not be as strong as these people, but he had a powerful innate ability. Ein Hentian's strength was all used on his innate ability. Dual Pupils Heavenly Realm, Ein Hentian shouted. The space around the group of experts suddenly distorted. Buzz? The 13th heavenly layer powerhouses suddenly disappeared into thin air. Tian did not continue fighting, and he quickly flew back to the great Qin city and closed his eyes to continue using the divine ability. 15 experts were trapped in an alternate space? Bastard! Room's son Rabbit shouted angrily. Boom! The great perfection expert rushed out with a loud rumble. A group of supreme beasts, a group of peerless generals, 3 imperial swords, and even Butterfly Queen and Meow rushed out. Among them, the most outstanding ones were Desolation Hua and Silver-Eyed Gue Guzi. The two of them were completely one-sided. However, there were simply too many people on the other side. Even though the number of Aurit major cultivators was greater than the number of Aurit major cultivators, they couldn't fully inherit the other party's strength. As such, the overall strength of the Aurit major cultivators was still too weak. Citizens of the world, raise your right hands and help me destroy these thieves. Yin Chuan shouted. Roar! The golden dragon of providence roared, and the power of the people from the netherworld quickly gathered. Boom! Surging power surged into Yin Chuan's body. Roar! With a loud roar, the dragon bone wings spread open, and blood-red fangs spat out of its mouth. Behind Yin Chuan, the black dragon path soared into the sky and instantly charged towards the group of experts. Boom! Boom! Under the huge explosive power, Yin Chuan was invulnerable. Wherever he went, his fists would land on flesh, and the experts were quickly sent flying. The entire outside the great Qin city fell into a chaotic battlefield once again. However, at this moment, the Aurit major cultivators once again had the upper hand. Room's son Rabbit, who was fighting with Desolation Hua, widened his eyes. What's going on? How can the Aurit major cultivators be so strong? Snake Emperor, are you lying to me? When they came, everyone thought that the Aurit major cultivators were very weak. Even though many people had already died in the Aurit major cultivators, the news that they received was spread out. However, now, it was obviously not like what the Snake Emperor had said. In an instant, the attacking experts all revealed looks of anger. The battle had begun, and there was no turning back. Inner South Continent. The Snake Emperor looked towards the northeast with his hands behind his back. Behind him stood many subordinates, reporting everything that had happened in the great Qin city. The Snake Emperor revealed a cold smile. Outer South Continent, Rosefinch Heaven Realm. Emperor Rosefinch looked at the battle in the great Qin city and frowned deeply. Something's not right, Emperor Rosefinch said in a deep voice. What's wrong? A subordinate asked curiously. The Aurit major cultivators are growing too quickly. There weren't so many experts last time, but now there are so many? Emperor Rosefinch's expression was ugly. For so many experts to appear, the Aurit major cultivators must have a secret technique. Send people to the Great Qin City and Xianyang City immediately to investigate. I want to know everything, Emperor Rosefinch said in a deep voice. Yes. Yang Realm, Outer East Continent, Boulder Race. Patriarch Pangung and a group of elders sat in the main hall. Patriarch, Yin Chuan has already sent 3 messengers, and the content of each letter is the same. Why is Patriarch not willing to give the sky-burying coffin to Yin Chuan? An elder asked in confusion. That's right. Elder, Yin Chuan's letters are the same every time. This means that Yin Chuan's patience is running out. Since Yin Chuan knows about the sky-burying coffin, he must have it. Patriarch, why are you hiding it? The group of elders continued to ask. Pangung narrowed his eyes and fell silent for a while. The sky-burying coffin has been requisitioned by the sublord. It contains boundless corpse qi and is extremely helpful for the sublord to cultivate the Jiangquan physique, Pangung said in a deep voice. Sublord? The elder's expressions changed. Pangung nodded. The main hall suddenly fell silent. After a moment of silence, the elder's tone suddenly changed. Since the sublord has requisitioned it, no matter who comes, they can forget about getting the sky-burying coffin. Pangung nodded. Yang Realm, Xianyang City. Celestial Emperor. The Boulder clan has rejected again. Ifeng frowned. Rejected? It won't be long before they have the chance to reject. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes, How's the heavenly cycle star formation? 100 heavenly cycle star formation have already been completed. During the war in the Netherworld, the second epic's powerhouses have been sent to the Yang realm. They are currently depriving them of their astral powers. Yifeng said in a deep voice. That's good. Time is of the essence. Emperor Qing Long might discover it at any time. We have to be fast. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes, Yifeng replied. The war in the Netherworld continued. All the captured powerhouses quickly disappeared in front of everyone. Soon, new powerhouses appeared in Dezhun. There were also casualties among Dezhun's group, but Dezhun had replacements. Feng Ritu and the others did not have replacements at all. One lost, one lost. Dezhun's advantage was becoming more and more obvious. Yin Chuan, Hua Qiliang, and Silver-Eyed Gue Guzi were all existences that could take on 10 people by themselves. The various formations displayed their might, and the attacking powerhouses were defeated again and again. Break. Bai Qi chopped off the right arm of a powerhouse, and that powerhouse crashed into the ground with a loud bang, heavily injured. Bang! Bai Qi merged with the golden body of Slaughter and stepped on the powerhouse's body. Dezhun's soldiers quickly rushed forward and pierced the powerhouse's shoulder blades. They quickly sent him to the Great Qin City and handed him over to Li Si to be sent to the Yang realm. The war lasted for 5 days. 5 days later, of the 120 invading experts, they were either killed or captured. Only 5 experts managed to escape, but unfortunately, they were all captured by Heaven Mending Pavilion. After the battle, although there were some casualties, all the soldiers had proud expressions on their faces. 13 heavens? So what if there were 13 heavens? They had captured them before. Everyone, rest first. 3 days later, follow me to conquer the Boulder Clan. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes, your majesty. Everyone replied. At this moment, Yin Chuan was pursuing speed because no one knew when Emperor Qing Long would return. Everyone was brought to the Yang realm and quickly stripped of their astral power. Those who were injured entered a state of recovery. 3 days later, everyone's astral power was stripped. A group of people was left behind to guard the Great Qin City. Zombie Yin Chuan led 100 powerhouses into the Yang realm and charged towards the Boulder Clan. Boom! Everyone was in a hurry. They were all peerless powerhouses, so their speed was extremely fast. Not many days later, Yin Chuan arrived outside the Boulder Clan's headquarters. Further east of the easternmost land was a boundless sea. This was the easternmost territory. At the center of the territory was a huge mountain. The Boulder Clan's headquarters was surrounded by a large number of palaces around this huge mountain. Zombie Yin Chuan and the others stood at the peak of a mountain and looked at the huge mountain in the distance. Celestial Emperor, that mountain is called the Boulder Peak. It's the sacred mountain of the Boulder Clan. No one is allowed to approach it. There's only one palace on the Boulder Peak. It's the clan leader's palace, the Boulder Hall. Mournful Transformation explained. Yin Chuan looked over. Indeed, there was a huge palace called the Boulder Hall at the peak of the Boulder Peak. Yin Chuan and his entourage came over aggressively. Naturally, they quickly attracted the attention of the Boulder Clan. Boom! Many of the Boulder Clan's powerhouses stopped what they were doing and looked coldly at this group of uninvited guests. A group of powerhouses slowly walked out of the Boulder Hall. It was the clan leader of the Boulder Clan, Pangyang, who walked out with a group of elders. Looking at Pangyang in the distance, Yin Chuan's eyes were filled with coldness as the wind blew through his robe. Pangyang also stared at Yin Chuan from afar. Pangyang's face darkened. Celestial Emperor of great accomplishment. May I know why you've come to the Boulder Clan? Yin Chuan smiled coldly. What's the matter? Clan leader, you're really forgetful. Oh, Pangyang said in a low voice. The sky-burying coffin is mine. It's fine if I don't know its whereabouts, but now that I know it's here, I've sent messengers to ask for the coffin again and again. I've already given you enough face, but you've repeatedly challenged my patience. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Emperor, Yin said that the sky-burying coffin is in my hands. How did you know? My subject said so. He might not be right. Compared to you, I have more faith in my subjects. Paying, I'll ask you again. Do you have the sky burying coffin or not? Yin Chuan said in a low voice. No. Pang Ying shook his head firmly. Yin Chuan's eyes turned cold. Mournful transformation immediately said, Celestial Emperor Pang Ying is stubborn. Your subject requests battle to open his mouth. Permitted, Yin Chuan replied. Chapter 1409. Yin Chuan's eyes turned cold. Desolation Hua immediately said, Sky Emperor Pan Geng is stubborn. I request you to fight and open his mouth. Permitted, Yin Chuan replied. Understood, Desolation Hua replied. Desolation Hua stepped forward and flew in front of everyone. He twisted his neck and held a blood-red demon sword in his hand as he looked at Pan Geng in the distance. Heavenly Calamity Lone Star? Pan Geng's face darkened. Clan leader, I request you to fight. A monolith race expert immediately stepped forward and shouted, You're not his match. Pan Geng shook his head. How do you know if you haven't tried? Clan leader, let me do it. You don't need to fight this person. The expert shouted. All right. Pan Geng nodded. Immediately, that person charged forward. Desolation Hua sneered. Ignorant. Clang. The blood-red sword in his hand instantly slashed out. The person opposite him punched out. Break. Desolation Hua shouted. Boom. That expert was sent flying with a loud bang, his right fist badly mangled. Pan Geng, there's no need to look for others. I've long wanted to see how powerful the monolith race is. Take my sword, solitary stab. Desolation Hua shouted. The sword in his hand suddenly emitted a dazzling blood-red light as he stabbed at Pan Geng. Pan Geng's face darkened. Like the previous person, he punched out. Boom! Large pieces of the void instantly appeared. The group of elders quickly stabilized the area below to prevent the destruction of the monolith peak. The destruction was limited, but the power was extremely great. The fist and sword collided and retreated. Pan Geng didn't even take a step back. Desolation Hua's eyes narrowed as he understood Pan Geng's power. Humph! Pan Geng stepped forward. Desolation Hua charged forward with his sword. Clang! 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 The sword and flesh collided again and again. Pan Geng's body valiantly blocked Desolation Hua's sword. In the distance, Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. Because of Desolation Hua's sword energy, Yin Chuan knew that not long ago, Feng Ritu's 14 firmament cultivation couldn't withstand that sword and didn't dare to face it directly. Not to mention that he was only resisting with his physical body. Yin Chuan had always thought that his body was the most powerful. Therefore, he had never paid any attention to the various physical body cultivation techniques in the world. Who would have thought that the physical body of the rock tribe could also achieve such an effect? Roar! Pan Geng roared and punched out. Boom! Desolation transformation was sent flying. Pan Geng actually emerged victorious in a single clash. Desolation Hua was pushed back, but he didn't retreat. Instead, his eyes became even more vicious. Boom! They collided again. The two powerful cultivators were in the midst of their powerful attacks. However, Yin Chuan understood that Pan Geng had the upper hand. In the past, Yin Chuan had guessed that the Boulder tribe was not simple, but he did not expect Pang Ying to be so fierce. One had to know that there were quite a few 14th Heaven Realm cultivators. Miao, Butterfly Queen, Yao Tianshang, and Desolation Transformation. However, the strongest 14th Heaven Realm cultivator was definitely Desolation Transformation. He had the power of the heavenly baneful star and was at the peak of the 14th Heaven Realm. However, Desolation Transformation was pushed back by Pan Geng with such strength. Miao, what a strange Pan Geng. Miao jumped onto Yin Chuan's shoulder and said, Yao Tianshang, help Desolation Transformation. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Yes, Yao Tianshang answered. With a golden saber in hand, he instantly charged into the battlefield. I want to go too, Miao shouted. Pan Geng is very dangerous, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Miao, I'm not afraid. Even if I can't defeat him, I can definitely escape. Furthermore, I have the strength of the 14th heaven realm, but I can't use its full strength. I want to break through, Meow shouted. All right, Yin Chuan nodded. Meow, little butterfly, let's go. Let's go together, Meow shouted. Butterfly Queen frowned. She was unwilling, but Meow stared at her. However, there was a tinge of sadness in that natural smile. Yes, Butterfly Queen nodded. The two of them charged out. Although Meow had always been carefree, she blamed herself for her father's death. If she had been very strong back then, her father wouldn't have had to sacrifice himself. Hence, she was only playful in the past. Now, she was risking her life. Butterfly Queen was the same. Hence, she immediately agreed to Meow's request. Yin Chuan also saw it and was slightly worried. 3 deities, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Here, God, Jade Emperor, and the Grand Emperor answered. Take care of Meow, just in case, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Yes, the 3 of them answered. Boom! The 3 of them charged forward. Butterfly Queen, Meow, Yao, Tianshang, Mournful Transformation, the 3 deities, and a group of exceptional strong practitioners charged into the battlefield. They surrounded Pan Gong in the center. However, Pan Gong's strength was getting stronger. Even in the face of so many strong practitioners, he seemed to be able to handle them. Bai Qi said in a low voice, Celestial Emperor, this Pan Gong seems to be at the 15th level of heaven. Almost, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Oh, Bai Qi was puzzled. Pan Gong should be at the 15th level of heaven. However, he seems to have some flaw, so his strength can't reach the 15th level of heaven. However, he's stronger than the 14th level of heaven, Yin Chuan said with a frown. 15th level of heaven. Bai Qi's eyes focused. Like Meow, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Before coming, Yin Chuan didn't expect Pan Gong to be at the 15th level of heaven. Although he couldn't fully unleash the power of the 15th level of heaven, this cultivation made Yin Chuan very serious. Why was the Boulder tribe so content with their own territory? Bastards, you're all shameless. A Boulder tribe elder shouted from afar. As he spoke, the elder immediately soared into the sky and charged towards the battlefield of Pan Gong. Bai Qi coldly snorted and stepped forward. Killing path, golden body. Wong. Bai Qi was instantly enveloped by a golden giant, and a baleful energy blade slashed towards the elder. Boom! A ferocious slash tore through the void. The elder was sent flying back by the slash. Bastard! The group of experts from the Boulder clan immediately soared into the sky. Ka. The experts of the Great Accomplishment Realm also grabbed their weapons. In the distant battlefield, Pan Gong was fighting. Stop! Without my order, no one is allowed to interfere. Pan Gong shouted. Shouted Pan Gong. All the members of the Rock Tribe looked anxious, but they all retreated. Bai Qi snorted coldly. Yin Chuan stood with his hands clasped behind his back. 7 experts of the Great Accomplishment Realm against Pan Gong. Was this shameless? Of course not, because they were fighting Yin Chuan's subordinates, not Yin Chuan himself. One side was the master, and the other side was the subject. Naturally, there was nothing wrong with having a few more. After all, Yin Chuan had not made a move yet. Pan Gong also understood the strength of the 100 people that the Great Accomplishment Realm had brought this time. Since Yin Chuan dared to come, he had the confidence to destroy the Boulder tribe. This group of people was also extremely ferocious. Pan Gong's tribesmen might not be a match for them. Pan Gong fought 1 against 7. Gradually, he went from having the upper hand to being at a disadvantage. Strangely, Yin Chuan did not give any more orders to attack. Instead, he slowly closed his eyes. Yin Chuan suddenly had a strange feeling. This feeling made Yin Chuan feel strongly repulsed. It was not a threat, but it felt very close. Wong. Yin Chuan gradually sensed that this feeling did not come from elsewhere. It was at Boulder Peak. Boulder Peak. Yin Chuan opened his eyes, and at this time, Desolation Hua revealed a hideous look. Demon Slash. Desolation Hua slashed at Pan Gong with his sword. Boom! Although Pan Gong was not injured, The tremendous force seemed to smash him down with a loud bang. Boom! Instantly, Pan Gung collided with Boulder Peak. The entire Boulder Peak shook with a loud bang. Crack! Halfway up Boulder Peak, a thin crack suddenly cracked open. At the crack, there was a huge platform, and there seemed to be a huge door appearing at that place. Everyone in the surroundings was at a loss. Meow? Why is there an extra door suddenly? Meow said in shock. Meow was shocked. Even the countless cultivators of the Boulder tribe also revealed blank looks. Only the elders' faces changed, revealing a solemn expression. Desolation Hua, Yao, Tianshang, and the rest paused. Quang! The huge door opened with a loud bang. Pan Gung immediately flew over. Slowly, another giant walked out from inside. It was a member of the Boulder tribe. The man held a scepter in his hand and walked out slowly with a gloomy expression. Pan Gung, the man said in a deep voice. Fourth brother, Pan Gung said respectfully. In the distance, Yin Chuan's face darkened. Fourth brother? Pan Gung was so respectful to this person. This person was stronger than Pan Gung? How could the Boulder tribe have so many strong cultivators? Didn't I tell you? Don't disturb us. A strong enemy is attacking. Fourth brother said in a deep voice. Yes, fourth brother knows. Great Zhen's heavenly court, Yin Chuan. Pan Gung said bitterly. Didn't I tell you before? Don't meddle in the affairs of the world. Fourth brother reprimanded. I didn't, it's... Pan Gung revealed a trace of bitterness. Fourth brother was about to reprimand him when a voice came from the cave behind the door. Pan Ding, this has nothing to do with Pan Gung. An old voice came. Fourth brother, Pan Ding? In the distance, Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. Rumble. Slowly, a bronze coffin flew out from the inside. Sky-burying coffin? Bai Qi and the others' eyes lit up. Quang. The sky-burying coffin suddenly stood upright, and the coffin lid slowly opened. Inside the coffin, there was a skinny man lying down. Around the man, there was an extremely dense corpse qi being emitted. Around zombie Yin Chuan, a dense corpse qi also unconsciously emanated from him. The two corpse qi faced each other from a distance. It was as if they were enemies. Whoosh! The skinny man opened his eyes, and the corpse qi became more vigorous. In an instant, the Boulder Peak was enveloped in rolling black corpse qi. Yin Chuan was not to be outdone. He stepped forward, and rolling corpse qi emanated from him. Greetings, Vice Lord. Pan Gung and Pan Ding bowed respectfully. However, the man who sensed it didn't care. Instead, he stared straight at zombie Yin Chuan. The body of a general? The skinny man slowly stepped out of the sky-burying coffin and said in a deep voice, You also have the body of a general? Yin Chuan asked in a deep voice. From his first life until now, Yin Chuan had seen others who had cultivated the body of a general. However, most of them had not succeeded, and their achievements were very small. He was the only one who had cultivated the body of a general. In front of him, there was another person who had cultivated the body of a general. This person's corpse qi was soaring, and it was not weaker than his. In fact, the surging corpse qi was even stronger than his. Chapter 14:10. In front of Boulder Peak in the outer east continent of the mortal realm, a skinny man emerged from the last sky-burying coffin. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his facial features were distinct. Corpse qi soared into the sky. From afar, it looked like a plume of smoke rising from behind him into the depths of the starry sky. This corpse qi was even purer than Yin Chuan's. Ever since the Great Thousand Domains, Yin Chuan had encountered other experts who cultivated the body of generals and ministers. However, no one had ever reached his level. Yin Chuan even believed that the body of generals and ministers was created solely for him. Back then, many experts from a Bai clan had tried to cultivate it, but no one had achieved anything except for him. Not only had he succeeded, but it had also been extremely smooth. But now, someone else had cultivated the body of generals and ministers, and had even succeeded? Yin Chuan of the Great Zhen Celestial Court. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. No matter what, Yin Chuan respected the skinny man in front of him. The skinny man walked out of the sky-burying coffin, touched it, and narrowed his eyes at Yin Chuan. Sublord Jiangshun of the First Realm despised the world. In Xianying City, a group of great Zhen officials stood in front of Yin Chuan. These officials were mainly responsible for recording information about the various experts in the world. Yin Chuan summoned all of them. Despise the world, Celestial Emperor. We've never heard of you. Celestial Emperor, there's no such person in our database. In front of Boulder Peak, Yin Chuan frowned deeply. Despise the world? What arrogance! And Sublord Jiangxin? What did that mean? Despise seemed to have noticed Yin Chuan's confusion. Is this your coffin? That's right, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. So you're from the Great Thousand Domains? Sublord Jiangxin of the Great Thousand Domains? Despise's eyes glinted. Sublord Jiangxin of the Great Thousand Domains? Pangeng and the others' expressions changed. Vice Lord Jiangxin? Yin Chuan asked gravely. The body of a general and minister is a technique that can only be cultivated by one person in each world. In fact, in 4 worlds, there are 2 other people who possess the body of a general and minister. Both of them are called Vice Lords of Generals and Ministers. Miesher said in a deep voice. A world can only give birth to one. Why? Yin Chuan was puzzled. Don't you feel it? Cultivating the body of generals and ministers has allowed you to jump out of the heavenly Tao and transcend the 5 elements? Jiasher chuckled. Oh, in every world, only one person can perfectly practice this skill. I'm sure you know how overbearing it is. The physical body is strong, but that's not the most overbearing thing. The most overbearing thing is that it weakens one's control over one's fate, said Jiesher. Weaken the control of fate? Yin Chuan was puzzled. Everyone's birth chart has a mark left behind by fate. However, for those who cultivate the body of a vassal, the mark in their birth chart is dissipating. Can't you feel it? Jiesher said in a low voice. This coffin contains the corpse chi of the Great Thousand Realms. It must have been left behind by you. Jiesher said in a deep voice. That's right. It's time for me to return it to you. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Then he waved his hand. Buzz. The sky-burying coffin in the distance trembled as though it had sensed Yin Chuan's presence. It emitted a dazzling green light and flew toward Yin Chuan in the blink of an eye. Bang! Jiesher grabbed the sky-burying copper coffin and sneered, not letting it go. Yin Chuan's eyes widened. You're about to die. What's the point of keeping the sky-burying coffin? Jiesher sneered. What do you mean? If I don't kill you, you'll kill me. Out of the 4 vice lords, only one can live. Jiesher said in a low voice. Only one can live? What do you mean? Yin Chuan asked in a low voice. What do I mean? If you can defeat me, I'll tell you everything. If you can't, you'll be refined by me. What's the point of telling you then? Jiesher said coldly. As he spoke, he clenched his fist. Boom! As he clenched his fist, the surrounding void trembled slightly. Behind Jiesher, Pangeng's face changed, and he suddenly said, Yin Di. His shout interrupted the confrontation between Yin Chuan and Jiesher. Pangeng didn't know that you're the Vice Lord of the Great Thousand Realms. The Rock Tribe won't interfere in your battle with Jiesher. Please go all out. Pangeng said in a low voice. Oh, the Monolith Tribe is not under the control of the Vice Lord. We despise the Vice Lord and are only temporarily residing in our place. Because of our great relationship, we have been embezzling the sky-burying copper coffin. Please forgive us, Yin Di. The sky-burying copper coffin will be left to the 2 of you. The Monolith Tribe will not participate. Yin Chuan looked at Pangeng with a strange expression. However, Jiesher smiled coldly and ignored Pangeng. He stretched out his hand, clenched his fist, and threw a punch at Yin Chuan. Boom! A huge fist aura suddenly appeared and shattered the void wherever it passed. Yin Chuan's face darkened, and he punched back. Boom! The 2 fists collided in midair, and the mountain under Yin Chuan's feet crumbled under Yin Chuan's feet. However, Jiesher didn't move at all. Please don't fight here. You can fight in the endless sea in the east. Pangeng said in a low voice. All right, I don't want the rock tribe to suffer in my hands. Jie smiled and nodded. Yin Chuan's heart was in turmoil. It was just as he had guessed. Jie body wasn't any weaker than his. Even though they were of the same origin, he was slightly weaker than Jie. Roar! Jie roared. He spat out his fangs, and a huge pair of dragon bone wings appeared on his back. However, Jie's wings were red, while Yin Chuan's were black. Jie stared coldly at Yin Chuan, as if he was waiting for Yin Chuan to fight. Heaven Emperor, let me do it! Mournful Flower said immediately. Meow. Meow also cried out. Go to Xianyang City immediately. Yin Chuan took out a sky-burying coffin. Meow, I don't want to. I want to go with you. Meow immediately cried out. No, go back. Yin Chuan glared and shouted. Meow. Meow immediately felt wronged. Yin Chuan didn't explain. The sky-burying coffin opened, and the ministers obeyed and were quickly sent to Xianyang City. Meow had no choice but to be sent there too. In the blink of an eye, everyone was gone. After putting away the sky-burying coffin, Yin Chuan looked at Jie and the last sky-burying coffin. Jie grabbed the sky-burying coffin and sneered. If you can beat me, you can take this sky-burying coffin. But if you lose, what's the point of taking it back? Yin Chuan nodded and didn't hesitate anymore. Roar! With a loud roar, Jie spat out his fangs, and a pair of dragon bone wings appeared. Boom! With a flap of the dragon bone wings, Yin Chuan soared into the sky and followed Jie to the east of the easternmost land. Pan Geng frowned. Fourth brother, isn't it too early? Pan Ding shook his head. No, it's not. Back then, the rock tribe thought of ways to send the body of a general and official to various worlds. Wasn't it for this day? Yes. The body of a general and official has a strange and unpredictable cultivation method. Unfortunately, the rock tribe can't cultivate it. Yin Chuan seems to be at the 11th heaven, but Jie is at the 13th heaven. The difference is huge. Yin Chuan is doomed this time. Pan Ding frowned. Yin Chuan? He's not simple. Some time ago, Pan Sheng sent a letter from the netherworld. The 13th heaven cultivator, who woke up in the second epoch, is nothing in front of Yin Chuan. Pan Geng frowned. Huh. Pan Ding showed a trace of disdain. How can they be compared to the body of a general and official? When Jie was at the 11th heaven, he could easily defeat them. I'm sure that Yin Chuan's fierce strength comes from the body of a general and official. And Jie is even more so. How can Yin Chuan be his match? Pan Ding said disdainfully. Is that so? Pan Geng frowned. Pan Ding glanced at Pan Geng. Although Jie is at the 13th heaven, you may not be his match. Xianyang City, Miao, Hua Qiliang, Yao Tianshang, and the others were teleported back. Miao was aggressive and prepared to find trouble with Yin Chuan, but the person who received them was Lu Buwei. Miao, where's Yin Chuan? Miao shouted. Just now, news came from the Absolute Palace. The Golden Dragon Kong under Emperor Qing Long led 10 experts to besiege the Absolute Palace. The Celestial Emperor received the news and immediately went over. Lu Buwei said, Miao, the Golden Dragon Kong? Miao was slightly stunned. Buzz! With a flash, Miao teleported away. In an instant, Miao appeared in front of Yin Chuan in human form. Yin Chuan, who was flying, had a change in expression. He reached out to grab Miao and continued flying in the direction of the Absolute Palace. Miao, why didn't Yin Chuan let me help you? Miao said angrily. Shaking his head, Yin Chuan said, the rock tribe is stronger than I thought. Pan Geng? Fourth brother Pan Ding? Will there be Pan Jia, Pan Yi, and Pan Bing? The rock tribe is not something I can touch for now. Also, since they said they won't interfere with my battle with Jie, that's for the best. But we have to be prepared. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Miao, then why don't you let me help you fight Jie? Miao shouted. No, he's too dangerous, even more dangerous than Pan Geng. Yin Chuan said with certainty. How do you know? Because I also cultivate the body of a general. I naturally know how dangerous it is. In this battle, I will do my best, but... Yin Chuan's expression was complicated. Miao, but what? You're no match for him either? Meow Meow exclaimed. Taking a deep breath, Yin Chuan shook his head and said, Don't worry, I still have a backup plan. Meow? Meow was confused. Let's save Lure first. Kong the Golden Dragon? Emperor Qinglong's subordinates are too unruly, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Meow? Unruly? Meow didn't understand. Yin Chuan didn't explain, but his face was gloomy. Above the far East Sea, Jiesher looked coldly at zombie Yin Chuan. The two of them spread out their dragon bone wings. Corpse chi spread out from their bodies. The entire sea was filled with cold chi, and the surging waves froze everything within 5,000 kilometers of the sea. Far away, Pan Ding and Pan Gung stood on top of the rock peak, waiting for the battle. I didn't expect this day to come so soon, Jiesher said coldly. You've been waiting for this day? That's right, the body of a general. When the four bodies combine, that's the true body of a general. You and I are both sacrificial lambs. I don't want to be defenseless when a calamity comes. I'll start with you. Roar. Jiesher roared and instantly shot toward Yin Chuan. Chapter 14:11. Deep in the starry sky, at the end of space-time, above an oval-shaped star, Emperor Qinglong and Tiangang were sitting at a stone table. Tiangang was controlling a ball of golden mist with both hands. Within the mist, there seemed to be tens of thousands of mini mist dragons. In the center of the mist dragons, there was a yellow sword light. Tiangang was controlling the mist and the sword light. On the other side, while Tiangang was concentrating on controlling the sword light, the Azure Dragon Emperor looked down from afar. Below was the deep star layer. He could see the corresponding stars of his subordinates. As for those stars, they were shining in batches. Then, many stars suddenly dimmed. Emperor Qinglong's face sank and narrowed his eyes. After taking a deep breath, Emperor Qinglong's expression calmed down and acted as if he didn't notice anything. Then, the Azure Dragon Emperor looked at Tiangang and the yellow sword light. First Epic's Sword of Force. Qinglong said in a deep voice, That's right. It's this sword of force that allowed me to transcend. Force is one of the strongest in the first epic. It's not weaker than her when she transformed into reincarnation, Tiangang said proudly. Emperor Qinglong looked at the sword light in front of him. A trace of desire flashed in his eyes, but he quickly hid it. He nodded and said, I can feel a surging aura. It's a pity that you can only unlock it to this point. It would be better if you could remove some of the dragon mist. That won't do. Tiangang smiled. Then forget it. I feel that something has happened in the lower realm. For some reason, my subordinates are constantly mobilizing the power of the stars. Let's meet again in the future. At that time, I will ask you for guidance on the wonders of the Sword of Force. Emperor Qinglong smiled. Wait. Tiangang was a little anxious. What's wrong? Emperor Qinglong was puzzled. Tiangang's expression flickered for a moment before he finally nodded and said, Just now, the great emperor taught me the Qinglong art and benefited me greatly. I can't be too stingy. How about this? I'll push aside another layer of dragon mist. Great Emperor Qinglong, don't come near. Ha ha, great. Emperor Qinglong's eyes lit up as he laughed out loud. However, Tiangang secretly sighed. The two continued to observe the sword of momentum. Underworld, Rosefinch Heaven. Emperor Rosefinch looked at the great Qin city with a dark expression. Emperor Qinglong's subordinates are constantly being captured. There are already more than 200 of them. Why doesn't Emperor Qinglong care? If it was in the past, Emperor Qinglong would have already appeared. Emperor Rosefinch frowned. My lord, there's news from everywhere. Emperor Qinglong's subordinates are constantly gathering in the inner South Continent, but Emperor Qinglong hasn't shown himself. A subordinate said respectfully. That's not right. What could be more important than losing more than 200 second-era subordinates? Emperor Rosefinch was puzzled. Perhaps Emperor Qinglong thinks that Yin Chuan doesn't dare to do anything to them. When he returns, he can take back his subordinates. Perhaps. However, Emperor Qinglong's subordinates are unlucky. Every time they go, they are at their most powerful. At this moment, the great Qin city is empty, but no one is going to destroy it. Emperor Rosefinch said in a deep voice. The great Qin city is empty? Yin Chuan left the great Qin city? That's right. Not only did Yin Chuan leave the great Qin city, but so did a group of experts. Even Gue Guzi, who was guarding the city, just left. Emperor Rosefinch said in a deep voice. They went to the Yang realm? Emperor Rosefinch nodded. Now, the great Qin city is empty. My lord, should we inform them again? The Vermilion Bird Emperor pondered for a moment before nodding his head in the end. All right, I'll do Emperor Azure Dragon a favor. I also want to see Yin Chuan's face when he's defeated. Yes, Yang Realm, Inner South Continent. Some of Emperor Qing Long's subordinates gathered in front of the Big Dipper Palace again. Snake Emperor, you're the one who persuaded my brother to go to the Great Qin, right? Bastard, I just received news that my brothers have all been captured. My brother isn't a reckless man. He knows that there are people who went to the Great Qin city and were captured. There's no way he would go again with just 100 people. He would definitely wait for us. Everyone kept questioning the Snake Emperor. I advised everyone not to go, but they didn't listen to me. There's nothing I can do. The Snake Emperor smiled bitterly. It's you. Everyone was still depressed. At that moment, a red light flew over from the south. Stop! Someone shouted. That's Emperor Rosefinch's subordinate. Let him come over. An expert shouted. The Snake Emperor looked confused. Suddenly, a red-robed man appeared in front of everyone. Everyone, long time no see. The red-robed man smiled. What are you doing here? My lord just sent a letter asking me to inform you that if you want to go to the Great Qin city to save your brothers, you should hurry. Now the Great Qin city is empty and everyone is left. End this quickly. The red-robed man said in a deep voice. Are you serious? Someone asked in a deep voice. Is there a need for Emperor Rosefinch to lie to you? It's up to you whether you want to go or not. The red-robed man said coldly. After saying that, the red-robed man walked away. The group of experts frowned and pondered. I believe in Emperor Rosefinch. I believe in him too. The Lord must be busy with something. Let's go by ourselves. But we only have 80 people. What if? Since Emperor Rosefinch said that the Great Qin city is empty, there's no need for him to offend my lord. Leave 2 people here to wait for the others and my lord. We'll go and save our brothers now. Okay. Everyone nodded and once again headed towards the Great Qin city. The Snake Emperor looked at this scene in astonishment. He originally thought that this group of people would wait for everyone to return from their awakening in the mortal realm, and that it would be impossible for them to go to Dijon. Unexpectedly, the situation had taken a turn for the better. The Vermilion Bird Emperor had interfered and helped him greatly. Yang Realm, Outer East Continent, where the Absolute Palace was located. Boom! Countless golden lights exploded around the Absolute Palace. The Golden Dragon Kong was a 14th Heaven expert, and his 10 subordinates were 13th Heaven experts. There was no need for the Golden Dragon Kong to personally take action. The guard around the Absolute Palace were heavily injured. Some of the original palace masters of the Absolute Palace could not even withstand a single blow from this group of people. In an instant, they were all heavily injured and fell to the ground. Palace Master Absolute, we don't want to hurt you. However, your husband captured my brothers, so we have to use you to exchange for them. The Golden Dragon Kong said with a smile. Lur stood at the entrance of the Absolute Palace with a gloomy expression. Was this caused by Yin Chuan? Lur turned to look towards the north, but there was no resentment in her eyes. Instead, there was an inexplicable affection. Over the years, Lur gradually realized that her emotions were becoming richer and richer. Often, when she was tossing and turning in bed in the middle of the night, she would inexplicably think of Yin Chuan. Lur understood that this was the Emperor's feelings. The Emperor's feelings were constantly transferred to her. Perhaps she really had to love Yin Chuan on behalf of the Emperor. Although she could not control her emotions, Lur did not reject it. After all, in the past, other than the father-daughter relationship, she had never had any other feelings. Now that there was suddenly one more, this feeling was very wonderful. Take them down, the golden dragon Kong shouted. Lu'er's face darkened. She reached out and took out two huge blue eggshells. They were the eggshells that Lu'er had hatched in the past. Now, was using them as Dharma treasures. Yin Chuan will come and save me. Just you wait, Lu'er said angrily to the golden dragon Kong. Then, she stepped into the eggshells. Clang! The eggshells merged together and immediately wrapped around Lu'er, forming a whole body. Ha 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 ha. Yin Chuan will come and save you? It's too late. Moreover, you're still hiding in the eggshells? What a joke, what a joke. The golden dragon Kong said disdainfully. A subordinate reached out to grab it. Boom! A rebounding force on the eggshells sent that person flying. What? The golden dragon Kang's expression changed. How can the eggshell stop him? Break the eggshells! The golden dragon Kong shouted. Boom! The group of experts quickly attacked the eggshells. The eggshells emitted a dazzling blue light, blocking the group of experts and preventing them from getting close. The fat meat in his mouth was about to fly away. The golden dragon Kong was furious and reached out to grab the ground. Rumble! The ground churned. The golden dragon Kong wanted to move this piece of land away. However, the huge blue egg seemed to be fixed in place. The ground moved, but the huge blue egg remained motionless. Damn it! The golden dragon Kong was extremely depressed. The golden dragon Kong took out a long saber and slashed at the huge blue egg. Boom! The huge egg rebounded with a huge force, causing the golden dragon Kong to almost lose his grip on the saber. Attack together and break it for me. A supreme perfection expert should be coming here. We have to be quick and capture this girl before Yin Chuan arrives, the golden dragon Kong said anxiously. Yes. The group of people raised their weapons and charged at the huge egg quickly. Inside the huge egg, Lu'er could see the waves of heavy attacks from the outside world. At this moment, she was extremely anxious. It was this huge egg that had hatched Lu'er back then. Now that it had been refined, it could merge with her again. The golden dragon Kong slashed at the huge egg as if he was slashing at Lu'er's body. Yin Chuan, come quickly. Lu'er was looking forward to it. Yin Chuan was also anxiously flying towards the Absolute Palace. However, other than Yin Chuan, there was another person who sensed the battle here. It came from a netherworld, the North Continent. The Emperor sat cross-legged in the Undying Hall. Suddenly, an egg-shaped halo appeared around Zhou Che. The saber lights collided with the halo. The Emperor saw everything that Lu'er saw clearly as well. The Emperor suddenly stood up and stepped out of the hall with a fierce look on his face. Quang! The door of the hall opened. A group of disciples stood outside the hall. Greetings, Master, the disciples said respectfully. As the Emperor grew stronger, the disciples realized that their master's eyes were getting colder and more ruthless. In the past, they could still chat and laugh with their master, but now no one dared to do so. The Emperor carried a long saber on his back and looked to the east. Yin Chuan, I asked you to take care of Lu'er, and this is how you take care of her? Lu'er is no longer suitable to stay in Great Zhan. I'm bringing her back, the Emperor said in a deep voice. With that, he stepped and flew to the east. Whoosh! He disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chapter 14:12. At the Absolute Palace in the outer eastern continent of the Yang realm. Boom! Boom! Rumbling sounds rang out in all directions, and huge fissures appeared on the ground all around. The entire Absolute Palace's territory shook. The golden dragon Kong attacked again and again, but the huge blue egg before it remained motionless. How can this be? The golden dragon Kong said, feeling extremely depressed. My lord, this egg is not moving at all. What should we do? That's right. My lord, how can this eggshell be so sturdy? Everyone felt anxious. They had been trying to break this egg for several days already. However, they still cannot break it. The surrounding ground had turned into lava, but the huge egg remained unscathed. This egg has the power of cycles. A subordinate suddenly raised his eyebrows. The power of cycles? This is an item from the first epic. The Golden Dragon Kang's expression changed. The power of cycles. Could it be the senior who transformed into cycles? As everyone guessed, their initial depression gradually turned into excitement. A treasure from the first epic. The Golden Dragon Kong glared. Roar! With a dragon roar, the Golden Dragon Kang's body radiated dazzling golden light. Its figure quickly turned into a huge golden dragon. The Golden Dragon's single horn radiated surging golden light in all directions. My lord, don't. After you transform into a dragon, although your strength will increase sharply, you will be weak for a long time. A subordinate said. So what if I'm weak? The treasure from the first epic is the most important. Huh. Unexpectedly, I gained so much on this trip. The Golden Dragon Kong guffawed. Roar. The single-horned Golden Dragon Kong roared, and its huge dragon claw grabbed at the huge egg again. Rumble. Grabbing the huge egg, the Golden Dragon Kong used its full strength. Immediately, the surrounding space exploded, sending surging explosions in all directions. Buzz. The huge egg trembled slightly, as if it was shaken. Inside the huge egg, Lur showed an anxious expression. However, she could not do anything at this moment. Lur bit her lip, showing an anxious expression. It's moving. My lord, it's moving. A subordinate said joyfully. Roar. Let's go. Quickly leave this place. The Golden Dragon Kong shouted excitedly. Yes. Everyone shouted excitedly. Leave here? Oomph. An explosion suddenly sounded in the void. The sound waves surged forward. What? Everyone's expression changed. They saw Yin Chuan and Miao standing in the sky not far away. Yin Chuan, inside the huge egg, Lu, was suddenly revealed a joyful expression. A strong sense of happiness struck his heart. On the other side, everyone's expression changed drastically. So fast. The Golden Dragon's face sank. Yin Chuan twisted his neck. His shoulder-length black hair suddenly turned into a head of blood-red hair, surrounded by rolling blood mist. Everyone lowered their heads, and the lava beneath their feet was instantly enveloped by the sea of blood. Everyone was enveloped within the sea of blood. Meow, a bunch of baddies. Meow reached out and pounced on one of the experts. Sir, what should we do? It's just Yin Chuan and Chuan Meow. Capture them. The Golden Dragon Kong shouted. Yes. While everyone was shouting, Yin Chuan's hands suddenly turned silvery white in the distance. Under the sea of blood, his power skyrocketed. Yin Chuan's silvery white hands suddenly reached out toward the two experts. Hand a Dao, Ju's star-picking hand of the past. Two energy palms instantly formed and appeared at the necks of the two experts. Crack! Crack! The two experts' necks were instantly gripped by Yin Chuan, and they could not move. What? Everyone's expression changed. When did Yin Chuan become so strong? The two experts who were gripped by their necks still struggled. Yin Chuan clasped his hands together. Boom! The two powerhouses collided with each other. The tremendous force caused their faces to swell up. A sky-burying coffin flew out from behind him. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Yin Chuan threw the two experts into the coffin. They quickly teleported to Xianyang. The two experts who were gripped by their necks were extremely depressed. They were suddenly relieved and were about to rejoice. Suddenly, a group of experts appeared around them. Yao, Tianshang, Desolation, and the group of second epic's experts surrounded the two of them. Not far away, the expression of the Golden Dragon, who was holding the huge egg, suddenly changed. Almost forgot. A space-time treasure? The sky-burying coffin? The Golden Dragon had heard of the sky-burying coffin's teleportation function, but he could not recall it at the moment. Run! Run! The Golden Dragon suddenly roared. At the same time, a large number of experts rushed out of the sky-burying coffin. Desolation, Yao, Tianshang, and the nation beast swarmed out and pounced at the group. The Golden Dragon transformed into a single-horned dragon and was the fastest. In the blink of an eye, they were far away. You want to run? My dragon chariot still lacks a dragon. Pull my chariot. Yin Chuan glared. The hand of Tao appeared again and quickly grabbed into the distance. Whoosh! Two huge white energy palms instantly appeared at the golden dragon's tail. Boom! After grabbing the energy palms, the golden dragon struggled crazily. Come back! Yin Chuan glared and tightened his grip. Boom! The golden dragon was instantly pulled back. Yao, Tianshang, Desolation, and Miao instantly appeared before the golden dragon. The three attacked the golden dragon at the same time. Yin Chuan left the battlefield to his subordinates. Then, he quickly arrived at the huge blue egg. Lure, are you all right? Yin Chuan asked worriedly. Crack! The huge egg slowly cracked open, revealing Lure, whose face was covered in tears. Yin Chuan, I thought I would never see you again. Sob, sob, sob. Lure threw herself into Yin Chuan's arms and cried. As Yin Chuan hugged the crying Lure, his expression suddenly turned complicated. A feeling of familiarity, love, yet not love, grew in his heart. Looking at the sobbing Lure in his arms, Yin Chuan's shock gradually turned into gentleness. He smiled faintly and hugged Lure tightly. You are my wife. How can I not come? How can I let you suffer? Yin Chuan said gently. Sob, sob, sob. Lure cried softly. Don't stay here anymore. Come back to Xianying with me. Yin Chuan said gently. All right. Lure nodded gently. Yang Realm, Far Eastern Sea, Yin Chuan versus Contempt. The heaven-burying coffin hovered in midair. The two generals and subordinates fought fiercely. It had been several days, and Yin Chuan had been at a disadvantage. Roar! Zombie Yin Chuan, who was in a sorry state, showed a ferocious expression. The black dragon Great Tao behind him roared. Behind the black dragon Great Tao were the 3,000 clones of the Great Thousand Realms Great Tao. For a moment, Zombie Yin Chuan used almost all of his strength. Behind Contempt was a blood-red path. On the blood-red path, there was also a blood-red dragon that looked like it had been skinned, revealing a ferocious expression. Boom! Contempt punched out, and the surrounding void shattered. The two zombie fists collided again in midair. On one side was the surging blood-red power of the Great Path, and on the other side was the Black Dragon Great Path and the 3,000 Heavenly Path replicas. Boom! Yin Chuan's fist aura shattered, and Contempt's fist aura hit Yin Chuan's chest. Yin Chuan was sent flying. As he flew out, a large part of the void shattered. Huff! 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 After stabilizing himself, Yin Chuan panted and looked at Contempt in the distance with a gloomy expression. Contempt cracked his neck and sneered. The body of a general? You are still far from it. This is a copy of the 3,000 heavenly Daos of the Great Thousand Realms, right? In the end, it is not the true 3,000 heavenly Daos. It only has the form. The 3,000 heavenly Daos form a universe origin body, and their energies transform and complement each other. However, you are just a scattered copy of the 3,000 heavenly Daos. You don't know how to combine them. Thus, you can't bring out the true power of the 3,000 heavenly Daos. Contempt said, Huh, you make it sound nice. Can you make them circulate and borrow each other's strength? Yin Chuan said, No one can do that, and no one can do that. So, you are still not a match for me. Contempt said coldly, Humph, don't be unconvinced. Indeed, the body of a general is extremely tyrannical. Even I can't refine you immediately. However, haven't you noticed? I hit you so many times to weaken the body of a general. Look at your chest. Contempt sneered. Yin Chuan tore off his tattered shirt, revealing a deep fist mark on his chest. Do you see the fist mark? Your body of a general is about to reach its limit. This is just the beginning. Watch me break it completely. Ha ha ha. Contempt guffawed. As he laughed, he instantly appeared before Yin Chuan. Contempt showed a ferocious expression as he threw a punch at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan showed a ferocious expression and did not dodge. Instead, he punched Contempt's head. Boom! Boom! The two punched each other. With a loud bang, they were both sent flying. Contempt immediately stabilized himself and twisted his head. His head was fine. As Yin Chuan flew out, an even deeper fist mark appeared on his chest. Yin Chuan felt immense pain from the fist mark. Huh, you are not a match for me, Vice Lord Jianshin of the Great Thousand Realms. Contempt said coldly. Why can only one person cultivate the body of a general? Yin Chuan asked sullenly as he clutched his chest. This is not something I can decide. When this cultivation method was created, it was destined to be like this. I said that if you can defeat me, I will tell you everything. Unfortunately, it seems that you can't defeat me now, Contempt said. As he spoke, Contempt charged at Yin Chuan again. This time, Contempt did not use a fist. Instead, his right hand turned into a claw and attacked fiercely. It was too fast. It was so fast that Yin Chuan could not dodge in time. Open! Contempt roared ferociously. Boom! Contempt's claw pierced Yin Chuan's chest. Yin Chuan's blood spurted out. It's finally broken, Contempt said with a ferocious smile. The invincible body of a general was broken. Yin Chuan looked ferocious as he grabbed Contempt's arm. Wait for me to refine you, Contempt said with a sinister smile. Self-destruct, Yin Chuan said fiercely. Boom! Zombie Yin Chuan suddenly self-destructed. The terrifying explosion instantly shattered the void and spread wildly in all directions. Rumble! The huge explosion rushed toward the boulder territory where the boulder tribe was located. For a moment, the earth shook and countless mountains collapsed. At the boulder peak, Pan Ding and Pan Gung looked at the far east sea in shock. These two are too ruthless. They are fighting to the death. Pan Gung's face twitched. Chapter 14:13. These two are too ruthless. Do they have a death wish? Panging's face twitched. The aftermath of Yin Chuan's self-destruction shook the entire monolith weave. The explosion reverberated throughout the outer eastern continent. It was even more powerful than Yin Chuan's self-destruction. Bearing the brunt of the explosion, Xiao Shi naturally suffered the greatest impact. The moment Yin Chuan self-destructed, Xiao Shi's eyes widened in shock. Isn't the mental fortitude of the sublord of the vast thousand domains too weak? Did they die together just like that? At the same time, Xiao Shi suffered an unprecedented blow. A super explosion. Even Xiao Shi's extremely sturdy Jianshan body was severely injured. Boom! Xiao Shi was sent flying. His robes were torn to shreds, and his entire body was covered in wounds. His hair was disheveled, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Pfft, bastard! Xiao Shi roared in frustration. He wanted to refine Yin Chuan. What if Xiao Shi self-destructed? Xiao Shi didn't care if he was severely injured, but if Yin Chuan was gone, wouldn't his plan fail? What a terrifying Jianshan body. Even I might not be able to withstand such a powerful explosion. Xiao Shi actually... Panging muttered bitterly. The monolith tribe prided themselves on their sturdy bodies, but now, even Pangang had self-destructed in fear. Xiao Shi, on the other hand, was severely injured but not killed. His limbs were intact, but he was covered in wounds. Pangang and Pangang were stunned. In the distance, Xiao Shi was even more shocked. After Yin Chuan's self-destruction, the countless fragments suddenly twisted and quickly gathered toward the center. Whoosh! Like a gust of wind, the fragments quickly gathered into a ball. Gradually, the ball of fragments emitted a faint black light. Within the black light, the ball of flesh quickly reformed into a human figure. Countless pieces of flesh reformed into Yin Chuan's appearance. He's revived. Pang's expression changed. Restoration divine ability and self-destruction, explosive beast. He refined it. Pang's expression changed. Far East Sea, zombie Yin Chuan had returned to normal. In the past, he had refined an exploding beast with the human body Yin Chuan. Not only could the human body Yin Chuan return to normal by self-detonating, even the zombie Yin Chuan could do the same. This time, if he had no other choice, zombie Yin Chuan wouldn't use it. After self-detonating once, zombie Yin Chuan's face was deathly pale. Clearly, This self-detonation had consumed some of his yuan qi. You've recovered? The exploding beast's divine ability? Jie exclaimed as he clutched his chest. Zombie Yin Chuan put away the 3,000 clones of the Heavenly Tao and the Black Dragon Great Tao. Then, he went to the last sky-burying coffin. Looks like I got it, Zombie Yin Chuan said while panting. So what if you can blow yourself up? You won't be able to recover to your previous state. Your Jianshan body is still on the verge of collapse. I can still kill you. Jie controlled the Great Tao and charged again. Take care of yourself. You won't be so lucky every time. Next time, I'll refine you. Zombie Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Next time, you can't escape. Jie roared angrily. However, at this moment, a portal suddenly appeared behind Yin Chuan. Inchi surged out from within. On the other side of the portal, Gue Guzi stood respectfully and said, Celestial Emperor, please enter the netherworld. Whoosh! Yin Chuan stepped in. What? Jie's expression changed. Someone had opened a portal in the netherworld at the same location? Heal up and wait for me to kill you. Zombie Yin Chuan said coldly. Boom! The portal disappeared. By the time Jie arrived, the portal had already closed. Roar! Jie roared angrily. Cough, cough. The spies coughed weakly after he yelled. Jie stared at the spot where Yin Chuan had disappeared. Yin Chuan? Good, very good. I underestimated you. Once I've recovered, I'll personally come to Great Zhun. When that time comes, you'll die. Roar! Jie roared furiously. Jie stepped forward and headed for Boulder Stone Weave. Soon, Jie arrived at Boulder Stone Peak. I'm going into seclusion to heal. Stand guard for me. Jie said. Pan Geng and Pan Ding frowned, then nodded. The netherworld. As soon as Yin Chuan entered the netherworld, he felt a wave of weakness. Celestial Emperor, are you all right? Gue Guzi immediately asked. I'm fine. It's all thanks to you this time. Yin Chuan said weakly. At this moment, even walking seemed to be a little difficult. Although Yin Chuan had this ability, the reason why he rarely used it was because this ability was not without its flaws. Every time he self-detonated, Yin Chuan would expend a large amount of energy and mental strength, so he would become weaker for a short period of time. This was especially true for Yin Chuan, who had already been beaten to his limit by Jie, so this was even more taxing on him. Unlike the explosive beasts, their disgusting bodies were born for this mystique, so they could quickly recover after each explosion. You're too kind, Celestial Emperor. I'm just following your orders and waiting here. Gue Guzi shook his head. Yin Chuan touched the last sky-burying copper coffin and sneered. We've finally found the last sky-burying copper coffin. Everything was worth it. I'll heal in the sky-burying copper coffin. Bring me back to the Great Qin City and prepare to combine the 9 coffins. Yes. Gue Guzi nodded. Yin Chuan opened the coffin lid and stepped inside. Clang! The coffin lid closed, and Yin Chuan began to recuperate. Gue Guzi waved his sleeve and shot towards the Great Qin City with the sky-burying copper coffin. When Gue Guzi returned to the Great Qin City with the sky-burying copper coffin, once again, a group of experts appeared outside the Great Qin City. Another 80 or so subordinates of the Blue Dragon Emperor swarmed toward Qin Nan in a menacing manner. However, at this moment, the Great Qin City's residents were not nervous at all. They went about their own business, completely ignoring the group of experts that had suddenly arrived. The Great Qin City will disappear from this world. The leader of the experts slammed his palm down. Boom! The massive palm covered the sky and covered the sun. It ferociously slammed towards the Great Qin City. An angry snort suddenly sounded from outside the Great Qin City. A massive palm slammed from the side and collided with the palm. Boom! A single palm strike had shattered the confidence of the invading expert. It was Desolation Hua and a group of experts who were flying over from the Yellow Springs Road. The Celestial Emperor has ordered us to capture all of them. Don't let anyone escape. Desolation Hua shouted. Okay. Boom! The group of experts charged forward. What? Desolation Hua and the others are still here? Emperor, Rosefinch lied to us? Amidst the commotion, another great battle broke out. Outer South Continent, Rosefinch, Celestial Realm. Emperor Rosefinch's face darkened. Bastard Yin Chuan, he did it on purpose. Emperor, what should we do now? Someone beside him asked anxiously. It seems I'll have to make a trip to Great Jun personally, Emperor Rosefinch said coldly. Great battles broke out in the outside world. Gue Guzi took advantage of this time to bring back the last sky-burying copper coffin. Clang! Zombie Yin Chuan stepped out of the coffin. Celestial Emperor, how is it? Gue Guzi asked worriedly. It's fine. This coffin contains a large amount of corpse chi that I stored in the Great Thousand World. Although half of it was stolen by Yin Shi, the other half is enough for me to recover. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. Don't let anyone disturb me. I'll be in seclusion for a while. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. Outside the Great Qin City, the battle continued. Within the Great Qin City, Yin Chuan was in seclusion. Yin Chuan sat cross-legged in the center. There were a total of 9 sky-burying copper coffins around him. The 9 sky-burying copper coffins emitted a gentle green light as if they could sense each other. The green light formed a line that surrounded Yin Chuan. At the center, Yin Chuan was adjusting his breathing with his eyes closed, preparing for the final act of closing the coffin. Deep in the starry sky, at the end of space-time, Tian Gang stirred the mist dragons and slowly revealed a yellow longsword. When the longsword was exposed, the surrounding space was dyed yellow by the light of the yellow sword. Emperor Qing Long, do you see it? Tian Gang said proudly. Sword of power? Emperor Qing Long's eyes shone brighter. That's right. Emperor Qing Long has studied feng shui. You should be able to sense the profoundness of the sword of power, Tian Gang said with a smile. Emperor Qing Long nodded. That's right. As expected of a peerless expert of the first epoch. It's a pity that it's not enough to see it. That's all we can do. Tian Gang shook his head. Not necessarily. Emperor Qing Long sneered. He stretched out his hand and stabbed it into the yellow mist outside the sword of power. Boom! Countless mist dragons bit at Emperor Qing Long's right hand. In the blink of an eye, holes appeared on Emperor Qing Long's right arm. However, this moment was enough for Emperor Qing Long. Boom! Emperor Qing Long grabbed the sword of power. What? Emperor Qing Long, what are you doing? Tian Gang said angrily with his eyes wide open. Tian Gang, you sent me out and hurt my subordinates? Do you think I don't know? 300 of my subordinates have been persecuted. You should compensate me with this sword of power, shouted the Azure Dragon Emperor. Boom! Emperor Qing Long pulled with his right arm. Under Emperor Qing Long's immense strength, the sword of power was instantly pulled away from Tian Gang. Roar! A huge green dragon shadow appeared around Emperor Qing Long. Qing Long's shadow pounced on the sword of power. Roar! It was as if the sword of power was swallowed into its stomach. Heavenly Dipper completely didn't expect that the Azure Dragon Great Emperor, who was still refined and courteous just a moment ago, would suddenly explode and snatch his strongest magic treasure. Bastard, return my sword of power, Tian Gang said angrily. Return? You harmed 300 of my subordinates. This is what you deserve. This sword of power is the compensation I deserve. I have tolerated you for so long. I watched as my subordinates were harmed one by one. Yet, I still pretended to be polite to you. Tian Gang, you should be satisfied. Emperor Qing Long shouted as he kept the sword of power. No, it's not me. It's Yin Chuan. Bastard, the sword of power is mine. Tian Gang attacked with grief. So what if you were a transcended level expert? Oomph. Emperor Qing Long attacked with his palm. Boom. Chapter 14:14. In the Great Qin City, 9 sky-burying coffins surrounded Zombie Yin Chuan. Under the control of Zombie Yin Chuan, the 9 giant coffins suddenly gathered towards the center. It's time to combine. 9 coffins combine. Yin Chuan shouted. Boom! The 9 giant coffins collided with each other and instantly shot out billions of green light rays. The entire hall was covered by the green light, and the green light even broke through the roof and shot into the sky. For a moment, countless people in the great Qin city stopped to watch. Wong. The 9 giant coffins combined into one. They turned into a giant bronze coffin that was 3 times larger. There were some ancient runes floating on the coffin, and it gave off a heavy aura. The power of intimidation forced countless objects in the hall to tremble. My world-suppressing bronze coffin. Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with excitement. In his first life, Yin Chuan's strongest treasure, there was no other. It was the strongest. Back then, even the universe in the palm was overshadowed in front of it. The 9 sky-burying coffins combined into one world-suppressing bronze coffin. Quang. Yin Chuan gently opened the coffin lid. Suddenly, black gas surged into the hall from inside. Roar! Yin Chuan ferociously absorbed the reserves of his first life. Endless energy surged into zombie Yin Chuan's body, and zombie Yin Chuan frantically absorbed it. The entire hall was filled with billowing black gas. Yin Chuan enjoyed the black gas. However, he did not notice that at this moment, a pair of eyes appeared at the top of the black gas, coldly looking at Yin Chuan. A black figure that was like fog was hidden in the black gas, coldly looking at Yin Chuan, who was absorbing the black gas. The black figure waited patiently. The billowing energy from the world-suppressing bronze coffin surged into Yin Chuan's body. Finally, after a day and a night, boom! A loud sound suddenly came from Yin Chuan's body. 12 heavens, Yin Chuan said with satisfaction. While Yin Chuan was enjoying the process, the black shadow suddenly moved. The moment Yin Chuan relaxed, the shadow attacked Yin Chuan. It wanted to send Yin Chuan into the suppressing world copper coffin. Boom! Yin Chuan's expression changed. Roar! As it opened its mouth, fangs appeared, and a pair of giant wings spread out, instantly blocking the mouth of the world-suppressing bronze coffin. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more, the black shadow said coldly. Yin Chuan's face also darkened as he looked at the black figure in front of him. The black figure looked exactly like him. It was like another Yin Chuan. Moreover, the black figure in front of him was wearing a dragon robe and had a cold and dignified expression. It's you? The artifact spirit of the world-suppressing copper coffin? Yin Chuan asked coldly. The man in the dragon robe smiled coldly. I thought you had forgotten about me. How could I forget about you? In the first life, I had 3 bodies by Yi Lan and Ying. In order to refine this world-suppressing copper coffin, I chose to sacrifice one body and buried by Yi alive in this world-suppressing copper coffin. My purpose was to suppress you, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Yes, but in the end, in order to become the strongest, you not only swallowed Lan, but also by Yi. Therefore, there was no one to suppress me. The man in the dragon robe said in a low voice. But how did you become like this? How did you become like me? I remember that artifact spirits are formless. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Yes, I am formless. However, have you forgotten that year before you died? The man in the dragon robe sneered. Before I died, I sealed a portion of my will and put it in the world-suppressing copper coffin. I knew that I would die, so I left a portion of Ying's will. Yin Chuan's expression changed. Yes, that portion of Ying's will has been refined by me. From now on, I am Ying, and Ying is me. Roar! The man in the dragon robe opened his mouth and roared. As he roared, the man in the dragon robe spat out his fangs, looking like a zombie. Ying? Yin Chuan's face fell. Yes, the reason why the world-suppressing copper coffin is strong is because of the artifact's spirit. However, the artifact's spirit needs to be suppressed, so it needs to bury a peerless expert alive. The stronger the peerless expert, the higher the growth of the artifact spirit, and the stronger the world-suppressing copper coffin. What an amazing idea. Bai Huang created the universe in the palm, and you created the world-suppressing copper coffin? In order to perfect the world-suppressing copper coffin, you actually generously spread the refining method to the world. After observing the effects of refining the world's suppressing copper coffin, you finally discovered that there is a limit to burying a peerless expert alive. Burying yourself alive is the best choice. The artifact spirit becomes stronger because of the person who is buried alive, and the person who is buried alive becomes stronger because of the artifact spirit. In this way, the clone of the person who is buried alive becomes stronger. Ha ha, as expected, Abai. Yin Chuan narrowed his eyes. You can already leave the world-suppressing copper coffin? By using the world-suppressing copper coffin to split from 1 into 9, I have already severed myself. The world-suppressing copper coffin now has a new artifact spirit, now that I have separated myself. In order to strengthen the world-suppressing copper coffin, I need to find another peerless expert to bury alive. Naturally, I can't do it myself, so the best choice is you. Bai. The artifact spirit said. Me? With just you? Yin Chuan said coldly. I am Ying, and you are Bai. Didn't we meet once before? The artifact spirit said. You are Ying? What a joke. You have only inherited a portion of my will from my first life. Yin Chuan said. Yang Realm, Xianyang City. People of the world, I need your help. Raise your right hand and lend me your strength. Yin Chuan shouted in human form. In an instant, Yin Chuan's voice spread throughout the world. Countless people in the 28 domains quickly raised their right hands. The golden dragon of providence dragged endless power and charged towards Yin Chuan in human form. Rumble. Surging power surged into Yin Chuan's body. In an instant, all the officials in Xianyang were alarmed. That was because there were no enemies outside of Xianyang. What was going on? Soon, the officials of Great Zhun rushed to Skyward Palace. Meow, Yin Chuan, what happened? Meow exclaimed. We'll talk later. Yin Chuan shook his head. Zizi, Lu and Zhao Afong were all alarmed. Zizi, send me to the netherworld. Yin Chuan said. Okay. Zizi nodded. Boom. Zizi quickly brought Yin Chuan into the netherworld. Outside the Great Qin city, almost all of Great Emperor Qinglong's subordinates had been taken down. The officials were in high spirits when they suddenly saw Yin Chuan appear. Greetings, Celestial Emperor. Everyone bowed. Yin Chuan nodded and quickly rushed to the training room in the distance. Gue Guzi's face sank, because he could see that this was Yin Chuan in human form. What happened? Mournful Flower asked in a low voice. Follow the previous arrangements and do what you need to do. Gue Guzi ordered. Yes, sir. Everyone replied. Empress, what happened? Gue Guzi asked solemnly. I don't know either. They suddenly mobilized the power of the Yang realm and rushed here. Zizi shook her head. Gue Guzi revealed a look of anxiety. In the distance, Yin Chuan in human form opened the door to the training room. Boom! Rolling black smoke gushed out as Yin Chuan stepped in and quickly closed the door of the cultivation hall. Inside the hall, the world-suppressing bronze coffin's artifact spirit attacked zombie Yin Chuan. Its enormous strength was actually stronger than zombie Yin Chuan's. 12th heaven? You haven't recovered to the peak of your first life. You are no match for me. The artifact spirit said in a low voice. Rumble. Zombie Yin Chuan struggled with all its might. You know, although I'm a little weaker than you in your first life, I'm still the 14th heaven. Go in. The artifact spirit pushed zombie Yin Chuan, wanting to push zombie Yin Chuan step by step into the hall. At that moment, the door to the hall suddenly opened, and Yin Chuan in human form suddenly rushed in. The artifact spirit was fighting zombie Yin Chuan and couldn't free himself for a moment. When he suddenly looked over, his eyes turned cold. You've usurped life again in this life. The artifact spirit's expression changed. Universe in the palm. Zombie Yin Chuan struck out with his palm. Boom! In a hurry, the artifact spirit couldn't resist and was instantly pushed into the world-suppressing bronze coffin. No! The artifact spirit exclaimed. Quang! The two Yin Chuan quickly closed the coffin lid. Rumble! The world-suppressing bronze coffin shook rapidly, and the artifact spirit inside seemed to want to rush out. Buzz! Let me out! The two Yin Chuan stuck to each side and quickly urged their strength to refine the world-suppressing bronze coffin. Buzz, Yin Xuan, and the artifact spirit were fighting for the ownership of the world-suppressing bronze coffin. In the outside world, a group of queens quickly entered the netherworld from the Yang realm. Meow, Sister Zizi, what happened? Meow also rushed over anxiously. I don't know. Zizi shook her head. Meow, I'll go take a look. Meow stepped forward to go over. Don't go. Don't disturb the Emperor of Heaven. Gigu Zizi shook his head. Meow, the Emperor of Heaven can handle it. So he didn't tell us anything. However, the Emperor of Heaven left in a hurry. So it should be very important. It's not good to disturb him and distract him. Gigu Zi said. All right. Meow nodded. Zizi, Zhao Afong, Lu and Mo Yushi waited anxiously. At the end of time and space, Emperor Qing Long and Tian Gang fought for a while. Tian Gang, you can't do anything to me. You alone are not enough to take back this sort of force. Emperor Qing Long laughed. Tian Gang was flustered. Emperor Qing Long, you're shameless. Leave it with me for now. You can't take it back from me unless Lotus God comes. When he comes, let him take it back. Emperor Qing Long laughed. Tian Gang was depressed. He had suffered a great loss this time. That was his strongest treasure. Although he was a transcendent, he was only at the 14th heaven. He couldn't take it back. When Lotus God comes, it will be your doomsday. Tian Gang roared angrily. Ha, I'll wait for him. Emperor Qing Long laughed. Whoosh! Emperor Qing Long fell to the ground. Tian Gang stood alone at the end of time and space, feeling depressed. Why was he so unlucky? The Azure Dragon Emperor charged straight for the Astral Palace. Boom! Soon, he landed in front of Tian Gang Palace. There were more than 200 experts standing in front of Tian Gang Palace. Greetings, Master. The group of experts said respectfully. Master, 300 of our brothers died in the hands of Great Zhen's heavenly court. Master, please help us. Everyone said anxiously. Emperor Qing Long's eyes turned cold as he said, Let's go. Follow me to the Great Qin City and meet this Yin Xuan. Yes, everyone was overjoyed. Chapter 14-15. Emperor Qing Long led his 200 subordinates and quickly flew towards the Great Qin City. Master, that's what happened. That's right, Master. Emperor Rosefinch sent a letter, and some of our brothers fell into Yin Xuan's hands. Emperor Rosefinch can't escape responsibility. Everyone described what had happened, and Emperor Qing Long fell into deep thought. Emperor Rosefinch? There's no need for him to collude with Yin Xuan. Perhaps it was an accident. Emperor Qing Long said in a low voice. Yes, although everyone was still brooding, they still nodded in agreement. On the other side, Emperor Rosefinch led 30 subordinates and quickly flew towards the Great Qin City. His subordinates followed behind Emperor Rosefinch without saying a word. At this moment, in the plaza in front of the Central Palace in the Great Qin City, a large number of officials, empresses, and Miao were standing. Although Yin Xuan didn't say anything, they knew that there was definitely danger in Yin Xuan's cultivation room. The empresses all looked worried. At the same time, at the peak of a mountain far away from the Great Qin City, the emperor carried a long saber on his back and stood on the peak of the mountain, looking over coldly. Although they were separated by a large hall, the emperor could feel the surging hostility in the hall. Yin Xuan? The emperor's eyes turned cold. The feelings he had for Yin Xuan in the past seemed to have completely disappeared. After looking at the hall filled with hostility for a while, the emperor turned to look at Lu his other self. An intense look of worry appeared on Lu-er's face. Emotions are indeed the most useless thing. They only make people stupid. Not only was Yin Xuan unable to protect Lu, but he even made Lu worried. This place is indeed not suitable for Lu, the emperor said coldly. Whoosh! The emperor stepped forward. In the blink of an eye, he flew into the Great Qin City. Stop! Immediately, a guard shouted. However, just as he shouted, he was stunned. Empress? Countless guards revealed looks of astonishment. After all, the emperor looked exactly the same as Lur. Giguzi and the others also noticed the emperor flying over. With a wave of his hand, the guards quickly retreated. Boom! The emperor landed in front of the central palace. In front of the central hall, almost everyone suddenly looked at the emperor. Emperor? Lur asked in surprise. Emperor? Why are you here? Meow asked in surprise. The empresses looked at the emperor, but did not say anything. The emperor ignored the crowd and only looked at Lur. Lur, come with me. Dejun is more dangerous, the emperor said in a deep voice. Ah, Lur's expression changed. Meow, Emperor, what are you doing? Didn't you ask Lur to stay? Why are you taking Lur away all of a sudden? Meow shouted. I've changed my mind, the emperor said in a deep voice. Lur's expression immediately became complicated. She shook her head, and a look of panic appeared on her face as she took a small step back. I won't go with you. Lur shook her head. The emperor's face darkened. Who? Gue Guzi, Hua, Chiliang, Bai Chi, and the other officials blocked the emperor's path. As long as the empress was unwilling, no one could take the empress of Dejun away. This was not only to protect Lur's will, but also to protect Dejun's dignity. If anyone came and took the empress away, where would Dejun's dignity go? The officials immediately became vigilant because they knew how powerful the emperor was. Why do you want to take me away? I feel pretty good in Dejun. Lur shook her head. The emperor stared at Lur and said in a deep voice, I feel that it's very dangerous for you to stay in Dejun. Yin Chuan caused you to frown even more, causing you to panic even more. Lur shook her head and said, This is called worry. Do you know? This is what you treasured the most in the past. Why treasure the most in the past? The emperor raised his brows as an inexplicable frustration grew in his heart. I'd rather not have worry. This is the best. The emperor shook his head. That's something that you've already lost. You've already forgotten its taste, but I remember. I'll keep it for you. I'll keep it all. One day, I'll return it to you. Lur said gently. I don't need it. The emperor shook his head. Lur showed some bitterness. I won't go back with you. I was in danger in the past because I was willful. If I stay in Xianying, I won't be in danger. Don't make me end up like you. The emperor fell silent. After a while, he looked at Lur. The emperor knew that he had lost his emotions. However, were emotions really that good? Should he let Lur stay by Yin Chuan's side without regard for her safety? If something happened to Lur, the emperor would also be in trouble. Only by staying by his side could he ensure her safety. The emperor's gaze gradually became determined. He had to take Lur away. At the side, Zizi's expression changed. She immediately called out, Emperor. The emperor frowned and looked at Zizi. You handed Lur to Yin Chuan back then. If you want to take Lur away, shouldn't you wait for Yin Chuan to come out of seclusion and talk to him before taking Lur away? Zizi immediately said. The emperor looked at Zizi and fell silent. Although he wanted to take Lur away immediately, the emperor knew that he definitely had other plans in the past. He had to respect his past self and wait for Yin Chuan to come out. Most importantly, the emperor and Lur were the same person after all. He did not want to force himself too much. He still hoped that Lur could leave with him willingly. All right, I will wait for Yin Chuan to come out of seclusion. The emperor nodded. Gue Guzi and the others secretly sighed. Everyone waited patiently. 2 days later, boom! From the south, an extremely ferocious aura suddenly rushed over. Set up the formation. Gue Guzi's expression changed. With a wave of his hand, the Great Qin City's formation quickly activated. Outside the Great Qin City, billowing waves swept towards the Great Qin City. In an instant, a large number of mountain peaks outside the city collapsed, and a world-destroying might rushed down. The entire Great Qin City's formation seemed to be shaking violently. From afar, there were more than 200 people. The leader was dressed in a green robe. He had a broad face and a skull on his forehead. A ferocious, domineering aura exuded from his body. There were more than 200 people behind him, and all of them had an aggressive aura. However, compared to the leader of the group, they were much weaker. Emperor Qinglong, Mournful Hua's expression darkened. The expressions of many officials in the Great Jun Empire changed, especially the second epic experts who had been recruited. At this moment, when they saw Emperor Qin Long, they were inexplicably panicked. After all, they had captured many of Emperor Qin Long's people not long ago. Emperor Qin Long's ferocity had already begun in the second epic. Gue Guzi's expression was gloomy. He took a step forward and stood at the head of the officials. He coldly looked at Emperor Qin Long in the distance. Just by standing in midair, half of the world seemed to have been dyed green. Before Emperor Qin Long could speak, suddenly, another powerful aura rushed over from the other side. Boom! The other half of the sky was dyed fiery red. The leader of the 31 people was dressed in a red robe. It was Miao Rulai. Miao Rulai. Gue Guzi's expression darkened. No, it's Emperor Rose Finch. Mournful Hua shook his head solemnly. Just Emperor Qin Long's arrival was enough to give Mournful Hua a headache. Now, there was Emperor Rose Finch. Even though Mournful Hua was incomparably arrogant, he understood that the Great Jin Empire was in danger. Emperor Qin Long turned to look at Emperor Rose Finch. Emperor Rose Finch? Emperor Qin Long said in a deep voice. The subordinates behind him looked at Emperor Rose Finch, still brooding. Emperor Qin Long, I underestimated the Great Jin Empire not long ago, causing you to lose dozens of subordinates. I'm here to make up for my past mistakes. Emperor Rose Finch said in a deep voice. The ignorant are not guilty. I believe you. Emperor Qin Long nodded. Emperor Rose Finch nodded and smiled. I believe you must have sensed such a big matter, but you haven't been able to return. It seems like you have gained a lot, right? Emperor Qin Long looked at Emperor Rose Finch meaningfully and finally nodded. That's right. Oh, there aren't many things in the world that you value. Could it be? Emperor Rose Finch's expression changed. The vermilion bird Great Emperor immediately thought of the First Era. When he thought of this, he looked at the azure dragon Great Emperor with a hint of jealousy. However, Emperor Rose Finch hid it extremely well. He turned to look at the people in front of the central palace. Gue Guzi, you again? Could it be that you're in charge of the Great Jin Empire now? Emperor Rose Finch said in a deep voice. This question was extremely harsh. The Great Jin Empire was Yin Chuan's Great Jin Empire. How could Gue Guzi be in charge? Emperor Rose Finch, you must be joking. The Great Jin Empire is the Heavenly Emperor's Great Jin Empire. I'm just a subject. With Emperor Rose Finch's status, there's no need to taint his subject, right? Gue Guzi said in a deep voice. Where's Yin Chuan? Emperor Qin Long and I are both here. Is he still hiding? Emperor Rose Finch yelled in a deep voice. In an instant, the yell reverberated throughout the great Qin city. Everyone glared at Emperor Rose Finch. Emperor Qin Long smiled and stood in the air without saying a word. Below, the emperor narrowed his eyes. Lure, do you see that? Yin Chuan is causing trouble everywhere. Even I might not be a match for these two people. You should leave this place with me. The emperor whispered to Lure. Lure only bit her lips and shook her head. Within the cultivation palace, the two Yin Chuan activated the world-suppressing bronze coffin. The tremors from the coffin finally disappeared. However, the two of them still had their hands on the coffin. It seems that something has happened outside, the human Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. The artifact's spirit hasn't been buried alive. The human body will continue to refine it. The corpse will go out and deal with it. The zombie Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. The two of them shared the same consciousness. At this moment, there was no need to be pretentious. The human Yin Chuan continued to refine the world-suppressing bronze coffin. The zombie Yin Chuan stood up, brushed the dust off his robe, and walked out of the palace. Quang! The door opened. The officials of Great Qin looked over. Inside the door, black gas was billowing, and no one could see what was inside. Quang! The zombie Yin Chuan extended his hand and closed the door of the cultivation palace. Emperor Qin Long and Emperor Rose Finch walked towards the central palace plaza step by step. Celestial Emperors, the officials said respectfully. When they saw the two celestial emperors arrive, some of the officials were still worried. After all, the two celestial emperors were too famous. Now that two of them had come, who could be a match for them? Now that Yin Chuan had walked out, everyone seemed to have found their backbone and secretly sighed. Everyone stared at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan slowly walked to the front of the crowd. Celestial Emperor Qing Long? Celestial Emperor Rosefinch? Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Chapter 14:16. Netherworld, Great Qin City. At the entrance of the central palace, Yin Chuan led the ministers and looked at Emperor Qing Long and Emperor Rosefinch in the distance. Emperor Qing Long? Emperor Rosefinch? Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Emperor Qing Long narrowed his eyes and examined Yin Chuan. Then, a trace of surprise appeared on his face. The body of a general? A cold smile appeared on Emperor Vermilion Bird's face. So what? Emperor Qing Long, didn't you want to ask Yin Chuan for someone? Now, the person in question is here. Emperor Rosefinch. Yin Chuan suddenly said. Emperor Rosefinch looked over. Emperor Qing Long, I naturally know why you're here. However, I wonder why you've come to the Great Qin City? Yin Chuan stared at Emperor Rosefinch. At this moment, Emperor Qing Long seemed to have chosen to watch the show and did not interrupt. Yin Chuan's expression was unfriendly as he stared at Emperor Rosefinch. Great Jun had captured 300 of Emperor Qing Long's subordinates, but they had never captured Emperor Rosefinch's subordinates. Their grudge with Emperor Rosefinch was at most the past Miao Rely. What's the matter? Huh? Who are you to ask me what's the matter? Emperor Rosefinch sneered. How dare you? The ministers of Great Jun immediately berated. Yin Chuan waved his hand, and the ministers fell silent. Yin Chuan looked coldly at Emperor Rosefinch. Emperor Rosefinch, my Great Jun Heavenly Court has no grudge with your Rosefinch celestial realm. You've suddenly offended me, so I won't pursue the matter. Next, it's between me and Emperor Qing Long. Please leave immediately, or else. Or else what? Emperor Rosefinch said disdainfully. Or else, don't blame me for not reminding you. Yin Chuan's tone gradually became unfriendly. Ha 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 ha, reminding me? Yin Chuan, you're already at the end of the road. What else do you have to rely on? How dare you speak so arrogantly to me? Emperor Rosefinch said disdainfully. Emperor Rosefinch wasn't the only one who didn't believe him. Emperor Qing Long was well aware of Yin Chuan's strength. It could even be said that the entire Great Qin City wasn't his match. Yet, he still wanted to offend Emperor Rosefinch at this time. I never speak nonsense when it comes to such matters. Emperor Rosefinch, go back to where you came from. Otherwise, you might never be able to return to your Rosefinch celestial realm. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. You want to keep me here? Do you think you can keep me here? Emperor Rosefinch said in astonishment. At this moment, no one knew if Yin Chuan was crazy or if Yin Chuan was scared silly. You want to keep me here? I'll say it again. If you don't leave now, it won't be so easy for you to leave later. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. At this moment, it wasn't just Emperor Rosefinch and Emperor Qing Long's people. Even some of Great Qin's officials were confused. How could the Celestial the Arch be so sure? That was Emperor Rosefinch, an expert from the Second Epoch. They didn't know how to describe the Celestial the Arch. Pretending to be mysterious. Come on then, make it so that I won't be able to return to the Rosefinch celestial realm. Emperor Rosefinch naturally didn't believe him and shouted coldly. Yin Chuan smiled coldly and turned to look at a large hall not far away. Gentlemen, I agree to your matter. Emperor Rosefinch will be handed over to the two of you. Almost everyone was slightly stunned. You have helpers? Emperor Rosefinch asked in confusion. From the moment you sent a message to Big Dipper Palace, I knew how narrow-minded you were. You can't even put aside the grudges from Miao Rely. You'll definitely come to the Great Qin City to cause trouble. Yin Chuan said coldly. Big Dipper Palace sent a message? You have people in Big Dipper Palace? Rosefinch asked in a deep voice. At this moment, the door of the large hall slowly opened. Two figures walked out. One was dressed in a golden robe, and had a dignified expression. The other was dressed in a yellow robe and carried a huge gourd on his back. Golden Arch? Emperor Rosefinch's face darkened. Ha ha, Emperor Rosefinch, you're still so narrow-minded? The golden-robed Golden Arch laughed. Why are you here? Didn't Yin Chuan embarrass you? Emperor Rosefinch asked in surprise. You're talking about the East Sea in the Yang realm? Heh, you're thinking too much. Golden Arch said coldly. Impossible. Even so, it's impossible for Yin Chuan to call you over so easily. Emperor Rosefinch said in a deep voice. There are some things that I don't need to tell you. Golden Arch said in a deep voice. Having said that, Golden Arch turned to Yin Chuan and said, Yin Chuan, remember your promise. Yin Chuan looked at Golden Arch and Sha Di and said, It's up to the two of you. I'll do whatever you do. What if we kill Emperor Rosefinch? Sha Di asked in a deep voice. Kill Emperor Rosefinch? Everyone was stunned. Even Emperor Rosefinch looked at Sha Di, who was carrying a huge gourd on his back. Where did this person come from? What a boastful tone. Yin Chuan stared at Sha Di and took a deep breath. My body will fight to the death. What Yin Chuan meant was that one of the two bodies was ready to be sacrificed. Great. I'm also looking forward to the extreme of the Jiangxin body. Sha Di nodded. Sha Di turned his head and a cold light flashed across his eyes. He shot a glance at Emperor Rosefinch. Who are you? The Vermilion Bird Emperor asked in a low voice. Sha Di replied. He waved his hand, and the immortal slaying gourd flew out. Treasure, please turn around. Swish! A white light shot out from the immortal slaying gourd towards Emperor Rosefinch. How dare you? One of Emperor Rosefinch's subordinates stood in front of Emperor Rosefinch. Boom! Wherever the white light passed, the powerhouses of the Second Epoch were instantly beheaded. The white light charged towards the Vermilion Bird Great Emperor without hesitation. Humph! The Vermilion Bird Emperor let out a cold snort and pointed his right finger at the white light. Boom! There was a loud collision and the void shattered. The white light flew back to the immortal slaying gourd. Emperor Huangjin and Sha Di charged towards Emperor Rosefinch. Emperor Rosefinch, humph! You plotted against me in the Second Epoch. Did you expect this day to come? Take my punch, Emperor Huangjin shouted. He threw a punch at Emperor Rosefinch. Emperor Rosefinch's face darkened. He seemed to know how powerful Emperor Huangjin was and quickly countered with a palm. Boom! The fist and palm collided. Emperor Rosefinch's subordinates were sent flying. Emperor Rosefinch was also sent flying for more than 100 feet. You brute! Emperor Rosefinch scolded. I'm just full of strength. So what? Humph! You plotted against me because you were jealous of my strength. You want to refine my strength? Dream on! Emperor Huangjin shouted. Boom! Emperor Huangjin, Sha Di, and Emperor Rosefinch were locked in a stalemate. They moved further and further away as they moved towards the distant sky. Emperor Qinglong had been watching in silence. The subordinates behind Emperor Qinglong were astonished. Emperor Huangjin? Ha! Yin Chuan, you really know how to find people? Emperor Qinglong said in a deep voice. Of course, if I asked Emperor Huangjin to deal with you, he would definitely be unwilling to accept this grudge. However, Emperor Rosefinch is different. The two of them already have a grudge against each other. With my promise, he would naturally be willing to do me a favor. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Oh, Golden Great Emperor is looking for trouble when he has nothing to do with you. It's impossible for him to do it. It's a thankless task, just like Vermilion Bird Great Emperor. This time, he's also looking for trouble. He came to my great Jin Empire to cause trouble. Naturally, it's a thankless task. I don't think you're grateful to him for coming to help you, right? Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Emperor Qinglong looked at Yin Chuan and said, It's a pity that you're cultivating the body of generals and ministers. You succeed and fail because of this body. Emperor Qinglong, you don't have to worry about this. I don't think you came all the way here just to lament about this, right? Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Huh, that's right. Of course not. I'm observing the starry sky. Most of the 300 people under me who came here to cause trouble are still alive. Let them out, Emperor Qinglong said in a deep voice. Yin Chuan smiled faintly and shook his head. Emperor Qinglong, it seems like you believe the letter I sent to you. Moreover, you must have obtained great benefits from Tiangang. Emperor Qinglong raised his eyebrows. Tiangang's subordinate, the Snake Emperor, is the supreme beast of the great Zhen serpent tribe. I'm sure you're aware of this. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Snake Emperor? The person Tiangang trusts the most? The supreme beast of the great Zhen serpent tribe? Qinglong's face sank. That's right. Everything was premeditated. Otherwise, how could you have obtained benefits from Tiangang so easily? Why would he compromise again and again just to stall for time? Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. I see. All right, let my subordinates out. Let's forget about this grudge. Emperor Qinglong nodded. Emperor Qinglong understood that if it weren't for Yin Chuan's premeditated plan, Tiangang wouldn't have been fooled and he wouldn't have obtained the sword so easily. Therefore, he owed Yin Chuan a favor. Moreover, Yin Chuan was very honest. Although his subordinates were captured, they didn't seem to have died. Therefore, Emperor Qinglong wanted to forget about this grudge. Forget about it? The subordinates behind Emperor Qinglong frowned slightly, but no one said anything. As for the officials of Great Zhen, they secretly heaved a sigh of relief. A huge crisis was resolved just like that. It was a false alarm. Countless officials revealed smiles. However, Yin Chuan, who was at the front, shook his head and said, Emperor Qinglong, leave immediately. Let's forget about it. Huh? Emperor Qinglong's face sank. Yin Chuan wasn't willing to let go of his subordinates. Great Emperor Azure Dragon, the country has its own laws. Unless Great Zhen has no other choice, Great Zhen has never shown mercy to those who have violated Great Zhen. Let your subordinates reflect into Zhen's heavenly prison. I'll release them when they're done reflecting. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Impudent. Emperor Qinglong glared. Yin Chuan didn't back down at all. He stared coldly at Emperor Qinglong. Those 300 people had already been crippled by the massive heavenly cycle star formation. Letting them go would only increase their hatred. It was better to imprison them in Great Zhen. In an instant, the atmosphere that had just calmed down became tense again. Emperor Qinglong, you have already gotten what you wanted from Big Dipper. You should be satisfied. Don't tell me you want to obtain Big Dipper's treasures without any losses and then transfer Big Dipper's hatred to me? How can there be such a good thing in the world? There are gains and losses. Please go back. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. What if I insist on taking them away? Emperor Qinglong asked in a deep voice. As he spoke, Emperor Qinglong released his aura. An aura of heaven's might descended from the sky. Instantly, countless cultivators in the great Qin city couldn't breathe. Chapter 1417. Great Emperor Rosefinch against Great Emperor Huangjin and Sha Di. Great Emperor Rosefinch was naturally aware of Great Emperor Huangjin's strength. However, Sha Di's strength surprised Great Emperor Rosefinch time and time again. Treasure, please turn around. The Immortal slaying flying saber turned into a stream of light and shot out, instantly colliding with Great Emperor Rosefinch. Boom! The Immortal slaying flying saber flew back instantly. A bloody wound appeared on Great Emperor Rosefinch's shoulder. Impossible! Who are you? Great Emperor Rosefinch shouted. Great Emperor Rosefinch, you really don't have a good memory. Don't you remember? Great Emperor Huangjin sneered. Gore! Great Emperor Rosefinch's eyes widened. I remember now. In the second epoch, two people came to my vermilion bird celestial realm to cause trouble. One of them held a greenskin gourd and released a sky full of fire crows to compete with my fire vermilion bird. The other was a violet gourd that could absorb all things. They claimed to be from the divine realm. Great Emperor Rosefinch's eyes narrowed. You remember now? That's fourth brother's fire crow gourd and seventh brother's primordial gourd. Sha Di said coldly. Fourth brother? Seventh brother? You're also from the divine realm? Great Emperor Rosefinch's eyes narrowed. Oomph. Shadi sneered. Boom. Shadi's attacks became more and more ferocious. In front of the central palace. What if I insist on taking them away? Great Emperor Qinglong asked in a deep voice. As he spoke, Great Emperor Qinglong released his aura. An aura of heaven's might descended from the sky, instantly suppressing countless cultivators in the great Qin city and suffocating them. Yin Chuan took a step forward and said without backing down, Great Emperor Qinglong, I've considered Great Emperor Rosefinch. Do you think I won't consider you? Huh? Great Emperor Qinglong's face darkened. Yin Chuan didn't waste any more time and looked at another palace in the distance. Quang. The door to the hall opened with a bang, revealing a black-robed man drinking from a cup. Tong Tian's sect leader? Many of the ministers recognized him at a glance. I was just thinking, what are you going to do with two great emperors? I didn't expect you to invite Golden Sovereign aside from me. Tong Tian laughed heartily. Ooh! Instantly, the prime of Tong Tian appeared in front of Yin Chuan. Can you handle this battle? Yin Chuan looked at Tong Tian and asked. Skirich glanced at martial monarch Qinglong and said with a frown, the martial monarchs of the second epoch are not weaker than my teacher. However, I've also reached the 15th heavenly layer in the battle in the past. I'll lend you a hand for the sake of our friendship. All right, Yin Chuan nodded. Then, Yin Chuan looked at martial monarch Qinglong again. Martial monarch Qinglong, you've seen it. Please go back. The treasures of Tiangang should be able to offset your losses. Yin Chuan advised again. Yin Chuan, you're indeed scheming. However, if you were me, would you just leave? Martial monarch Qinglong said with a smile. No, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. That's enough. If you want me to leave, you'll have to show me the means to make me leave. Martial monarch Qinglong said in a deep voice. If that's the case, I'm sorry. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. It seems like I still have to take action. Tong Tian's sect laughed. Yin Chuan nodded. Martial monarch Qinglong looked at Tong Tian's sect leader. Tong Tian's sect leader? I've heard of your name in this life. The strongest disciple of Hong Jun? Let me see what you're capable of. Martial monarch Qinglong said in a deep voice. Then, martial monarch Qinglong waved his hand and said, without my order, no one is allowed to take action. Yes, everyone replied. Tong Tian's sect leader stared at martial monarch Qinglong. He took a deep breath and pulled out the god-slaying sword from his back. God-slaying sword, Tong Tian's sect leader shouted. The god-slaying sword in his hand shot towards martial monarch Qinglong. Boom. A purple sword ray pierced through the void and charged towards martial monarch Qinglong. Martial monarch Qinglong reached out his hand and grabbed. A green dragon claw appeared in the void. Boom! The sword and claw collided, and the sound shook the heavens and earth. Tong Tian's sect leader took a step forward and shot towards martial monarch Qinglong. Boom. The two peerless experts began to fight. SSSS. 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 Tong Tian's sect leader's sword Dao was extremely sharp. In an instant, the sky was filled with Tong Tian's sect leader's silhouettes. As he swung his body, huge sword marks were left behind. The void was torn countless times. The battle between the two continued to rise to the sky. Martial monarch Qinglong's subordinates frowned. The battle between martial monarch Qinglong and Tong Tian's sect leader was too fast. Ordinary cultivators couldn't even see their movements clearly. They could only see the claw marks and sword marks. Every sword mark was like a heavenly river. In the sky above the great Qin city, billions of black holes appeared. This battle lasted for an entire day. Tong Tian's sect leader, your sword Dao is indeed powerful. Yao Tianshang said in a deep voice. It's not enough. Tong Tian's sect leader has tried his best, but he's still no match for martial monarch Qinglong. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Meow, that can't be. I saw that the two of them were evenly matched. Meow said in confusion. Look again. Yin Chuan said. Boom. In the sky, martial monarch Qinglong seemed to be a little annoyed. Suddenly, billions of green lights burst out from his body. As soon as the green lights appeared, They surged in all directions like an ocean. They instantly filled up all the sword marks left by Tong Tian's sect leader and dyed the entire starry sky green. In the green starry sky, martial monarch Qinglong's strength seemed to have skyrocketed. A huge heaven and earth altar suddenly appeared beneath his feet. The great emperor altar of the martial monarch karmic rank. Yin Chuan's eyes narrowed. He saw that the heaven and earth altar wasn't round like Yin Chuan's. Instead, it was a triangle. However, one side was an arc. It was like 1/9 of a circle. Martial monarch Qinglong stepped on this strange great emperor altar. His strength skyrocketed. Suddenly, he threw a punch. Boom! Tong Tian's sect leader was instantly sent flying. However, Tong Tian's sect leader swung his long hair and charged forward again. The speed of the immortal slaying sword in his hand became faster and faster. Boom! Boom! Martial monarch Qinglong instantly gained the upper hand. Great Emperor Altar? Are the other great emperors' altars the same? Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Desolation Huan nodded. Yes, the heaven and earth altar of the great emperors are the same. That's not right, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Huh, this great emperor altar is 1/9 of a circle. Then, wouldn't 9 great emperor altars form a perfect circle? Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Desolation Hua's face changed. In the past, he only knew that the great emperors were fierce and the great emperor altars had a special shape. However, he had never thought that 9 great emperor altars could be combined. Heavenly Emperor, according to what you said, it does seem to be the case. 9 great emperor altars can be combined to form a huge circular altar. However, if that's the case, wouldn't there only be 9 great emperor karmic ranks in the world? Desolation Hua said in a deep voice. That's right. So, there's only one way to become a great emperor that you mentioned previously. You can't be born on your own. You can only take it from the 9 great emperors. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Yes. Desolation Huan nodded. High up in the sky, the prime of Tong Tian kept attacking. However, martial monarch Qinglong was too strong. His body was covered with green scales. Even if the prime of Tong Tian's sword hit his body, it could not break through martial monarch Qinglong's defense. How strong is martial monarch Qinglong? Miao frowned. Peak of level 15. However, with the great emperor karmic rank, his strength might be able to reach level 16. Desolation Hua said in a deep voice. Miao! Miao exclaimed. Tong Tian can't stop martial monarch Qinglong. Gigu Zi said in a deep voice. Yin Chuan nodded. He took a deep breath and was about to speak. Heavenly Emperor, let me go. Desolation Hua suddenly laughed. Oh. Yin Chuan looked at Desolation Hua. It's the 7th of June, Desolation Hua said. At this moment, the heavenly calamitous lone star of the Yang realm had suddenly turned scarlet from its original silver color. A scarlet starlight shot towards Desolation Hua. Boom! Hua Desolation's robes turned scarlet in an instant. His eyes also turned scarlet. Rolling demonic aura emanated from Hua Desolation. The 7th of June, the heavenly calamity bull duel? Yin Chuan stared at Desolation Hua. Phew, Heavenly Emperor, I am now at level 15. Please allow me to fight. Desolation Hua exuded a wave of demonic qi. Allow. Yin Chuan nodded. Yes. Desolation Hua took a step forward and rushed into the starry sky with a red light. Whoosh. Soon, he arrived at martial monarch Qinglong's battlefield. Pramaton Tian, let me help you. Demonic heart slash. Desolation Hua slashed with his long sword. Boom! A force that was not weaker than the Fairy Slayer sword slammed towards martial monarch Qinglong, heavenly calamity of the Yang world. Oomph! Martial monarch Qinglong snorted. Boom! Martial monarch Qinglong struck with his claw. 1 against 2. Martial monarch Qinglong's body changed rapidly. Gradually, he turned from human into a huge green dragon. Qinglong was majestic. He was fighting 2 alone. With a swing of his tail, a large area of the void was swept into a black hole. Roar! Qing Long let out a loud roar. The dragon's roar reverberated throughout the underworld. The roar was so majestic that all the underworld experts stopped what they were doing and listened to the dragon's roar from the east. Roar! On the other side, martial monarch Rosefinch turned into a huge rosefinch. He burned the starry sky as he fought with martial monarch Huang Jin and Sha Di. However, the battle between the two sides was different. Martial monarch Huang Jin and Sha Di suppressed martial monarch Rosefinch. On the other hand, martial monarch Qing Long suppressed Desolation Hua and Prime of Tongtian alone, in front of the central palace. Heavenly Emperor, martial monarch Qing Long is really fierce, Gigu Zi said in a deep voice. Yes, Yin Chuan nodded. As they spoke, Yin Chuan looked at the Sea of Providence and said loudly, People of Dajin, the great Qin city is being attacked by enemies. I need your strength. Raise your right hand and help me repel the enemies. Roar! The huge dragon above the Sea of Providence roared. The sound spread throughout the world. In an instant, the people of Dajin quickly raised their right hand. The 30 domains of the underworld surged toward Yin Chuan. Giguzi immediately stepped forward and said, Heavenly Emperor, the battle in the starry sky is too fierce. Your current cultivation. I think it's better not to take the risk. I have the body of a general. Even martial monarch Qing Long can't easily break my body. I may not be able to severely injure martial monarch Qing Long, but I can interfere with his battle and give Prime of Tongtian and Desolation Hua a better chance to fight. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Yin Chuan shook his head and said, Rumble. The power of the world surged into Yin Chuan's body. Chapter 14:18. Yin Chuan flapped his dragon wings and soared into the sky. Boom! The Black Dragon's Great Tao and the 3,000 Worlds' Great Tao were all used. Yin Chuan charged into the battlefield with all his might. Desolation Hua and the Prime of Tongtian fought against Emperor Qing Long on the left and right. Yin Chuan went straight for the middle. Roar! He grabbed at Emperor Qing Long's reverse scale. Emperor Qing Long's face turned cold as a huge dragon claw grabbed at Yin Chuan. Boom! The zombie claw clashed with the dragon claw. Even with the Black Dragon's Great Tao and the 3,000 Worlds' Great Tao, it was still far from enough. Boom! In an instant, Yin Chuan was sent flying. However, it still gave the Prime of Tongtian some time to react. Screech! The fairy-slaying sword slashed across Emperor Qing Long's dragon body and left a sword mark on one of the dragon scales. Roar! The furious Qing Long roared as he swung his dragon tail and hit the Prime of Tongtian. Boom! The Prime of Tongtian was sent flying again. With the addition of Yin Chuan, the gap between the two sides was narrowing. However, Emperor Qing Long was still able to suppress the three of them. Yin Chuan, the Prime of Tongtian, and Desolation Hua were constantly sent flying. Especially Yin Chuan. The difference in cultivation was too big. Even with the power of a country, he was still far from being able to defeat Emperor Qing Long. He was smashed into stars many times. However, Yin Chuan had the body of a general after all. His body was tough. Even though his robe was torn, there were no injuries on his body. Roar! The battle continued. Below, Emperor Qing Long and Emperor Rosefinch were watching the battle. Gue Guzi took a look and said, My colleagues. Yao Tianshang and the others turned to look at him. Emperor Qing Long's men will naturally be dealt with by the Celestial Emperor. As for Emperor Rosefinch's men, what do you all think? Gue Guzi asked in a deep voice. Those who came to offend the great Zhen should be punished. Li Si's eyes turned cold. The others nodded in agreement. Take him down, Gue Guzi shouted. Boom! Great Perfection's experts immediately charged forward. The sudden attack caused the expressions of Emperor Qing Long's subordinates to change. However, when they saw that the Zhen's people weren't coming for them, they ignored them. Bastard, how dare you? Emperor Rosefinch's 29 subordinates immediately exclaimed. Outside the great Qin city, it was incredibly chaotic. As for Emperor Qing Long's subordinates, They did not intend to help at all. One reason was because of Emperor Qinglong's orders, and the other reason was because Emperor Rosefinch had allowed his brothers to fall into Yin Chuan's hands, so he did not have a good impression of him. There was a huge battle outside the city. The empresses stared at the sky anxiously. In the sky, although Yin Chuan's Jianshan body was powerful, his strength was still much weaker than Emperor Qinglong's. For a moment, he was surrounded by danger. The empresses all clenched their fists. "Don't let anything happen to him. Don't let anything happen to him," Luer whispered worriedly. At the side, the emperor laughed coldly and said, "Luer, I can help Yin Chuan drive away Emperor Qinglong." "Ah." Luer looked at the emperor in surprise. "You know about our birth? If I interfere again, even if I can't defeat Emperor Qinglong, at least the disadvantage will disappear," the emperor said with certainty. "Then you go and help Yin Chuan," Lu immediately said. However, the emperor shook his head and stared at Luer bitter lips. "After driving away Emperor Qinglong, you will leave with me," the emperor said in a deep voice. A strong reluctance flashed across Luer's eyes. She felt wronged. She stared at the emperor for a while and finally nodded. "As long as Yin Chuan is fine, I will leave with you." The emperor should have been happy. However, when he saw Luer's wronged expression, he felt irritated. Was this what emotions were like? Did she have her own emotions? She could let herself be wronged and do things that she was unwilling to do for Yin Chuan. Luer's behavior should be how he was back then. Irritated, the emperor became more and more irritated. Roar! With a loud roar, the emperor's body suddenly underwent a huge change. His original human form gradually turned into a huge monster. He was covered in blood, and a pair of huge wings spread out. With a ferocious expression, he held his saber and looked at the starry sky. The expressions of Dejun's officials changed, and they quickly stood in front of the empresses. However, the emperor did not attack them. Instead, he roared and charged into the sky, heading straight for the battlefield in the starry sky. Roar! A vast saber energy slashed vertically at Emperor Qinglong. The power of this saber energy was not weaker than the sect leader of Tongtian's fairy-slaying sword. The emperor broke through again. Miao exclaimed in surprise. Boom! As expected, the moment the emperor charged into the battlefield, the situation on the battlefield changed drastically. It turned into a desolate demon sword. The sect leader of Tongtian's fairy-slaying sword slashed at both sides of Emperor Qinglong. When Emperor Qinglong blocked the attack, the emperor's saber slashed at his back. A huge green saber energy tore through the void ferociously. He swung his dragon tail, and it collided with the saber energy. In this way, Emperor Qinglong's central gate was wide open. Yin Chuan instantly charged into the central gate. Corpse Dark Claw, Yin Chuan shouted. Boom! A huge black claw crashed into Emperor Qinglong's reverse scale. A piece of the dragon scale was torn off, and a large amount of blood spurted out, heading straight for Yin Chuan. Roar! Emperor Qinglong screamed in pain. Then his body shook violently. Boom! Desolate Hua, the sect leader of Tongtian, the emperor, and Yin Chuan were instantly sent flying. The moment they were sent flying, Yin Chuan realized that Emperor Qinglong's blood had stained the black dragon path. Whoosh! It was instantly absorbed by the black dragon that was circling the path. It comes from the same source as the black dragon. Qinglong's path is also a pseudo-real dragon. Yin Chuan's eyes lit up. Boom! The four of them quickly stabilized themselves. Emperor Qinglong roared and looked coldly at the four of them. It was the first time that he had been injured. Although Desolate Hua and the sect leader of Tongtian were injured, it was the first time that he had been injured. Emperor Qinglong, Yin Chuan suddenly shouted. Emperor Qinglong turned his head and looked coldly at Yin Chuan. Forget about the previous incident. Now, you have seen it for yourself. If you want to injure us, you will have to pay a heavy price. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Do you think that I will be afraid of you? Emperor Qinglong said coldly. You don't have to be afraid. Even if the four of us work together, we might not be able to defeat you. What happened just now was just a coincidence. However, you should know that even if it was a coincidence, there might still be a second time. If you want to kill the four of us, you will have to pay a heavy price. Am I right? Yin Chuan said with a sinister smile. Emperor Qing Long looked coldly at Yin Chuan. I think that the people of Dejun are not the only ones who are watching this battle. All the peerless experts in the underworld must be watching this battle, including the experts in the Yang world. Once you are injured, do you think that they will sit and wait for you to recover? At the very least, I don't think Tian Gang will. He will not wait for you to recover before taking back his treasure. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. "Umph." Emperor Qing Long snorted coldly, but did not attack again. Your subordinates are still alive. Isn't that enough for you? There are gains and losses. Please respect yourself. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Emperor Qing Long stared coldly at Yin Chuan. Around them, the sect leader of Tongtian, Desolate Hua, and the emperor did not attack again. They all stared warily at Emperor Qing Long. Yin Chuan did not give in and looked coldly. The difference in their cultivation was too big. He could only use his aura to force his enemy back. When his cultivation recovered, he could then use his strength to defeat his enemy. After watching for a while, Emperor Qing Long suddenly laughed coldly. Ah ha ha. Good. Very good. Roar. He swung his dragon head and dived down. My lord. The subordinates shouted. Let's go. Emperor Qing Long shouted. Boom. Emperor Qing Long gathered his subordinates and rushed towards the south. With a rumble, the Azure Dragon Emperor's party disappeared without a trace. You're really decisive, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. The sect leader of Tong Tian, the emperor, and Desolate Hua narrowed their eyes and stared into the distance. The Grey Jun officials below all cheered. Only one side opened their mouths in shock. It was Emperor Rosefinch's subordinates. They were all captured. Seeing Emperor Qing Long leave with his subordinates, everyone broke down. We're here to help you. How can you leave on your own? These people were not the only ones who were depressed. In another part of the starry sky, Emperor Rosefinch was also very depressed. He was suppressed by the Golden Emperor and Shadi. He was already depressed enough. He was waiting for Emperor Qing Long to deal with his opponents before coming to help him. However, in the end, Emperor Qing Long ran away on his own? This was not right. Why did he come to the Great Qin City from the Rosefinch celestial realm? Was it strange? The Golden Emperor and Shadi would not let Emperor Rosefinch go. The battle became fiercer and fiercer. Loud explosions spread throughout the underworld. Boom! Boom! Bastard! In his anger, Emperor Rosefinch could only retreat as he fought. He retreated to the celestial realm in the south of the Rosefinch celestial realm. The battle went further and further away. Gradually, the three figures could not be seen. However, loud explosions came from the sky, indicating that the battle was still going on. Yin Chuan and the others flew to the square in front of the central palace. Everyone was cheering. The group of empresses also revealed gratified smiles. All right, Lu-er, come with me, the emperor suddenly said. Ah, Lu-er's happy face suddenly froze. Go. Where to? Yin Chuan asked in confusion. Lu-er frowned and looked wronged. She did not know what to say. Lu-er promised me that I would help you retreat. Emperor Qing Long, Lu-er, come with me, the emperor said in a deep voice. Lu-er, is that so? Yin Chuan asked in a deep voice. Yes, Lu-er said bitterly. All right, Emperor Qing Long has retreated. Come with me, the emperor said again. No, Yin Chuan immediately shouted. He quickly stood in front of Lu-er and looked at the emperor with a complicated expression. Yin Chuan, this is Lu-er's decision. It has nothing to do with you. Let her go with me, the emperor said in a deep voice. Yin Chuan shook his head gently. Lu-er is my wife. How can I let her go with you? Emperor, this is also your original wish. Lu stayed in Great Jun so that you could not take her away. I thank you for this battle. However, this gratitude cannot be exchanged for Lu. Yin Chuan shook his head and said. Chapter 1419. Netherworld, Great Qin City, outside the central palace. Everyone was waiting. Some officials even grabbed the hilt of their swords to prevent any accidents. Outside the palace, the empresses looked worried. Lu stood at the side and looked at the closed door in front of her. She bit her lips, and her nails almost pierced in her palms. She was extremely anxious. Not far away, mournful Hua and the Prime of Tong Tian stood together. The Prime of Tong Tian took out a glass of wine from somewhere and sipped it gently as he looked at the central palace with a curious smile. Mournful Hua frowned deeply. That empress? Why didn't the celestial arch let us interfere? With our strength, we might be able to force her away. Mournful Hua frowned. Because there's a relationship involved. The Prime of Tong Tian smiled. Mournful Hua was puzzled. Just now, when Yin Chuan was staring at Empress, why did she suddenly transform into her human form? The Prime of Tong Tian smiled. Is there a connection? Of course there is. Empress wants to take Lu away. With her normal rationality, it's impossible for her to cancel her transformation. After all, if she doesn't transform, she's inferior to you and me. However, she still somehow returned to her human form. The Prime of Tong Tian said with certainty. What does that mean? It means that she still cares about Yin Chuan's gaze. The Prime of Tong Tian said confidently. That's impossible. She's a lifeless soul. All her emotions have been transferred to the Empress. Mournful Hua said in surprise. Perhaps. The Prime of Tong Tian took a sip of wine and smiled. Everyone was waiting for the result in the central palace. Only Yin Chuan and Empress were in the central palace. The two of them looked at each other. A complicated look flashed in Yin Chuan's eyes, while Empress's eyes were cold. She smiled bitterly. Lu, carried your emotions. Only from Lu did I understand how much you loved me back then. Thank you for your love back then. You called me in just to say this. Empress asked in a deep voice. Back then, I didn't know about this feeling. Hence, I wasn't able to grasp it. Many times, I thought that ever since you found out about the murderer of your father in the sealed world, there would be no ending between us. However, everything didn't seem to be the case. Back then, I couldn't grasp it. Now that I've grasped it, how can I give it up? Yin Chuan softly spoke. The emperor frowned. Lure, I won't let her go. I won't let her or you down. Therefore, I must keep Lure here. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and said, The emperor's eyes widened. Against Emperor Qinglong, without you, Tong Tian, desolation, and I might have been in a more tragic situation. However, we would have been able to force Emperor Qinglong away in the end. After all, many people were watching him back then. He only fought with us because he thought that he could get rid of us easily. Once he realized that the battle would cause him to pay a huge price and even risk being attacked by other emperors, he would have stopped immediately. Hence, your help this time only allowed us to resolve the crisis unscathed. I won't give Lure to you. However, I can repay you what I owe you. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. What? The emperor frowned. It's inconvenient for the officials outside the hall to see me. However, I could do it here. I'll let you slash me. Just pretend that I was severely injured by Emperor Qinglong without you attacking. Yin Chuan stepped forward and said, What? The emperor was shocked again. Come on. Don't worry. You can't kill me. Yin Chuan smiled and took another step forward. Yin Chuan asked the emperor to slash him. For a moment, the emperor looked at Yin Chuan in shock. His eyelids twitched wildly. Yin Chuan took another step forward and used his hand to draw a line across his shoulder. Should I stab from here? After taking a step forward, the emperor unconsciously took a step back. It was as if he was forced by Yin Chuan's aura. After taking a step back, Yin Chuan's eyes lit up. However, the emperor flew into a rage out of humiliation. Yin Chuan, you're courting death. The emperor's eyes turned cold. Buzz! The emperor slashed the long saber in his hand toward Yin Chuan's head. Boom! The saber slashed across. It was as if two strong winds were blowing against the saber. The huge saber instantly reached the top of Yin Chuan's head. Yin Chuan stared at the emperor without blinking. Buzz! The saber suddenly stopped an inch away from Yin Chuan's scalp. Phew! Phew! The emperor suddenly breathed heavily and stared at Yin Chuan. Why didn't you dodge? The emperor's cheeks were suddenly covered with sweat. He stared coldly at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan took another step forward and let the emperor's saber rest on his neck. I won't dodge. Come on, cut it down. Yin Chuan stared at the emperor and said again. The emperor stared at Yin Chuan. For a moment, the emperor's heavy breathing seemed to be heard in the hall. The saber was resting on Yin Chuan's neck. Although the emperor's eyes were cold, his hands were trembling slightly. Yin Chuan stared at the emperor. The emperor stared at Yin Chuan without any hesitation. However, the sweat on his forehead was getting more and more. After a long time, a drop of sweat finally reached its peak on his chin and suddenly dripped down. Pah! The drop of sweat fell to the ground. You're a madman, the emperor suddenly yelled. He put away his saber and opened the door. Phew! The emperor stepped into the sky and instantly flew into the sky, disappearing in front of everyone. Outside the central palace, almost everyone looked at this scene in confusion. What happened in the central palace? The emperor was such a cold person. Why did he suddenly panic? For a moment, the officials had all kinds of strange thoughts, but no one dared to say it out loud. Yin Chuan watched as the emperor's figure disappeared into the sky. For a moment, he sighed. Meow, Yin Chuan, what were you talking about just now? You even used a formation to block it. You didn't molest the emperor, right? Meow immediately jumped over. No! Yin Chuan shook his head and smiled bitterly. After the emperor left, a crisis seemed to have been resolved. Only the sounds of Emperor Rosefinch's battle could be heard. Countless experts in the underworld paid attention to the battle in the Great Qin City. Among them, the one who paid the most attention was Tiangang. Tiangang was originally filled with resentment after Emperor Qing Long took his sword of power, but when he saw Rosefinch and Qing Long go to the Great Qin City, the resentment in his heart eased a little. However, as he stood in the starry sky and watched, Tiangang became more and more depressed. As Emperor Huangjin, Shadi, Skirich, the emperor, and desolation appeared, Tiangang was so angry that he almost coughed up blood. That's it. That's it. Tiangang stood in the starry sky with a dazed look on his face. After countless schemes, in the end, Yin Chuan was still fine. Instead, he had lost his sword of power. Emperor Qing Long, you coward, bastard! Tiangang roared angrily. After roaring for a while, Tiangang charged down and charged towards the inner South Continent's Tiangang Palace. Boom! Tiangang quickly returned to his Tiangang Palace. Snake Emperor, get out here. You came up with a good plan. Tiangang roared. However, after roaring for a long time, the Snake Emperor did not appear. After a while, a servant came over. Master, Lord Snake Emperor has disappeared, the servant said. What? Disappeared? Tiangang asked in confusion. Yes. When Emperor Qing Long appeared, the Snake Emperor disappeared and took all of Lord Snake Emperor's treasures. The servant said, What treasures? Tiangang asked in confusion. The lords of the Second Epoch were subdued by his lordship. Snake Sovereign told everyone that his lordship wanted to help everyone improve the quality of their Dharma treasures and needed to borrow them. In the end, Snake Sovereign took all the Dharma treasures and vanished without a trace. What? What did I say that? Tiangang immediately shouted. That's what the Snake Emperor said. The servant said. Tiangang was stunned, as if he had thought of a possibility. However, Tiangang could not accept that possibility. Impossible. How could my eyes be wrong? The Snake Emperor wouldn't betray me, Tiangang said in a low voice. At that moment, a voice came from outside the palace. Wouldn't? Heh, Tiangang, you were deceived by the Snake Emperor. I told you long ago, but you didn't believe me. A voice came, making the irritated Tiangang even more irritated. The Nether King and Ming Tianhan stepped into the palace. Oh, why are you here together? Tiangang said in a low voice. I have long noticed that there was something wrong with the Snake Emperor. I told you many times, but you didn't believe me. This time, the Snake Emperor presided over everything in the Tiangang Palace. I always felt that something was wrong. However, he said that everything was requested by you. Now, you regret it, right? Tiangang was unhappy when he saw the Nether King's expression. Lord Tiangang, this is the information that the Nether King told me to investigate. I used all of the intelligence systems in the Great Punishment Heavenly Court and finally found it. Take a look. Ming Tianhan handed over a jade slip. Tiangang immediately took it and quickly read it. Great Perfection Heavenly Court. Snake Race Sovereign? Yin Chuan set up a trap in the sealed world? Tiangang said in astonishment. Yes. Ming Tianhan nodded. Let me tell you, this Yin Chuan is someone that even the Lord values. How can he be easy to deal with? I know him the best. This person has many schemes. Perhaps the Snake Emperor isn't the only one. You might have his people by your side. The Nether King said. Impossible. Tiangang shouted. Impossible? Not necessarily. Think about the Snake Emperor. Didn't he betray you? Moreover, you've given him all the authority of the 12 territories. The people he promoted are definitely problematic. Who knows when they'll suddenly bite you back? The Nether King said in a low voice. Tiangang's expression changed. He looked at his subordinates and didn't know whether to believe it or not. Let my 12 palaces help you rearrange your subordinates. The Nether King said with a smile. No, I don't believe you. Tiangang immediately shouted. Oh, do you think I don't know? You are Yin Chuan's son, Yin Dongyan. Tiangang, it is true that I am Yin Chuan's son. However, I'm only loyal to the Lord. The Lord knows that I have no emotions. I am helping you out of goodwill, but you don't trust me? The Nether King said. I don't trust you. I would rather trust Ming Tianhan. At the very least, Ming Tianhan has a great enmity with Yin Chuan. Tiangang shouted. Good. Tiangang, you idiot. The Nether King angrily stepped out of the hall. Only Ming Tianhan remained in the hall. Ha, Tiangang, you are both working for the Lord. Why do you have to be so stiff with the Nether King? Ming Tianhan said with a bitter smile. I just don't like him. Ming Tianhan, you are the heavenly emperor of a country. You're the most knowledgeable in this field. I will have to trouble you. Tiangang said. You and I are both working for the Lord. Since you have asked, I will do my best. Ming Tianhan nodded. Chapter 1420. Underworld, Great Qin City. In the study room, Celestial Emperor, the Prime of Tongtian, has returned. Li Si reported. The battle in the southern outer continent has ended, right? Yin Chuan asked. Yes. Golden Emperor and Sha Di pursued Great Emperor Rosefinch all the way to Rosefinch's celestial realm in the southern outer continent. Great Emperor Rosefinch was severely injured. However, with the support of Rosefinch's celestial realm, Golden Emperor and Sha Di could do nothing about it. In the end, they chose to leave. Li Si said, That's enough. At least Great Emperor Rosefinch won't be in the mood to run around in the near future. Yin Chuan nodded. Celestial Emperor, what did you ask us to do when you invited Golden Emperor? Li Si asked curiously. Yin Chuan glanced at Li Si. He took a deep breath and said frankly, to deal with Great Emperor Ziwei. Oh, Great Emperor Ziwei is so powerful that Golden Emperor and Sha Di don't dare to face him directly? Do you need help? Li Si was surprised. A Legion commander is a level 15. Of course, Great Emperor Ziwei is powerful. Yin Chuan nodded. But, Li Si said worriedly, Don't worry. I have my own considerations. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. Li Si nodded. The most important thing now is the last 6 territories in the eastern outer continent. Hurry up, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Don't worry, Celestial Emperor. Bai Qi and the others are ready. They're just waiting for your order to go to the 6 territories. Li Si said seriously. Then go, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Yes. A year later. Great Qin City, Upper Study Room. Celestial Emperor, the last 6 territories in the eastern outer continent have all belonged to Great Jun. From now on, the eastern outer continent will belong to Great Jun's celestial court. Li Si said with a smile. Yin Chuan nodded in satisfaction. Celestial Emperor, something bad has happened in the North Outer Continent. Lu Gang said solemnly. Oh. Yin Chuan looked at Lu Gang. Emperor Qing Long brought his subordinates to the Yang realm and established the celestial realm of Qing Long in the Yang realm's North Outer Continent. He clashed with the Azure Palace and eventually forced the Prime of Tong Tian to leave. Lu Gang said solemnly. Emperor Qing Long forced sect leader Tong Tian to leave? Have you taken over the North Outer Continent? Yin Chuan asked solemnly. Yes. Lu Gang smiled bitterly. What about the Master of Heaven? Yin Chuan asked. His whereabouts are unknown. However, according to the news from the guards, Tong Tian left with a group of disciples in the end. Emperor Qing Long did not capture Tong Tian, Lu Gang said in a deep voice. Yin Chuan was silent for a while. After a while, he said solemnly, this time, perhaps De Zhen owes him. Order the guards to pay attention to Tong Tian's whereabouts at all times. I want to know immediately. Yes, Lu Gang answered. Just as Yin Chuan and the officials were dealing with De Zhen's affairs, boom. Within the great Qin city, a loud metallic clang sounded out. Countless officials' expressions changed. Only Yin Chuan's expression remained the same. Yin Chuan led the officials out of the study room and walked to the training room. Creak! The door to the training room opened, and Yin Chuan stepped out in his human form. It had been more than a year. Yin Chuan looked a little haggard, but he was in a good mood. He smiled when he saw everyone. Greetings, Celestial Emperor. Everyone said respectfully. Yin Chuan nodded. He stepped forward and flew toward the Yellow Springs Road. In the blink of an eye, he left the Netherworld and went to Xianyang City in the Yang realm. I will be in seclusion for a few days. If there are any important matters, send them to Xianyang, Yin Chuan said. Yes. Although the officials did not understand, they still nodded. Yin Chuan stepped into the hall. Creak! The door to the hall closed. There was a huge bronze coffin in the training room. The world-suppressing bronze coffin. It's finally done. Yin Chuan's eyes flashed with satisfaction. Roar! He opened his mouth and inhaled. Rumble! The world-suppressing bronze coffin flew up and was swallowed by Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan sat cross-legged and continued to refine the treasure of his first life. In more than a year, many things happened in De Zhen. Similarly, many things also happened in the Netherworld South Continent. With the help of Ming Tianhan, the Heavenly Emperor of Great Punishment, Tian Gang cleared out all the spies and quickly gained absolute control of his 12 territories. One day, in the Tian Gang Palace. The Snake Emperor really did lie to me. He said that it would take a lot of time and effort to unify the 12 weaves, but you managed to do it all in a single year. Astral Vault said to Ming Tianhan. It's not that easy. The Snake Emperor was right. The main reason is that the territories are too big and require too many trustworthy subordinates to take over. Talents are the most important. Back then, the Snake Emperor started from scratch, but I have the foundation of the past and countless talents. As long as I take care of the troublesome ones, everything will be easy. Ming Tianhan said. Don't mention that bastard again. Snake Emperor? If I know where he is, I will tear him to pieces. Tian Gang said with a glare. Ming Tianhan nodded. It's not hard to guess. He must have gone to De Zhen. De Zhen? Ming Tianhan. This De Zhen's strength is monstrous. When I fight Yin Chuan in the future, I will need your help. Tian Gang said in a low voice. When I guide the power of a nation, I can possess the golden dragon of fate and borrow the power of your nation and the 12 territories. When that time comes, I will definitely be able to destroy the great Qin city. Tian Gang said in a low voice. Why do you want to do that? De Zhen is strange. Why don't you wait for Master? Ming Tianhan asked in a low voice. In the past, I could wait, but now I can't. I have to get the sword of power back. That is my only treasure. If Master comes, so I have to take it back from Emperor Qing Long before that. What does that have to do with De Zhen? Yin Chuan captured more than 300 of Emperor Qing Long's subordinates, but he only imprisoned them. Why? because Yin Chuan didn't dare to offend Emperor Qing Long. He only imprisoned them, so Emperor Qing Long didn't push him too hard. However, if I obtain these people, I can use them to threaten Emperor Qing Long and force him to return the Sword of Power. If Emperor Qing Long doesn't care about their lives, he will lose the loyalty of his subordinates. Tiangang said. I see. What a good plan. Ming Tianhan nodded in praise. Tiangang nodded. Since that's the case, I will naturally help you. However, I need to list the 12 territories under my name. When the time comes, you could just borrow my power. Ming Tianhan said. All right, my 12 territories will also be under the Great Qing Heavenly Court. Tiangang said with a smile. That would be for the best. Ming Tianhan said. Several days later, Nether King came to Tiangang's palace. Nether King, what are you doing here? Tiangang said in a deep voice. Your 12 territories are now under the Great Qing Heavenly Court? Nether King said in a deep voice. That's right. Are you so gullible? Nether King, watch your mouth. Tiangang scolded angrily. I want to take back my recommendation. There is something wrong with Ming Tianhan. Nether King said in a deep voice. What's wrong? Tiangang shouted. We have already divided our territories. He has overstepped his boundaries. Nether King said in a deep voice. Overstepped his boundaries? Only Tiangang knew that Tiangang had to go behind Lotus God's back and take back his own treasure. That was why he had colluded with Ming Tianhan. There was no such thing as crossing the line, so Tiangang was relieved. Overstepped his boundaries? Hee, you don't have a right to make decisions in my territory. Tiangang said coldly. Ming Tianhan doesn't work for the master. Instead, he's trying to please you. Of course there is something wrong. Nether King said in a deep voice. I think there is something wrong with you. Ha. Are you jealous of Ming Tianhan? Back then, you wanted to overstep your boundaries and manage my territory. I didn't agree. Now, you are accusing Ming Tianhan? Tiangang stood beside Ming Tianhan. Bastard, I am working for the master wholeheartedly. There is something wrong with Ming Tianhan. Nether King shouted. There is something wrong with Ming Tianhan? Very good. Where's the evidence? You want to say that he is also one of Yin Chuan's men? Nether King, I think you are the one with the problem. Do you think I don't know? Tiangang shouted. Don't know what? After the lesson from the Snake Emperor, I have checked all the information about Yin Chuan in the Sealed Realm. Yin Chuan has nothing to do with Ming Tianhan. If you want to slander him, you have to find some evidence. But your father is Yin Chuan, and your mother is Mo Yushi. You are the one with the problem. Tiangang shouted. How dare you? Nether King shouted. Working with you. I knew that there would be a problem sooner or later. I am more worried that you will mess up the master's matter. Tiangang said. You're talking about me? I think it is you. Nether King shouted. Tiangang's eyes flashed with anger. Then let the master be the judge. What? Nether King was stunned. Are you afraid? Tiangang revealed a sinister expression. Reaching out, he took out a black altar and activated it. Wong. Suddenly, smoke billowed out from the altar. Above the smoke, lotus flowers floated out. Tiangang? Lotus God's voice came from the smoke. Greetings, Master. Tiangang and Nether King said respectfully. How is the matter? Lotus God's voice came. In order to enter the great evil world, we have already taken over the South Continent. Tiangang said first. Master, this subordinate feels that there is something wrong with Ming Tianhan. Master, please take back your order and let this subordinate investigate Ming Tianhan. Nether King immediately said. Oh, Lotus God was puzzled. Master, don't listen to Nether King. Ming Tianhan has been close to this subordinate recently and prevented Nether King's scheme from succeeding. That is why he is jealous. Master, this subordinate feels that there is something wrong with Nether King. He is Yin Chuan's son. Tiangang immediately shouted. Then, the two slandered each other. There was an argument. After a while, it calmed down and they waited for Lotus God's final decision. If I did not need to control the great evil world, I would have come over now. The two of you are really my good subordinates? Lotus God's voice was filled with anger. Master, please calm down. Nether King shouted. Master, the source of all this is Yin Chuan. Please believe that Tian Gang is innocent and has nothing to do with Yin Chuan. From the beginning, I have always been loyal to you, Tian Gang said. I believe that. Lotus God nodded. But Nether King is different. No matter what the reason is, he is related to Yin Chuan by blood. Please send Nether King away, or let him go to the Yang realm to develop on his own. I do not want to work with him. If he exists, I will not exist, Tian Gang said stubbornly. I was the one who planned this South Continent, Nether King said angrily. Chapter 1421 Underworld, Inner South Continent, Tian Gang Palace. Tian Gang and the Nether King were arguing. Neither of them was willing to give up the power of the Inner South Continent and wanted to force the other away. Go to the world of the living? No one was willing to do so. The world was different from the past. Ambitious and ruthless people appeared and occupied various continents. How could it be so easy to establish a new base? Master, it's either him or me, Tian Gang shouted angrily. Master, I've always been loyal. The Nether King shouted. Enough! Lotus Goddess's angry voice sounded. Tian Gang and the Nether King stopped talking and waited for the final decision. Nether King, take your subordinates and enter this altar. Tian Gang and I will teleport you to the great evil world to familiarize you with the environment there. Lotus Goddess said solemnly. The Nether King's expression changed. This was the Lotus Goddess's choice between the Nether King and Tian Gang. In the end, she chose Tian Gang. The Nether King showed a trace of bitterness, but he still said solemnly, yes. Go. Lotus Goddess said, yes. The Nether King nodded bitterly and stepped out of Tian Gang Palace. The happiest person was Tian Gang. Thank you, Master. Tian Gang smiled. He had won the battle between him and the Nether King. Tian Gang, why did I ask the Nether King to come? Do you know? Lotus Goddess said solemnly. Because Master trusts me more. Tian Gang smiled. No, I trust you as much as him. Lotus Goddess said solemnly. He was under my control and will only be loyal to me. Why wouldn't I trust him? I asked him to come back and you to stay because you always have a bad temper. The two of you can't be together. Lotus Goddess said solemnly. Master, I'm absolutely loyal to you. Tian Gang said. Of course I know. You've been following me since before you transcended. Later on, you transcended first, and I chose to be reborn to break through to a higher level. I handed the great evil world to you, but what happened? You were sealed by the people of the Great Thousand World? Lotus Goddess said solemnly. Tian Gang felt helpless. You're always impulsive. However, this time, you're on your own. Lotus Goddess said solemnly. My lord, now that the stars of the second epoch have been revived, there are too few experts that I can bring out. Astral Dipper said again. What do you want? Master, please pick a batch of your subordinate tribes for me to use. Tian Gang said. Yes. Lotus Goddess nodded. 10 days later, the Nether King led a group of subordinates and stepped into the altar. Following this, a group of pitch-black monsters walked out from the altar. Their heads were like crickets, but they were humanoid. Their skin and bones were pitch black. Greetings, Chief. A group of cricket people said respectfully. Tian Gang nodded in satisfaction. The subordinates of the Nether King entered the altar through the portal. Before he left, the Nether King said, Big Dipper, I'll give you one more piece of advice. Be careful of underworld frost. There's no need for you to worry. So what if I trust Ming Tianhan? I'll also let him manage your 12 territories. Astral Dipper scolded. You, stubborn. The Nether King flung his sleeves and stepped into the portal. Boom! The smoke on the altar immediately dissipated. The two transcendents were separated by the void and teleported to each other. At this moment, Ming Tianhan had also arrived. Master? Why did Master come personally? Ming Tianhan asked in confusion. Master is the realm master of the great evil world. He is one with the great evil world, so it is inconvenient for him to come. Otherwise, if he leaves the great evil world, there will be variables. Tian Gang explained. Variables? What variables? Tian Gang shook his head and did not explain. He put away the altar and looked at Ming Tianan. My subordinates from the great evil world are all very strong. However, they are not good at management. You can take over the 12 territories of the Nether King. After that, we will make a move on the great evil world. Tian Gang said in a deep voice. Okay. Ming Tianhan nodded. Yang World, Outer East Continent, Boulder Races Boulder Peak. Jieshur, who cultivated the body of General, arrived at a large hall. Vice Lord, are your injuries healed? Pan Gung asked. They are all healed. Jieshur nodded. That's good. Vice Lord, are you going to find Yin Chuan? Pan Gung asked. No, before that, I need to find the exploding beast. Oh, explosion restoration. This ability is indeed powerful. Yin Chuan refined the exploding beast ability, so I naturally can't let it go. I came to find you because I want to know the exact location of the exploding beast. Once I refine an exploding beast, it will be Yin Chuan's death. Jieshur said in a deep voice. Okay. Pan Gung nodded. Great Zhun Heavenly Court, Xianying, Upper Study. Reporting to the Celestial Emperor, there's a report from the East Sea. Jieshur has arrived at the East Sea and is fighting with the exploding beast. Lu Gang said respectfully. Jieshur? He also wants to refine the exploding beast? Yin Chuan's face darkened. At the same time, Great Qin City, Zombie Yin Chuan's cultivation hall. Quang. The door opened with a bang. Zombie Yin Chuan took a step forward and rushed towards the Yellow Springs Road. Soon, he arrived in the world of the living. Jieshur? Huh. You came at the right time. I haven't gone to find you, and you've delivered yourself to me. Zombie Yin Chuan sneered. Boom. Zombie Yin Chuan shot towards the East Sea. Above the East Sea, boom. The exploding Beast King self-destructed once again. The huge explosion caused the entire East Sea to churn violently. After the explosion, it quickly returned to its original state. At the center of the explosion, Jieshur flapped his wings and blocked the explosion. Ha ha ha. Is this your self-destruction? It's still far from Yin Chuan's. Exploding beast? Jieshur said with a trace of disdain. The exploding Beast King looked at Jieshur coldly. The 11 exploding beasts behind it also stared at him. Who are you? Why are you looking for trouble with me? The exploding Beast King asked in a deep voice. It doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that I want your divine ability. Yin Chuan only refined an ordinary explosive beast, right? Naturally, I want to be better than him. You will be the one, Jieshur said in a deep voice. Bastard. Ha ha. Do you think you could do anything to me? Jieshur said coldly. The exploding Beast King looked at Jieshur helplessly. Then, it turned to look at someone in the distance. I have already sent a message to the Heaven Emperor. He will do his best. That person shouted. Yin Chuan? I don't think it's going to be too late. Jieshur said. The world is changing too fast. The exploding Beast King said bitterly. The exploding Beast King turned to the exploding beasts. If I die, you will die sooner or later. Instead of being killed one by one, why don't you help me? I will leave you with your consciousness so that you can watch everything. But I am the master. The exploding beasts were solemn. Roar! Roar! The exploding beast growled and then nodded. Come on, roar! The exploding Beast King shouted. Boom! An exploding Beast King charged at the exploding Beast King, and the latter swallowed it. Oh! Jieshur was surprised. Jieshur didn't stop the exploding Beast King. He just stared at it. Boom! Boom! One by one, the exploding beasts flew into the exploding Beast King's mouth and were swallowed. The exploding Beast King's body began to twist. Ka-ka-ka-ka. The exploding Beast King's body continued to change. Gradually, it turned into a red humanoid monster. Its body was similar to a human's, but its head was still that disgusting, slug-like head. You've merged with all the exploding beasts? That's even better. I will refine you and get more powerful skills. Jieshur said coldly. The humanoid exploding beast king turned its head and roared at the sky. Roar! In the blink of an eye, countless explosions occurred in the void all around them. Boom! 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 Countless black holes appeared in the sky above the East Sea. De Jean's guard, who was in charge of sending the message, fled to the shore in fear. The entire East Sea was churning. The news quickly spread to Xianyang. In the study, Yin Chuan raised an eyebrow. The exploding beast king has evolved. Yes, it has become more powerful. One roar, and it can make the sky explode. Lu Gang said respectfully. I understand. Yin Chuan nodded. In the easternmost region, the Rock Tribe, Pan Gung narrowed his eyes and looked to the west. He could see through countless distances and saw the East Sea. A humanoid exploding beast king? Pan Gung frowned. Pan Ding stood beside him. The world has changed. A humanoid exploding beast king? Its aura is about the same as yours and mine. The strength of a level 15. Pan Gung frowned. More or less. Under everyone's attention, the humanoid exploding beast king and Jieshur fought again. Compared to before, the humanoid exploding beast king's speed had increased by several times. The power of his explosions had also increased. Boom! 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 The two of them clashed again and again, causing countless explosions. Your strength has increased by so much? Despai's voice was filled with anxiety. Self-destruct. Wait. Boom. A loud explosion reverberated throughout the world. More than half of the East Sea's water was blown away. The loud explosion reverberated throughout the world of the living. The humanoid exploding beast king looked ferocious. It took a while for the black hole to return to normal. The humanoid exploding beast king returned to his original form. Jieshur was not destroyed because of his Jiangshan body. He panted and flew to a nearby place. He wrapped his dragon skeletal wings around himself and looked at the humanoid exploding beast king with surprise. How is it so strong? Jieshur was surprised. You're fine? The humanoid exploding beast king was also surprised. That was the humanoid exploding beast king's strongest self-destructibility. How could Jieshur be fine? The two of them were shocked by each other's strength. Boom! Suddenly, a black shadow rushed over and appeared in front of the two of them. A strong wind blew, and the two of them turned to look. Yin Chuan? The humanoid exploding beast king said in a deep voice. It's you? Jieshur's eyes turned cold. Of course it's me. Our battle is not over yet. You still haven't told me everything about the Jiangshan body. Jieshur, I didn't expect you to recover so quickly. Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Chapter 1422. The Heavenly Demon Realm. A giant sat at the foot of a huge black mountain in a place where countless heavenly demons ran amok. It was Fushi. A woman stood respectfully in front of Fushi. The woman wore a veil and a white robe. She carried a zither on her back. She looked very mysterious. Meng Rongrong greets master. The woman said respectfully. Fushi nodded. The explosive beast has merged into one. Bring it to me. Yes. Above the East Sea. Of course it's me. The battle is not over yet. You haven't told me everything about the Jiangshan's body. Yin Sure, I didn't expect your injuries to heal so quickly. Zombie Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Meowsher looked coldly at Yin Chuan. I was careless last time. This time, you won't have a chance. Sometimes, you can't be careless. Once you're careless, you won't have another chance. Yin Chuan said. Is that so? Meowsher said. The explosive beast turned its head and said, Yin Chuan, I can take care of myself now. You don't have to interfere. Yin Chuan looked at the explosive beast and took a deep breath. Explosive Beast King, I'm the cause of the disaster in the East Sea. Let me take care of this guy. Oh, he and I practice the same skill. We can grow together. Yin Chuan said. All right. The explosive beast nodded. I haven't seen you in a while. You become more confident. Meowsher said. Roar. Yin Chuan roared. Inchi surged around him. A pair of huge dragon wings spread out. He bared his fangs and looked at Meowsher with contempt. Your aura? You made a breakthrough? Meow Shi's face darkened. Ha! Yin Chuan laughed dryly. Roar. He opened his mouth and spat out a huge bronze coffin. It was the world-suppressing bronze coffin. As soon as the world-suppressing bronze coffin appeared, a murderous aura filled the air. Sky-burying coffin? Mishir said in a deep voice. This is called the world-suppressing copper coffin. It can suppress everything in the world. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Haha, what a boastful tone. Yin Chuan, so what if your cultivation has increased by another layer? You're still inferior to me, and you still want to self-destruct? I won't be careless again, Yin Shi said coldly. As he took a step forward, his figure flashed, and he pounced towards Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan glared and waved his hand. The world-suppressing copper coffin fell from the sky. Boom! The world-suppressing bronze coffin pressed down. For a moment, it was as if there was a surging suction force. Countless rays of light were absorbed by the world-suppressing bronze coffin. In an instant, the sky above the East Sea darkened as if all light had suddenly disappeared. As for the world-suppressing copper coffin, it was as if it was floating in a huge black hole. After absorbing all the light in the surroundings, it brazenly collided with the body of Despise. World suppression. Yin Chuan's eyes widened. Boom! Not only that, but the void below Ji Shi suddenly became incomparably sturdy. Together with the world-suppressing bronze coffin, it held Ji Shi in place. Yishir looked at Yin Chuan in shock. Impossible, the world-suppressing coffin? It can't be this strong. Ji Shi cried out in shock as he held the world-suppressing copper coffin with his hands and wings. It's not just a coffin, Yang Qi said. There's an entire world inside of it, a world that can crush you. Even if you cultivate the body of a general and minister, you won't be able to do anything about it. You only have a sturdy body, but you don't have the power to shake the heavens and earth. Yin Chuan said coldly. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and the world-suppressing copper coffin exerted more force. Boom! Under the tremendous force, Xiao Shi's body suddenly bent. The world-suppressing bronze coffin was still like a black hole, absorbing all the light in the surroundings. Not only was all the light, but the boundless yuan qi of heaven and earth, luck, merit, fortune, and fortune that permeated the void were all madly surging into the world-suppressing bronze coffin. Only the humanoid explosive beast nearby could feel what was happening in the darkness. The experts in the distance could not see anything in the darkness. Boulder Tribe, Boulder Peak. The East Sea is completely dark. I can't see anything. Pan Gung frowned. The world-suppressing bronze coffin? What an evil thing. Pan Ding said in a low voice. Emperor Qing Long of the North Outer Continent. Emperor Huang Jin of the Southeast Continent. The experts who were paying attention to De Zhen all looked at him with strange expressions. What was happening in the darkness? Crack, crack, crack. In the darkness, Yishir held the world-suppressing bronze coffin with both hands and wings. However, the suppression of the world-suppressing bronze coffin was getting stronger and stronger. Roar! The red path behind Yishir soared into the sky and surged into his body. However, it was still unable to move the world-suppressing bronze coffin. No, how can this be? We both have the body of a general and minister, but you, a level 12, can suppress me. A level 13? This is impossible. Yishir shouted in disbelief. His eyes were filled with indignation. There's no need to struggle. You know that I cultivated the body of a general and minister in the Great Thousand World. Back then, I was already at the peak of level 14, which was much stronger than you are now. Back then, my greatest reliance was this world-suppressing bronze coffin, which sealed my endless power. Level 13? It's a pity that you missed the best opportunity, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. I know that you're not convinced. You're not convinced that I'm relying on the strength of my treasure. However, this coffin was refined by me. You don't have to be convinced, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. If you're so capable, let me out and we'll fight again, Yishir said in a low voice. Opportunities are not given out by others. Moreover, do you think that I'll give you the chance to kill me? That's impossible. The only thing I can give you is 1 day to struggle. If you can't get out in 1 day, you'll have to accept your fate. Tell me everything, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Roar. No, I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. Jieshe shouted in grief and indignation. Rumble. The surging power of the Great Path continued to push against the world's suppressing bronze coffin. But for some reason, the greater the power of contempt, the greater the power of the world suppressing copper coffin. Jieshe struggled with all his might, but the power of the world suppressing copper coffin was too great. Boom, boom, boom. In the sky above the East Sea, violent vibrations constantly came from the darkness. However, outsiders were unable to see anything inside. A day passed quickly. Boom. Jieshe exploded his great Tao, and boundless power surged into his body, crashing into the world-suppressing bronze coffin again. The world-suppressing bronze coffin also shook violently, but it immediately stabilized. No! A heart-wrenching cry of unwillingness came from the darkness. The day has come. Can you speak now, Jieshe? Yin Chuan stared at Jieshe. Jieshe turned his head to look at Yin Chuan. His eyes flashed with a strong sense of unwillingness and bitterness. Vice Lord Jiangshan of the Great Thousand Domains? Haha, I lost, but that's fine. At least I lost to you. From the moment I found out everything, I've been working hard to break these shackles. But in the end, it was all in vain. Refine me. Use my Jiangshan body to strengthen your Jiangshan body. Work hard for my dream. Jieshe suddenly said bitterly. One of them was destined to die. Now, he had no power to reverse the situation. Despite his unwillingness, Jieshe seemed to have come to terms with it. Vice Lord Jiangshan body? What do you mean by Vice Lord Jiangshan? Also, I remember you saying that the body of a Jiangshan body is the true Jiangshan body. You and I are sacrificial lambs? And what's this so-called tribulation? What tribulation do we face when we cultivate the Jiangshan body? Yin Chuan asked. Jieshe smiled bitterly. Haven't you noticed? What's the name of our cultivation technique? Jiangshan body? It's already very obvious. What do you mean? Yin Chuan didn't understand. The Jiangshan body. The Jiangshan body is the Jiangshan body, Jieshe said bitterly. Oh, Yin Chuan's pupils constricted. In the past, the Jiangshan body was only the name of a cultivation technique. He'd never thought that there was another explanation for it. We cultivate this technique so that we can cultivate an invincible body. In the end, this invincible body won't be ours. We'll just be paving the way for someone else. Jieshe said bitterly. Paving the way for someone else? You're saying that after we cultivate a powerful body, the four of us who cultivate the Jiangshan body will fight and refine each other. Once we reach our strongest state, we'll be possessed? Yin Chuan said grimly. That's right. Great Emperor Jiangshan. Jieshe said bitterly. Great Emperor Jiangshan. Yin Chuan's eyelids twitched. The current great emperors were all born in the late Second Epoch. Great Emperor Jiangshan was born at the beginning of the Second Epoch. Jiangshan corpse ancestor. In fact, I suspect that Jiangshan corpse ancestor existed in the First Epoch, but only became a great emperor at the beginning of the Second Epoch. From what I learned from the monolith, Jiangshan corpse ancestor is the ancestor of all corpses. Jieshe explained. Aha, the Jiangshan body isn't a random name. The ultimate goal of this technique is to refine an extremely powerful body for Great Emperor Jiangshan. When Jiangshan corpse ancestor wakes up, he'll be able to possess it. Jieshe said bitterly. Jiangshan corpse ancestor. Yin Chuan took a deep breath. Ha. I want to continuously strengthen myself so that when Jiangshan corpse ancestor wakes up, I'll be able to fight him. Unfortunately, that's not going to happen. Once you master this technique, there's no turning back. Even if you reincarnate, it'll follow you forever. Yin Chuan, you have to fight. Jieshe said savagely. I will. No one will be able to possess my body. Yin Chuan said coldly. That's why you have to strengthen yourself even more. You have to refine the other two bodies of Jiangshan corpse ancestor. Before Jiangshan corpse ancestor wakes up, You have to be at your strongest. I can't accept this. I can't accept being defeated by you. I can't accept being destined to refine someone else's body, Jieshur said indignantly. Corpse ancestor, great Emperor Jiangshun, is our tribulation. What about the monolith? Do they call us sublords? What does that mean? Yin Chuan asked curiously. Jiangshan corpse ancestor created the monolith, and their experts refer to him as their true lord. We are the bodies of their true lord, so naturally, we're their sublords. They only respect their true lord and don't obey us. They only occasionally give us convenience. Yin Chuan, remember, beware the monolith. They'll never stand on your side. They're just Jiangshan's servants, and only listen to his orders. Beware of the monolith, Jieshur said gravely. Chapter 14:23. The Rock Tribe. Yin Chuan asked solemnly. Don't worry. Since the Rock Tribe knows who you are, they won't stop you from developing. After all, the more powerful you are, the more you'll belong to Jiangshan when they take over your body. Ha ha ha. Yinshur laughed disdainfully. Yin Chuan's expression grew more serious. All right, let's begin. Let me strengthen you, Yinshur said, shaking his head. Roar. Yin Chuan roared and opened his mouth to devour Yinshur. At this moment, Yin Chuan did not resist and allowed Yin Chuan to devour him. Boom! Yinshur was swallowed by Yin Chuan. Yinshur knew he was going to die, so he didn't resist. The power of Jiangshan's body surged into Yin Chuan's body. Rumble! Corpse chi surged around Yin Chuan. The world-suppressing bronze coffin was put away. The world lit up again, but there was still corpse chi in the center. As he refined Yinshur, Yin Chuan felt his body change. His entire body seemed to have become denser. There was a sudden tremor on his back. Crack, crack, crack. The skin on his back split open. Gradually, a pair of huge red wings emerged. Boom! They were the same dragon bone wings, but this time they were scarlet. Boom! Evil energy spread out in all directions. The entire sea suddenly sank. Roar! Yin Chuan let out a long roar. Under the roar, there seemed to be a sound of pain. The time it took for an incense stick to burn past. Boom! Yin Chuan's body made a muffled sound. An even more ferocious energy spread out. The 13th heaven. Within the corpse chi, Yin Chuan's eyes lit up. Whoosh! Yin Chuan sucked in a deep breath. The surrounding black chi was sucked into his mouth. Above the sea, the human-shaped explosive beast looked at Yin Chuan in shock. Yin Chuan now had 2 pairs of dragon bone wings on his back, one black and one red, making him look extremely ferocious. Buzz! With a shake of his body, Yin Chuan gradually returned to his human form. Congratulations, Yin Di! The humanoid explosive beast exclaimed. The humanoid explosive beast could feel that despise had disappeared, and Yin Chuan seemed to have undergone a transformation. Same to you. Explosive Beast Kings. Yin Chuan smiled. As Yin Chuan's strength increased, the explosive Beast King's strength also soared to the 15th level of the celestial plane. Exploding Beast Kings. You must have seen what happened at the East Sea today. Yin Chuan smiled. Yes. The explosive Beast King nodded. Your Excellency's theurgy is too miraculous. You have attracted the attention of many people. Those who dare to provoke you are all peerless experts. The former Golden Sovereign is despised today. I wonder which great emperor will be in the future. You have a good relationship with the great Jin country. Today, I invite you to join the great Jin country. As the Legion Commander, I sincerely invite the explosive Beast King. Yin Chuan said solemnly. Legion Commander? The explosive Beast King looked at Yin Chuan in surprise. In the end, it shook its head and said, Sorry. It's okay. I was just making a suggestion. Our alliance is still in place. If you change your mind, just let me know. Yin Chuan said. Okay. The explosive Beast King nodded. Just as Yin Chuan was about to leave. Rumble. The sky, which had just cleared up, darkened once again. For a moment, the black gas covered the sky, and the entire East Sea was shrouded in darkness. Eh. Yin Chuan and the explosive Beast King narrowed their eyes. Whoosh! All of a sudden, countless heavenly demons appeared in the void. The moment the heavenly demons appeared, they immediately flew around the entire East Sea. Rumble. More and more heavenly demons appeared. In the blink of an eye, Yin Chuan and the explosive Beast King were surrounded. The Rock Tribe. Yin Chuan swallowed the world of contempt? Pan Geng asked. I didn't expect this, but it's good. Pan Ding shook his head. Yes. I'm looking forward to the day when Allah returns. Pan Geng nodded. So many heavenly demons? The heavenly demon realm is open so soon? Is the snake tribe going to meddle in the affairs of the world? The snake tribe? Fushi? Pan Ding frowned. Above the East Sea, the heavenly demons swept toward Yin Chuan and the explosive Beast King. The two of them glared at the heavenly demons and forced them to retreat. The person who sealed you is finally coming out, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. The explosive Beast King glared at him with murderous intent. The two of them quickly looked around in the heavenly demons. Finally, after half an hour, a white figure appeared in front of them. It was a woman in white with a veil over her face. She carried a guqin on her back and slowly appeared. Rong Rong. Yin Chuan's eyes widened as he recognized her immediately. In the distance, surrounded by the heavenly demons, was Meng Rongrong, the sister of Meng Wenra, the great Zhen army's commander. Yin Chuan? Meng Rongrong was taken aback. The explosive Beast King was looking at Meng Rongrong with murderous intent, but when it heard Yin Chuan, it raised an eyebrow. You know each other? Meng Rongrong waved her hand. Boom! The heavenly demons retreated behind Meng Rongrong. Meng Rongrong stepped forward and approached him. They had not seen each other for years. Yin Chuan looked at Meng Rongrong tenderly. Meng Rongrong looked at him tenderly as well. Only the explosive Beast King was still in shock. After all, the explosive Beast King could not tell if Yin Chuan was an ally or an enemy. How had it been all these years? Yin Chuan asked gently. I became Fushi's disciple, and he taught me the way of the guqin. Meng Rongrong said gently. The two of them were talking in a soft voice. The exploding Beast King looked even more upset. Yin Chuan, you know her? What is she doing here? The explosive Beast King shouted. Yin Chuan looked at Meng Rongrong. Meng Rongrong looked at Yin Chuan and then at the explosive Beast King. I'm here to take you to my master. Oh, he's the one who sealed me? He's the one who sealed all the explosive beasts. The explosive Beast King asked. Yes. Meng Rongrong nodded. Ha 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 ha, good. Very good. Yin Chuan, what do you say now? The explosive Beast King looked at Yin Chuan with an angry smile. Meng Rongrong looked at Yin Chuan. Yin Chuan, I have to go back. I have to bring the explosive Beast Kings back. You still want to go back? Yin Chuan frowned. Yes. There are some things that I can't tell you now. I'll tell you later, okay? Meng Rongrong said. Later? Yes. Meng Rongrong nodded. I'm going back with the explosive Beast Kings. Don't stop me. Meng Rongrong said gently. Yin Chuan, are you going to break your promise? The explosive Beast King shouted. Yin Chuan had promised to help the explosive Beast Kings stop all the enemies. However, the enemies were here. If he didn't help the explosive Beast Kings, he would be breaking his promise. But Meng Rongrong was also begging him. Yin Chuan looked at the two of them. For a moment, he felt bitter. Don't worry, Meng Rongrong suddenly said. What? Yin Chuan was confused. Let me play a song. If the explosive Beast Kings are willing to go with me, don't stop them. If they don't want to, I won't force them. I'll leave right away. Meng Rongrong said. Oh, Yin Chuan was surprised. Ha, girl, are you kidding? I'll go with you just because you play a song? The explosive Beast Kings didn't believe her. Meng Rongrong looked at Yin Chuan expectantly. Yin Chuan would have vetoed the idea if it had been someone else. No matter what, the great Jin dynasty was determined to get the explosive Beast King. There was no room for any accidents during the competition. But this person was Meng Rongrong. Maybe my master told me to come because he knew about our relationship. Please believe me. I will never do anything to harm you. Meng Rongrong said gently. Looking at Meng Rongrong's hopeful eyes, Yin Chuan's heart softened and he nodded. Yin Chuan, what's the meaning of this? The explosive Beast Kings asked. Exploding Beast King, Rongrong, is my fiancée. I don't think it's a big deal to listen to a song from her. If you don't want to leave with her after the song, no one will be able to take you away. Not even Fushi will be able to help you. Yin Chuan promised. The explosive Beast Kings felt strange. After a moment of silence, they nodded. Meng Rongrong sat down and took out the guqin from her back. She looked at the explosive Beast Kings and said, Fushi's guqin is called Fate. Fate. Ding, ding, ding. Meng Rongrong suddenly played the guqin. For a moment, hundreds of millions of heavenly demons flew around in fear. They scattered and tried to escape. However, they couldn't get out of Meng Rongrong's range. Once they did, they would run back. Hundreds of millions of heavenly demons ran around in a panic. Yin Chuan and the explosive Beast Kings closed their eyes to feel the music. Yin Chuan's thoughts were suddenly stirred by the music. Wow, wow. It's born. It's a boy. It's a boy. Finally, I have a son. Bai. Bai. What are you shouting for? You'll scare little Bai. Grandpa. Dad and Mom said they would bring me delicious food. Why aren't they back yet? Grandpa, I want to learn the life-usurping derivation technique. That way, I won't end up like Dad and Mom. From now on, my name is Blue. From now on, my name is Ing. Scenes of the past kept appearing in his mind. There were many scenes that Yin Chuan thought he had forgotten. However, at this moment, he recalled them in detail. Yin Chuan was so touched that tears rolled down his cheeks. The music was moving. On the other hand, the explosive Beast Kings didn't seem to be listening to the memories. The explosive Beast Kings closed their eyes in fear. After a while, the explosive Beast Kings began to tremble. Ding! The music stopped. The hundreds of millions of heavenly devils who were flying around in fear also stopped abruptly. Sweat appeared on Meng Rongrong's forehead. What did you see in fate? Meng Rongrong asked. The past. Yin Chuan opened his eyes. The future. The explosive Beast Kings said in fear. The future? Yin Chuan looked at the explosive Beast Kings in surprise. Why didn't he see it? Meng Rongrong smiled. It's just as Master said. Mythical beasts can see things in fate that others can't. Explosive Beast Kings, you saw the future. Are you still willing to come with me? Let's go. I want to go with you to see Fushi. Let's go now. The explosive Beast Kings shouted. What? Yin Chuan stared at the explosive Beast Kings in shock. Wasn't this attitude change a little too fast? Chapter 1424. Explosive Beast King. Yin Chuan frowned. How could he change his tone in the blink of an eye? Yindi, I'm sorry to disappoint you. Let's part ways here. Maybe I'll come back in the future. The explosive Beast King said. All right, I'll keep the East Sea for you. Yin Chuan nodded. Meng Rongrong looked at Yin Chuan apologetically. After all, Meng Rongrong wasn't stupid. She could tell that Yin Chuan wanted to tame the explosive Beast King, but she had ruined it. Yin Chuan, I'm sorry, Meng Rongrong said guiltily. Don't blame yourself. It's a blessing that the explosive Beast King is here, but it's not necessary. Also, I trust you. Yin Chuan said gently. Okay. Meng Rongrong nodded firmly. Meng Rongrong took out a jade talisman in the shape of the 8 trigrams. Master has divined until today, telling me to give this to you, saying that you might be able to use it. Meng Rongrong said, Oh, this is a teleportation jade talisman. When you crush it, it can wrap everything within 100 feet of you in a ball of light and send you to the edge of the heavenly demon realm. You'll be sent back in 15 minutes. Meng Rongrong said, Oh. Yin Chuan took the 8 trigrams jade talisman. That's what Master said. Meng Rongrong explained. Fushi knows what I'm going to do. Yin Chuan asked. Master's life-stealing technique can predict the future. Meng Rongrong said. Impossible. The future is always changing. How can he predict it? I don't know. Meng Rongrong shook her head. Yin Chuan nodded. Boom. Behind him, the billowing heavenly devils were like a whale sucking in water. They were sucked into a huge hole and quickly entered the heavenly devil world. Master is calling us. Meng Rongrong's eyes flashed with worry. Are we leaving or not? The explosive beast king asked anxiously. Meng Rongrong looked at Yin Chuan reluctantly. I will be back, Meng Rongrong said firmly. Then he stepped in the hole with the explosive beast king. Rumble. The surging heavenly devils all entered. Who? The opening closed, and the east sea suddenly became empty. It was as if nothing had happened. Yin Chuan looked at the place where Meng Rongrong had disappeared. He was silent for a long time before he turned around and headed back to the office. When zombie Yin Chuan returned to the imperial court, he immediately chose to go into seclusion. After refining to spies, his Jiangqian body had grown even stronger. Yin Chuan wanted to get used to this feeling as soon as possible. 2 years later, in the underworld's inner south continent, Big Dipper Palace. Outside the Big Dipper Palace, there was a group of humanoid monsters wearing black robes. They all had the heads of crickets, and they gave off an evil aura. Ming Tianhan walked through the group of monsters and entered the Big Dipper Palace. Within the Big Dipper Palace, Big Dipper was discussing something with a few of his monster subordinates. Ming Tianhan? Big Dipper looked at Ming Tianhan. Big Dipper, it's almost done. The inner south continent has been completely taken over. The imperial capital of the great Xingtian Heavenly Court has also been moved to a territory near the outer east continent. It's only an ocean away from the great Qin city. Ming Tianhan said solemnly. Good. Big Dipper said excitedly. That's all I can do. You'll have to rely on yourself to fight Yin Chuan in the East Sea. Ming Tianhan said with a frown. Ha. Ming Tianhan, don't worry. With the power of your continent, Yin Chuan won't be able to reverse the situation. You've done well this time, very well. Big Dipper said with a smile. Your business is my business. However, after this, please put in a few good words for me in front of the Lotus Goddess. Ming Tianhan said with a smile. Of course. Fortunately, the Nether King was chased away. Otherwise, who knows how many problems that bastard would find with me. Humph. Big Dipper said in a low voice. Ming Tianhan smiled but didn't reply. Children, follow me. Prepare to destroy the great Qin Heavenly Court. Big Dipper suddenly shouted. Roar. The group of cricket-headed monsters replied. Boom. The group of about 300 people soared into the sky and flew towards the northeast corner of the inner south continent. After a few days, the group arrived at a huge city. Above the city, the sea of fate clouds churned. Heavenly dragon vein power. Big Dipper shouted. Roar. Roar. On the ground, dragon roars resounded as the power of the heavenly dragon vein surged and entered Big Dipper's body. Boom. 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 Most of the heavenly dragon vein power entered Big Dipper's body, but some of it entered his subordinates, the cricket-headed monsters. Boom. The 300 monsters were surrounded by evil aura, dyeing the surroundings of the city black. So powerful, Ming Tianhan said solemnly. Ha. These are the elites of my tribe. After absorbing the power of the heavenly dragon vein, each of them is at least at the 12th heavenly layer. There's even one at the 14th heavenly layer. Big Dipper said confidently. The great evil world is indeed extraordinary. A single tribe has so many experts? Ming Tianhan exclaimed. Big Dipper nodded proudly. Let's begin, Big Dipper said. Ming Tianhan's face turned solemn as he suddenly shouted, Citizens of the great Xingtian court, listen up. Today is a big day in the great Xingtian court. I need you to raise your right hand and help me. Roar. Above the sea of providence, Ming Tianhan's statue suddenly roared. Boom. His voice spread throughout the great Xingtian court. The entire inner south continent was filled with Ming Tianhan's voice. Countless citizens looked at the sky in shock. Although the great Xingtian court had only moved to the inner south continent not long ago, it had already taken root. Many citizens quickly raised their right hand. Surging energy gathered toward the golden dragon of providence. Boom! The surging energy was like a golden river as it poured into the golden dragon of providence. The golden dragon of providence roared and swooped down as if it wanted to merge with Ming Tianhan. Ha ha ha! Big Dipper laughed loudly. Change! Boom! Big Dipper's body suddenly turned into a dragon and charged toward the golden dragon of providence. Boom! The two merged into one. Big Dipper transformed into the golden dragon and absorbed the power of the entire city. Under his aura, all the citizens in the city were forced to kneel down. The golden dragon raised its head and roared at the sky. Roar! The dragon's roar was so loud that it instantly spread throughout the underworld. At this moment, the entire underworld was filled with this dragon's roar. Outer South Continent, Rosefinch Heaven Realm. Emperor Rosefinch walked to the entrance of the Rosefinch Palace and looked in the direction of the dragon's roar. Outer West Continent. At the entrance of a palace, a white-clothed man frowned as he looked to the east. Outer North Continent. At the entrance of Chujiang Palace, Nether River Patriarch looked at the golden dragon with interest. At the entrance of another territory in the Outer North Continent, a skinny old man with a long beard also looked at the golden dragon with a bright light in his eyes. At this moment, the powerful golden dragon became the hope of the entire world. Good. Ming Tianhan, many thanks. Big Dipper laughed. Ming Tianhan nodded. Children, follow me to the great Qin city. Big Dipper laughed. Roar! The 300 monsters roared. Boom! The golden dragon flung its body and led the 300 subordinates towards the distant myriad ghost domain. In the blink of an eye, the group disappeared. Ming Tianhan stood at the top of the plaza and watched Big Dipper's group leave. Sejong walked behind him. Transcendence, immortality, and shape-shifting. Yang said in a low voice. Ming Tianhan nodded. Is everything prepared? There's nothing to prepare. You're the main person. Yang smiled. Ming Tianhan nodded. Rumble. The golden dragon's aura was vast and mighty as it quickly charged into the myriad ghost domain. It headed straight for the great Qin city. At this moment, the myriad ghost domain was in an uproar. Everyone knew that someone had come to pick a fight. At the entrance of the Rosefinch Heaven Realm. Ha ha ha. Big Dipper, he's going to cause trouble for Yin Chuan? Emperor Rosefinch's eyes suddenly lit up as he laughed. Stepping forward, the Vermilion Bird Great Emperor wanted to go over again. After all, the Vermilion Bird Great Emperor had always been looking forward to seeing Yin Chuan suffer calamity. However, just as he took a step forward, he recalled the last time and instantly stopped. Emperor Qing Long hadn't invited him last time, and Big Dipper hadn't invited him this time either. If he went, he would lose face. Emperor Rosefinch stared at the great Qin city expectantly. Roar! A dragon's roar could be heard. Big Dipper led his 300 subordinates and arrived outside the great Qin city. Boom! Billowing winds blew, but the great Qin city seemed to have been prepared, and all the formations were activated. Zombie Yin Chuan led his subordinates out of the central palace and stood in the plaza, coldly looking at Big Dipper. Big Dipper? Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Ha 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 ha. Yin Chuan, do you know how long I've been waiting for this day? Big Dipper laughed. We don't have any great enmity with you, right? Yin Chuan said in a low voice. No great enmity? You got the Snake Emperor to trick me, and you conspired with Emperor Qing Long to trick me out of my sort of force. This enmity is irreconcilable. Moreover, you've offended His Majesty again and again. Killing you is a great merit, and I could take back my sword of force. Big Dipper said in a low voice. If you didn't target us, would you have fallen for it? Moreover, you've already missed the best opportunity. Yin Chuan said in a low voice. Big Dipper frowned in the form of a golden dragon. We don't understand. Transcendents are already immortal, so why are you still bullying the weak and fearing the strong? Ha! You can't be killed, so what are you afraid of? You could have come to the great Jin nation to cause trouble in the past, but you waited for the great Jin nation to grow stronger. Don't you think it's too late for you to come now? Perhaps you are someone who bullies the weak, and fears the strong deep in your bones. Yin Chuan said. How bold? Big Dipper said coldly. The bold one is you, Big Dipper. The first world is not suitable for you. You should return to the Lotus God's side, Yin Chuan said. At the same time, in the great Xing heavenly court's capital, Ming Tianhan looked at the clouds of providence and took a deep breath. Citizens of the great Xing heavenly court, listen up. We have something important to announce. Ming Tianhan yelled at the sky. Although there was no golden dragon of providence, everyone in the world heard it through the providence cloud sea. Even Big Dipper was stunned. What is Ming Tianhan trying to do? Big Dipper's expression changed. Big Dipper seemed to realize that something was wrong. We, Ming Tianhan, are called Fu Su. We are the son of Yin Chuan of the Great Jin Nation's heavenly court. The Great Xing heavenly court is the Great Jin Nation's heavenly court. From today onwards, I, Fu Su, will enter the Great Jin Nation and serve Yin Chuan as emperor and Yin Chuan as father. The inner South Continent will belong to the Great Jin Nation's heavenly court. I hereby announce this to the world. Ming Tianhan bowed to the sky. Boom! The surging providence cloud sea suddenly collapsed, and boundless providence surged towards the great Qin city. Countless experts in the various continents were left gaping in shock. Chapter 1425. This emperor, Ming Tianhan, is called Fu Su. I am the son of Yin Chuan of the Great Jun Heavenly Court. The Great Xing Heavenly Court is the Great Jun Heavenly Court. From today onwards, I, Fu Su, will enter the Great Jun Heavenly Court and worship Yin Chuan as the emperor and Yin Chuan as my father. The inner South Continent is now the territory of the Great Jun Heavenly Court. I hereby announce this to the world. Ming Tianhan bowed to the heavens. Boom! The surging providence clouds suddenly collapsed, and boundless providence surged toward the great Qin city. Countless experts in the various continents were left gaping in shock. Rosefinch Heavenly Realm. Emperor Rosefinch looked at Ming Tianhan in shock. Fu Su, how did this happen? That young master Fu Su who appears once every 100 years? Someone behind Emperor Rosefinch said in shock. Outer North Continent. Chujiang Palace. Ha ha. As expected, I knew it wouldn't be so boring. Patriarch Nether River laughed. Inner South Continent. Countless citizens were confused. What was going on? How did the Celestial the Arch suddenly become Fu Su? Didn't the Great Xing Heavenly Court have a huge grudge against the Great Jin Heavenly Court? How did the Celestial the Arch suddenly become Yin Chuan's son? Countless citizens were stunned, especially the citizens in the capital. Many people didn't want to believe it, but boundless providence flowed toward the Great Jun Heavenly Court. The Great Xing Heavenly Court disappeared. Boom! The heaven and earth altar under Ming Tianhan's feet suddenly exploded. If the Celestial the Arch was gone, the Celestial Thearcha's altar would also be gone. After Ming Tianhan announced this, he let out a long sigh as if his wish had been fulfilled. At this moment, Tiangang was completely stunned. Tiangang's aura was overbearing as he gathered the strength of the Great Punishment Heavenly Court and prepared to kill Yin Chuan. However, as soon as Ming Tianhan finished speaking, the golden dragon around him seemed to deflate. It turned into streaks of golden light and surged into the Great Jun Heavenly Court's providence clouds. Boundless power surged toward Yin Chuan from all directions. No, Ming Tianhan, you lied to me? Tiangang shouted in despair. Yin Chuan's son? How is this possible? Having learned his lesson from the Snake Emperor, Big Dipper had put in a lot of effort into gathering information on Yin Chuan. He hadn't contacted Ming Tianhan at all. He had misjudged the Snake Emperor, and he thought that Ming Tianhan would not misjudge him again. However, in the end, Ming Tianhan was even more exaggerated. Yin Chuan's son? Surging power surged into the Zhun's providence cloud. People of the world, raise your right hands and borrow my strength to fight against the Nirvana-level experts. Yin Chuan shouted. Roar! The golden dragon of great accomplishment let out a heaven-shaking roar. As it roared, Yin Chuan's voice spread across the outer east continent. Countless citizens quickly raised their right hands. Rumble. Surging energy rushed towards Yin Chuan and entered Yin Chuan's body in the blink of an eye. This was not only the power to rule the world, but also the power to punish the world. As the providence flowed into Daijun, all of Big Dipper's power quickly flowed into Yin Chuan's body. Surging energy surged. Yin Chuan didn't transform, but his aura was already surging. The power of the two continents, the outer east continent and the inner south continent, surged. Yin Chuan was unprecedentedly powerful. He slowly stepped out of the central palace and flew into the sky, looking coldly at Big Dipper. People of great accomplishment, I have something to announce. Fu Su will be the first crown prince of the heavenly court. Yin Chuan shouted. Boom! His voice spread across the two continents. The citizens of the outer east continent were shocked. Crown Prince? Fu Su. As for the citizens of the outer south continent, they had completely given up. Indeed, Ming Tianhan was Yin Chuan's son. Why is it like this? Don't Yin Chuan and Ming Tianhan have a feud? Emperor Rosefinch stood in Rosefinch's heavenly realm, unwilling to accept this. Everything had changed too quickly. The angriest person was Big Dipper. This sudden change told Big Dipper that he had completely messed up the Lotus God's plan. The inner south continent was going to be used by the great evil world, but it was gone in the blink of an eye. Was his vision really that bad? No. He had been tricked by Yin Chuan and Ming Tianhan. Ming Tianhan, Yin Chuan, I'm going to kill you. Big Dipper, who had transformed into his human form, said furiously. Oomph. Capture these demons. Yin Chuan coldly harumphed. Yes. Chiliang Hua and the others immediately roared and rushed out of the Great Qin City. Boom! The 300 monsters that Big Dipper had brought all faced off against the great accomplishment experts, and the battle outside the Great Qin City was incredibly intense. Yin Chuan charged at Big Dipper. Around Tiangang, loud noises could be heard as well. Zi, Zhou, Yin, Mao, Chun, Si, Wu, Wei, Shun, Yu, Su, Hai. Boom! As 12 massive shouts sounded out, 12 massive pillars filled with killing intent formed a circle and surrounded Big Dipper and Yin Chuan. Boom! Billowing baleful qi rushed into the starry sky. The huge baleful qi quickly forced the surrounding experts to retreat. In an instant, the entire sky was filled with killing intent. The boundless killing intent spread out, causing countless residents to panic. However, when they realized that this was the Celestial Emperor's attack, they felt much more at ease. 12 Capital Heaven Divine Wraith Formation. Emperor Rosefinch's expression darkened. Outer North Continent. Capital Heaven Divine Wraith trapping Big Dipper. Looks like Yin Chuan is determined to win this time. The Nether River Patriarch said in a low voice. My lord, is this Capital Heaven Divine Wraith Formation very powerful? The Ice Goddess asked curiously. In the second epoch, it was said that the great Emperor karmic position appeared and a group of experts fought for it. In the end, a total of 9 great emperors were born. Among them, 12 experts from the demon tribe were the most likely to obtain the great Emperor karmic position. Unfortunately, they were defeated. However, their strength should not be underestimated as they were able to compete with the other great emperors. The 12 of them were unwilling to accept the fact that they did not obtain the great Emperor karmic position. Hence, they conspired to create a large formation to seize the great Emperor karmic position from the 9 great emperors. The Nether River Patriarch explained. Oh, this is the formation? They want to use this formation to seize the great Emperor karmic position? Yes. Unfortunately, there were only 9 great Emperor karmic positions among the 12 of them. The 12 of them were already suspicious of each other before they even fought the other great emperors. In the end, they killed each other before they could fight the other great emperors. The Nether River Patriarch said, shaking his head, What? That's impossible. Are they all fools? They started killing each other before they even got the item? Don't they know that the formation will be incomplete if one of them dies? The ice goddess said in shock. Of course they know. However, do you really think that the great emperors will just ignore it? The Nether River Patriarch said. Oh, no one knows how powerful the great formation of 12 divine beings of slaughter is, but the great emperors should still be careful, especially great emperors away. He set up a plan to sow dissension and make this group of people suspect each other, causing the group to fall apart from the inside. The 12 of them may have powerful cultivation, but their scheming was ultimately a lot weaker. Under the conspiracy of several great emperors, 2 of them died in the end. Then, the conflict became more and more intense. Under the guidance of the other great emperors, almost all of them died. In the end, only 3 of them were left. The ice goddess, however, revealed a look of extreme astonishment. The powerful formation of the second epic collapsed just like that. Chapter 1426. Outer North Continent. In front of Chujiang Palace. Master, how's Tiangang now? Ice Goddess looked at Nether River Patriarch and asked. I'm not sure. The capital Heaven Divine Wraith formation is indeed mysterious. It isolates the inside from the outside, making it impossible for others to see through. Nether River Patriarch shook his head. Then, between Yin Chuan and Tiangang, who will win? Ice Goddess asked curiously. Tiangang is a transcendent after all. With Yin Chuan's strength, he might be a little weaker. However, with the capital Heaven Divine Wraith formation, it might not be the case. Nether River Patriarch said. Tiangang is that powerful? Ice Goddess asked in surprise. The strength of a transcendent is not to be underestimated. Back then, Emperor Qinglong snatched the treasure from Tiangang because of Yin Chuan's scheme. Tiangang was too complacent. Even so, Emperor Qinglong had to endure until the end to obtain it. Tiangang's strength is not as strong as Emperor Qinglong, but the difference is not too great. Nether River Patriarch said in a deep voice. Oh, Ice Goddess's eyes narrowed. Back then, Emperor Qinglong fought against the Tongtian sect leader, Hua Qiliang, Emperor in Yinchuan. Tiangang was not much weaker, so Yinchuan alone could deal with him? No, even if Yinchuan's cultivation had increased again, and he had the power of a nation and the 12 capital Heaven Divine Wraith, he still couldn't deal with Tiangang, right? Master, is Yinchuan going to lose? Not necessarily. Oh, back then, in the Yang Realm's East Sea, Yinchuan's world-suppressing bronze coffin was extremely strange. Moreover, with Yinchuan's temperament, he must be hiding something. The capital Heaven Divine Wraith formation must also be mysterious. After planning for so long, Yinchuan wouldn't be able to deal with Tiangang so early if he wasn't confident. Ice Goddess nodded. Outside the Great Qin City, the capital Heaven Divine Wraith formation's baleful aura made the sky dim. One could vaguely see 12 huge totems floating above the formation. Rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon, snake, horse, goat, monkey, chicken, dog, pig. The 12 demonic beast totems circled around the array, emitting a ferocious aura. The formation isolated the inside from the outside. Inside, it was Yin Chuan versus Tiangang. Surrounding the 2 of them were 12 demonic beasts, each of them glaring fiercely at Tiangang. The dragon bone wings on Yin Chuan's back had already reappeared. The corpse chi around him rolled and dispersed. The world-suppressing copper coffin slammed into Tiangang from behind. Yin Chuan was facing Tiangang. Boom! The 2 of them grab each other. Yin Chuan's palms pierced into Tiangang's chest, but Tiangang's hands also pierced into Yin Chuan's abdomen. However, when Tiangang's hands collided with Yin Chuan's abdomen, a metallic sound rang out. Clang! Yin Chuan's body was too tough, and the Heavenly Dipper did not manage to pierce through. What? Tiangang's expression changed. Roar! Yin Chuan's face revealed a sinister expression. Boom! The Heavenly Dipper was instantly torn in half. Roar! The 12 demonic beast sovereigns cheered in unison. However, Yin Chuan was not happy because Yin Chuan felt that although the heavenly dipper was torn in half, he was not dead. Indeed, after a short while, the two halves of the corpse suddenly dissipated. As they dissipated, a dragon roar suddenly sounded. Roar! A huge golden dragon charged out of the void. The body of a general is indeed extraordinary, the golden dragon said with a hateful expression. The golden dragon was Tian Gang, and he revived in the blink of an eye. Transcendents are immortal and powerful. No matter how I destroy you, you can revive in another form, Yin Chuan said in a deep voice. Oomph. The golden dragon Tian Gang coldly snorted. Now we finally understand why you only came to the great Qin city today. Yin Chuan revealed a cold smile. Oh, Tian Gang said coldly. You're not bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Instead, you're afraid of repeating the same mistakes. That's why you came here with the greatest advantage. Yin Chuan said with a cold smile. Repeating the same mistakes? That's right. You're not afraid of death because you already have an immortal body. No one can kill you. What you're afraid of is a seal, an endless seal, and endless loneliness. After being sealed in the great thousand world, you were traumatized and were afraid of repeating the same mistakes. That's why you waited until today to deal with us with the greatest advantage. Am I right? Yin Chuan said with a cold smile. Tian Gang narrowed his eyes. It was clear that Yin Chuan was right. So what? Tian Gang said in a deep voice. Do you know? In the battle, just now, we only wanted to see the secrets of the immortal body. We saw it. Now, the great 12 capital heaven divine wraith formation. Yin Chuan shouted. Roar. The 12 demonic beast sovereigns roared. World suppression seal. Yin Chuan shouted. The world suppression copper coffin descended from the sky. For a moment, the world suppression copper coffin emitted a huge suppressive aura. The aura was so strong that it was not weaker than Tian Gang's aura at all. As the world suppression copper coffin pressed down, the 12 demonic beast sovereigns also activated the power of the formation. 12 different types of murderous aura rushed toward the center. It seemed to form a large cocoon that enveloped Tian Gang. The golden dragon Tian Gang's expression changed. He quickly shook his body, but the 12 types of murderous aura were extremely difficult to deal with. He could not shake them off at all. In fact, the 12 demonic beast sovereigns even urged all the murderous aura to surge over. In an instant, it was as if they wanted to drain the entire Great 12 Capital Heaven Divine Wraith formation. As the world suppression copper coffin pressed down, the murderous aura quickly condensed into layers of spherical formations, trapping Tian Gang in the center layer by layer. 1 layer, 10 layers, 100 layers, 10,000 layers, 50 million layers. Boom! The world suppression copper coffin pressed down, compressing the 50 million layers of formations into the size of a watermelon. Boundless murderous aura condensed, and the great 12 capital heaven divine wraith formation retreated. Only Yin Chuan and the 12 demonic beast sovereigns were left in the air. Yin Chuan held a sealing sphere the size of a watermelon in his hand. Within the sphere, Tian Gang furiously twisted his dragon body. With a swing of his tail, dozens of formations instantly shattered. With another swing of his tail, hundreds of formations shattered. However, the sphere had 50 million layers. If Tian Gang wanted to break through it, it would not be possible in a short period of time. Roar! Yin Chuan, just you wait. 50 million layers of sealing formations? At most, you could trap me for a month. When I break through this seal, I will slaughter all of your living beings. Tian Gang furiously roared within the seal. The battle outside the great Qin city continued. Yin Chuan coldly stared at the sealing sphere in his hand. Yin Chuan stretched out his hand and took out the jade talisman that Fushi had asked Meng Rongrong to give him. He gently squeezed it. Suddenly, a golden sphere of light enveloped Yin Chuan. Whoosh! Yin Chuan disappeared in front of everyone. In the next moment, The golden sphere of light rapidly shook. Whoosh! Whoosh! A few sky demons flew past the golden sphere of light. The world around them seemed illusory, sometimes bright and sometimes dark. It gave off a suffocating feeling, making Yin Chuan feel very uncomfortable. However, Yin Chuan also knew where he was. He grabbed the ceiling sphere and looked in a direction. It was boundless darkness. He could only feel that there was nothing in the darkness. The only thing he could see were three massive spheres. The three spheres seemed to be rapidly approaching him. Great evil world, great good world, great Kiliakazam world, where's this? Tian Gang in the ceiling sphere was slightly startled. This is our first world, the edge of the heavenly demon realm. Yin Chuan said, the edge of the heavenly demon realm? What? Yin Chuan, what are you doing? Tian Gang suddenly exclaimed. This sealing sphere can only seal you for a month at most. I will help you to reduce this time by half. Yin Chuan said lightly. What do you mean? You want to expel me from the first world? Tian Gang's expression changed. The edge of the heavenly devil world is beyond the limitless realm, which is the absolute nothingness. Even if a nirvana expert enters the nothingness, he won't die. However, where you float to will depend on your luck. Yin Chuan said. As he spoke, he threw out his hand. Boom! The sealing sphere flew quickly in the direction of the great evil world. No, bastard Yin Chuan, I don't want to go back. Tian Gang said angrily. Whoosh! The speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, Tian Gang flew into the darkness. After throwing Tian Gang away, Yin Chuan no longer paid attention. Fushi's teleportation jade talisman would be sent back in half an hour. Yin Chuan looked at the other three worlds. The other three worlds are closing in faster. At this speed, the four worlds will merge into one in less than 100 years. Yin Chuan said solemnly. 100 years was an extremely long time for mortals. However, to Yin Chuan, it was too short. Would he be able to prepare for everything in 100 years? Looking at the endless darkness, Yin Chuan's heart was heavy. Boom! Soon, an incense stick's worth of time passed, and the golden orb of light brought Yin Chuan back to the Great Qin City. Poof! The golden sphere instantly broke. Yin Chuan returned. Outside the Great Qin City, the battle continued. Celestial Emperor, the group of national beasts, said respectfully. Yin Chuan nodded. He turned his head to look at the battle outside the city. Everyone, go and help. Kill all the demons of the great evil world. Don't leave a single one alive. Okay, everyone responded and flew over. Yin Chuan flew to the front of the central palace. Meow. Yin Chuan, where did you go just now? Meow immediately called out. There was a void in the infinite realm. Tian Gang broke the seal from the inside, and the void also destroyed the seal from the outside. Finally, half a month later, the seal was broken. Boom! The seal was broken, and Tian Gang was free again. Tian Gang roared angrily. Yin Chuan. Standing in the darkness, Tian Gang looked at the four worlds. Of the four huge worlds, three of them were closing in on the first world. Tian Gang was in the middle of the first world and the great evil world. Tian Gang looked at the great evil world and then at the first world. He turned around and was about to return to the first world. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Tian Gang, where are you going? The voice sounded in Tian Gang's ears. Master, I am going to return to the first world to take revenge on Yin Chuan. Tian Gang's expression turned serious. It was the Lotus Goddess voice. Haven't you embarrassed yourself enough? Oomph. The Lotus Goddess voice sounded with a cold snort. I am Master. I was tricked by Yin Chuan. I had already considered the power of the great heavenly fiend formation, but I didn't expect Ming Tianhan to betray me. If I had the power of the great Xingtian heavenly court, I could have destroyed Yin Chuan. Tian Gang hurriedly explained. A loss is a loss. The first world isn't suitable for you for now. Come back. The Lotus Goddess voice sounded. I am Master. Tian Gang said helplessly. Chapter 1427. The battle in the Great Qin City continued. Although Tiangang was defeated, there was still a group of demons. The battle outside the Great Qin City continued. Meanwhile, in the inner South Continent, at the entrance of a city, a golden-robed man was surrounded by starlight that reached a star in the deep star layer. A group of black-robed men stood around the golden-robed man. "Who are you?" the golden-robed man shouted. The leader of the black-robed men said, "You don't need to know who we are. You are a cultivator of a second epoch who was subdued by Tiangang and pledged your loyalty to him. Later, Tiangang planted you in some of the key cities of the Great Qing Heavenly Court. Now that Tiangang has been defeated, there are only two paths ahead of you." "Oh," the golden-robed man said in a deep voice. "Submit to Dejun and return with us, or resist Dejun and be captured by us." The black-robed man said in a deep voice. "Ha ha ha, with just you?" The golden-robed man said in a deep voice. "It seems like you want to resist. That's good too," the black-robed man said directly. The golden-robed man's face stiffened. He did not expect the black-robed man to be so direct. Could it be that Dejun was more willing to capture him than subduing him? "Attack!" the black-robed man shouted. Boom! The group of black-robed men attacked at the same time. For a time, this scene happened everywhere in the inner South Continent. Some second epic experts were prepared to sneak away, but the black-robed men seemed to have waited for a long time. None of them escaped. The former Great Qing Heavenly Emperor, Ming Tianhan, was now Fu Su. He led a group of officials towards the Great Qin City. When Fu Su and Yang arrived at the Great Qin City, the battle outside the Great Qin City had already reached its end. All the demons had been killed. Fu Su flew in front. A group of Great Qing officials followed behind. The group of people was majestic. At this moment, Dejun's guards did not stop them. They allowed Fu Su to lead a group of people to land in the central palace square. Everyone's faces were filled with joy. Yin Chuan stood in front of Dejun's officials and looked at Fu Su. "Greetings, father." Fu Su knelt on one knee respectfully. "Your subjects greet the Heavenly Emperor. May the Heavenly Emperor live for 10,000 years." The group of officials bowed respectfully. Yin Chuan took a deep breath and looked at the officials in front of him, all sorts of emotions welling up in his heart. This group of officials was not accumulated in this life. They were accumulated in the first life when he was still the winner. He entered the Purple Cloud Palace through the great method of heavenly secrets, which was also Earth. After that, he passed through a path left behind by the Purple Cloud Palace and was teleported into the First World. "My son has done well." Yin Chuan helped Fu Su up. "Thank you for your hard work over the years." Yin Chuan supported Yang, the head of the Qing officials. The officials stood up one after another. "The Celestial Emperor is too kind. It's what we should do. To be able to reunite with the Celestial Emperor here is our fortune." Yang's eyes flashed with excitement. "Father, over the years, all of you have helped me a lot, especially Lord Shangyang. Half of the plans of the Great Punishment Heavenly Court came from him. If it wasn't for him, the Great Punishment Heavenly Court would be nothing more than a joke." Fu Su said, "The Crown Prince is too humble. Compared to the Crown Prince's decisiveness and wisdom, I am far inferior." Yang said, "All right, there's no need to be humble. I have heard about everything that you have done over the years. I will appoint Shangyang as the 11th Army Commander of the Great Qin. As for the other officials, they will be rewarded according to their contributions." Yin Chuan said with a smile. "Yes, thank you, Celestial Emperor." Everyone replied. Fu Su, Shangyang, Yin Chuan looked at the two of them. "Yes, Your Majesty." The two of them replied. "The Great Jun has just entered the inner South Continent. The people's hearts are not stable. The two of you will assist Li Si to stabilize the hearts of the people and strengthen the inner South Continent." Yin Chuan ordered. "Yes." The two of them replied. Li Si stepped forward and said, "Yes." Yifeng, organize the examination and continue to recruit talents from all over the world." Yin Chuan looked at Yifeng. "Yes, Your Majesty." Yifeng replied. After defeating the heavenly spirits, the great Jun of the netherworld suddenly showed their prowess. Rosefinch, Celestial Realm. Emperor Rosefinch's face darkened. Yinchuan? Ming Tianhan? No Fusu? Father and son? They are father and son? The Vermilion Bird Emperor couldn't figure out where this father-son relationship had come from. Men, Emperor Rosefinch shouted. Yes, Your Majesty. Investigate everything about Fu Su and how he is related to Yin Chuan. Emperor Rosefinch said. Yes, Your Majesty. Also, the Heavenly Dipper incident served as a warning to me. Gather information on all the important officials of the Vermilion Bird Celestial Realm. I don't wish to repeat the Heavenly Dipper's mistakes. The Vermilion Bird Emperor said in a low voice. Yes, Your Majesty. Half a year later, in the Great Qin City, Upper Study Room. Celestial Emperor, the inner South Continent, is gradually stabilizing. The small internal conflicts are also being quelled. Li Si said. Yes. Yin Chuan nodded. The White Tiger Emperor of the Western Outer Continent established the White Tiger Celestial Realm. Tiger roars in the west. He controls the entire Western Outer Continent. Li Si continued. The White Tiger Emperor? Yin Chuan nodded. The Xuanwu Emperor of the Northern Outer Continent established the Xuanwu Celestial Realm. The Turtle Snake North. He controls the Northern Outer Continent with the Nether River Patriarch. Li Si said, the Nether River Patriarch, the Xuanwu Emperor? They share the Northern Outer Continent of the Netherworld, and there are no conflicts? Yin Chuan said, according to our spies, the Xuanwu Emperor personally went to the Yama Palace of the Ten Halls and talked with the Nether River Patriarch for a while before returning. He no longer has any ideas about the Ten Halls. Li Si said, it seems that the Xuanwu Emperor has hit a wall. Yin Chuan said seriously, yes. Although the Nether River Patriarch is from the beginning of the Third Era, his strength is unfathomable. Li Si said, what about the Northern Intercontinent? The Undying Dojo is still expanding. The Emperor's strength is getting fiercer and fiercer. The Rosefinch Celestial Realm, the White Tiger Celestial Realm, the Xuanwu Celestial Realm, the Great Jun Celestial Court, the 10 Halls of the Nether River, and the Undying Dojo. It seems like the major territories of the underworld have stabilized, Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes. Now, all the forces are stabilizing their own territories. Li Si nodded. What about the Yang realm? Yin Chuan asked. Li Si stepped down, and Yi Feng stepped forward. Celestial Emperor, I was just about to report. The Great of Ziwei established the Ziwei Celestial Realm in the Middle Heaven Continent. He has unified the Middle Heaven Continent. Moreover, he has occupied the Northwest Circumference Continent at an extremely fast speed. Yi Feng said, oh, he has occupied 2 continents in such a short time? Yin Chuan said solemnly. Yes, the Great of Ziwei's methods are extraordinary. He used the Enlightenment technique to create a large number of ancestral immortal powerhouses to serve him. Yi Feng said, the Enlightenment technique? Celestial Emperor, do you still remember the Kong family's Demon King Kong? When he first became an ancestral immortal, he was directly enlightened by Kong Huangtian to become a saint. Yi Feng said, that's right. The Great of Ziwei also used the same method. Therefore, in a short time, he has taken control of 2 continents and expanded the Ziwei Celestial Realm to 2 continents. According to the information from the spies, the Great of Ziwei seems to be unsatisfied with the status quo and wants to continue expanding. Yi Feng said, what big appetite? Yin Chuan said in a low voice. The Southwest Circumference Continent has been occupied by the Southern Dipper Longevity Emperor and established the Longevity Celestial Realm. The Southeast Circumference Continent has been occupied by the Golden Emperor and established the Golden Celestial Realm. The Northeast Circumference Continent is still a mix of good and bad for the time being. However, Dongfeng Bubi of the Eastern Dojo is the most famous and invincible. Yi Feng said, in the Yang realm, the East Circumference Continent is the land of Dejun. The South Circumference Continent is the land of the Kong family. The west circumference continent is the land of Wu Zhao, and the north circumference continent is the celestial realm of Qinglong. Yin Chuan said, Yes. Chapter 1428. Yang Realm, Xianying. Yin Chuan stood at the entrance of the skyward palace with a group of officials, looking at the starlight in the night sky. Something's wrong, Celestial Emperor. Hasn't the Alcade's star power been drained by the cosmic cycle star formation? Jindayu asked in surprise. The Alcade had been dim ever since Yin Chuan took Pejun to Xianying and deprived him of his star power. However, the Alcade was shining brightly at this moment. It was as if there was a huge force that was replenishing the star power that the Alcade had lost. The surrounding Ziwei stars shone brightly. It's Ziwei the Great, Yin Chuan said in a low voice. At this moment, Lu Gang hurried over. Celestial Emperor, something has happened in the prison. Prisoner Pejun has disappeared. Lu Gang said anxiously. Disappeared? Yin Chuan asked in a low voice. Yes, Pejun is almost a cripple, and his shoulder blade has been pierced. I thought nothing would happen to him. However, not long ago, a prison guard saw a sudden burst of purple light around the unconscious Pejun. Then, the purple light faded, and Pejun also disappeared. Lu Gang said anxiously. Great move, Ziwei the Great. Yin Chuan said in a serious tone. Teleportation? It seems like Pejun has been teleported back. Then it's easy to explain what happened in the starry sky. Gigu Zi said in a low voice. Is this the power that Ziwei the Great gathered to help Pejun recover? Jindayu asked in surprise. Yin Chuan looked toward the west solemnly. In the central territory of the Zhongtian continent, there was a huge purple palace called Ziwei Palace. Inside the Ziwei Palace, there were many officials dressed in luxurious robes, standing respectfully in 2 rows. A man in a purple robe sat on the dragon throne in the north. This man was none other than Ziwei's saint, who had resigned from his position as a saint. At this moment, he was dressed in a dragon robe with a dignified expression. Ziwei the Great. In the center of the palace was Pejun, who had disappeared from the Xianying prison. He was no longer as spirited as he used to be when facing Zhanju. Now he was all skin and bones and on the verge of death. Pejun sat cross-legged, his body exuding a purple light. 2 people stood beside him, continuously transferring power to help him recover. Buzz. Torrential energy poured into Pejun's body, and his shriveled body slowly recovered. Ziwei the Great sat on the dragon throne and gently stroked the armrest. He raised his head and looked at the ceiling of the great hall. At this moment, the ceiling seemed to be transparent, allowing him to see into the depths of the starry sky. Great Emperor Ziwei's expression was cold. In the depths of the starry sky, Ziwei's star shone brightly. As a north star shone brightly, the dim army destroyer star not far away slowly recovered. After an entire day, Great Emperor Ziwei finally retracted his gaze. The 2 people behind defeating armies also stopped channeling energy, and defeating armies became much more full. Everyone stared at defeating armies. Defeating armies adjusted his breathing for a while before opening his eyes. This sinner, defeating armies, has disgraced the Lord. Defeating armies knelt down, feeling moved and guilty. Behind him was a burly man with a short temper. He immediately asked, Pejun, what happened that day? Who took you? How did it end up like this? The other person was Tan Lang. Tan Lang shook his head and said, Wu Chu, don't ask anymore. Let defeating armies explain himself. Wu Chu looked at Tan Lang, and his expression darkened. No matter who it is, they must pay back 100-fold for injuring defeating armies to this extent. Defeating armies knelt in front of Great Emperor Ziwei. My lord, it was Yin Chuan that day. I was captured by Yin Chuan. Defeating armies said bitterly. What? Impossible. How can Yin Chuan be a match for you? This is not his home ground. No, even if he was his home ground, he wouldn't be a match for you. You're at the 15th heavenly layer. What kind of lousy cultivation base does Yin Chuan have? Wu Chu shouted in disbelief. Great Emperor Ziwei did not speak. He just looked at defeating armies. Yin Chuan is indeed not a match for me. I was careless. At that time, Yin Chuan's cultivation base was only at the 11th heavenly layer, but for some reason, Yin Chuan knew the Mu clan's life chart sharing technique. The mystical 14th heavenly layer shared Yin Chuan's life chart, and Yin Chuan's cultivation base instantly reached the 14th heavenly layer. So, defeating armies said bitterly. Tan Lang raised his eyebrows. The Mu clan? Life chart sharing technique? Does this require the unconditional trust of another person before the other person's life chart can be fused with one's own life chart? This is a forbidden technique of the Mu clan. How can Yin Chuan know it? Is Yin Chuan also a descendant of the Mu clan? Wu Chu asked in surprise. You're saying that you lost to Yin Chuan at the 14th heavenly layer? Great Emperor Ziwei finally spoke. Yes, I was careless and fell for Yin Chuan's universe in a palm. I underestimated Yin Chuan. Defeating armies said bitterly. Universe in a palm? It seems to have been created by someone called Bai Wang from the 3rd era. Great Emperor Ziwei pondered. Yes, I was careless. Defeating armies said bitterly. So, it's really Yin Chuan? We should have thought of it that day. Tan Lang said with a frown. Yin Chuan? My Ziwei celestial realm has never suffered such a great loss. My lord, I request to bring some people to raise Xianyang to the ground. Wu Chu immediately took a step forward. There's no need, brother Wu Chu. I'll take revenge myself. Defeating armies said with a fierce look. Wu Chu finally nodded. Also, my lord, Dezhun is extremely strange. They have a strange formation that can deprive the people of the 2nd era of their astral powers. I'm in such a miserable state because my astral powers have been deprived. Astral powers strengthen the soldiers of Dezhun. Apart from me, Yin Chuan has also captured many people. A large number of 2nd era powerhouses are imprisoned in the same cell as me. Defeating armies reported. Deprive them of their astral powers? No wonder the number of Dezhun's powerhouses increased during the battle with Great Emperor Qin Long. The birth chart sharing technique deprives them of their astral powers? We've indeed underestimated Dezhun in the past. The officials were shocked. Great Emperor Ziwei tapped his dragon throne lightly with his finger. Left assistant. Great Emperor Ziwei called out. Yes, my lord. An official stepped forward. Announce this news to the world. Great Emperor Ziwei said. Understood. Left assistant replied. My lord, are you going to let the other great emperors find trouble with Yin Chuan? Defeating armies asked curiously. Great Emperor Ziwei looked at defeating armies. That's right. Deprive them of their astral powers? Yin Chuan will definitely become enemies with the world. As for you, defeating armies lowered his head. There are many things to do in the Ziwei celestial realm. I'm preparing to take over the western outer continent. Go and help Wenxiu. Great Emperor Ziwei said in a deep voice. Understood. Defeating armies replied. Xianyang City. Defeating armies had fled. The officials were still worried. However, Xianyang City welcomed another guest. It was Sun Wukong, who followed Tong Tian. Yindi, our benefactor asked me to pass this to you. Sun Wukong handed over a letter. Oh, Yin Chuan took the letter. He opened it and quickly scanned through it. Tong Tian went to the Great Zhou Imperial Court. Yin Chuan asked in a deep voice. Yes. When Great Emperor Qin Long went to the northern outer continent, Wu Jiong sent someone to deliver a letter to our benefactor. It was a letter left behind by Hong Jun. Sun Wukong explained. A letter from Hong Jun? Yes. The letter described that Wu Jiong was Hong Jun's new disciple. He asked our benefactor to go to the western outer continent to assist Wu Jiong. Sun Wukong explained. And then? Our benefactor felt that his tribulation was approaching, so he came to ask for your help. Indeed, Sun Wukong said worriedly. Of course I'll go if Tong Tian sends a letter. However, I want to know where this tribulation comes from. Yin Chuan asked curiously. Our benefactor didn't say the specifics, but the western outer continent is already bordering the Ziwei heavenly realm. Before I came, there was a small confrontation. Perhaps. Sun Wukong said in a low voice. I know. Yin Chuan nodded. Go and tell Tong Tian that I'll be by his side before his tribulation comes. Yin Chuan said with certainty. Okay, then I'll thank Yin Di on behalf of our benefactor. Sun Wukong smiled. Thank? He and I don't need it. When I invited him, he came without hesitation. This time, I won't stand him up. Yin Chuan said with certainty. Okay, then I'll take my leave. Sun Wukong said gratefully. Yin Chuan nodded. Sun Wukong turned around and quickly headed west. After Sun Wukong left, Giguzi, he said, Celestial Emperor, Great Emperor Ziwei, is very aggressive. He has conflicts with the Great Zhou Heavenly Court, and Tong Tian has allied with Wu Jiong. This tribulation might come from Great Emperor Ziwei. I understand. Yin Chuan nodded. Pejuan has escaped, and the Great Zhou Heavenly Court and the Ziwei Heavenly Realm have become enemies. Your trip might be dangerous. Giguzi advised. Opportunities only come when there's danger. I understand. By the way, did Dark Giguzi go to the Great Benevolence World? Yin Chuan looked at Giguzi. That's right. Giguzi nodded. Let him find the Jiangqin's body. When the four realms merge, I need to recover to the peak of my first era. Yin Chuan ordered. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I've already sent a message. Giguzi said solemnly. Also, continue to search for news of Dongfang Bubi. Great Emperor Ziwei didn't conquer the northeast continent and instead attacked the Great Zhou Heavenly Court. This Dongfang Bubi is definitely not simple in the second era. Yin Chuan said. Yes. 10 days later, Yin Chuan's six-dragon palanquin flew out of Xianying and quickly headed west. Not long after Yin Chuan left Xianying in his human form, the news of the Great Zhou Heavenly Court spread. Regardless of whether it was the Yang Realm or the Netherworld, Pejuan's encounter in the Great Zhou Heavenly Court was everywhere. Netherworld, Nanwai Continent. Pejuan? Depriving the stars of their power? No wonder Yin Chuan suddenly had so many experts under his command. Great Emperor Rosefinch's eyes turned cold. Yes, my lord. It seems like the 30 people who went to the Great Qin City with my lord were also. Yin Chuan, Great Emperor Rosefinch's eyes turned cold. My lord, the formation that deprives the stars of their power is too strange. We have to get rid of it as soon as possible. Otherwise, when the number of experts in the Great Zhou Heavenly Court grows, Yin Chuan will be the strongest. That's right. Yin Chuan? Set up the palanquin. I'm going to meet Great Emperor's White Tiger, Xuan Wu, and Qinglong. I want them to get rid of the formation that threatens us as soon as possible. Great Emperor Rosefinch said in a deep voice. Apart from Great Emperor Rosefinch, all the experts in the Second Era who were connected to the stars were in an uproar when they heard the news. Immediately, everyone looked at the Great Zhou Heavenly Court with strong hostility. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.